Chapter 995. There were plenty of Supreme Sword bones in the Sword Brilliant City, and there were over 100 complete Supreme Sword bones. But even if they were all Supreme Sword bones, the value would differ greatly. It depended on the grade of the sword pattern on the Supreme Sword bone. The grade of the sword pattern would depend on the grade of the cultivation technique. For example, a regular Supreme Cultivation Technique wouldn't be comparable to a City Lord class Supreme Cultivation Technique. A City Lord class Supreme Cultivation Technique wouldn't be comparable to a Star Field class Supreme Cultivation Technique. According to the grade of the sword pattern, the Supreme Sword bones were separated into 9 grades. Grade 9 was the lowest and Grade 1 was the highest. An entire Grade 9 Supreme Sword bone would require 1,500 Elder Points to borrow, a Grade 8 would require 2,000 Elder Points, a Grade 7 would require 3,000 Elder Points, a Grade 6 would require 5,000 Elder Points, a Grade 5 would require 10,000 Elder Points. As for a Grade 1 Supreme Sword bone, it would require 300,000 Elder Points. I don't have enough Elder Points. After seeing the price of borrowing the Supreme Sword bones, Li Fuchen felt powerless. He only had a total of over 5,600 Elder Points and could only borrow 1 Grade 9 Supreme Sword bone and 2 Grade 8 Supreme Sword bones. Let me take a look first. Li Fuchen didn't use all the Elder Points and borrowed a Grade 9 Supreme Sword bone and a Grade 8 Supreme Sword bone. After purchasing a manor, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. 12 years later, there isn't much difference between Grade 9 and Grade 8. It is a pity that I don't have enough Elder Points, otherwise, I can borrow a higher grade Supreme Sword bone to compare. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the Supreme Sword bones as the required Elder Points would be too terrifying. Therefore, Li Fuchen had no choice but to research which borrowing method was more cost-effective. Was it to borrow a bunch of low-grade Supreme Sword bones or a small number of high-grade Supreme Sword bones? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough Elder Points. Sword Brilliant City, Elder Grand Hall. Every once in a while, there would be some Elder class missions. Head to the Black Wind Valley to hunt the Black Wind Beast and obtain the Black Wind Stone within its body. A single Black Wind Stone can be exchanged for 10 Elder Points. Head to the Chaos Ruins to hunt the Chaos Metal Beast and use the corpse to exchange for 5,000 Elder Points. Head to the Death God Lake to harvest the Death God Herb. A single stalk of Death God Herb can be exchanged for 500 Elder Points. Killed the Li family's Elder, Imperial Lord White Bones. Rewarded with 10,000 Elder Points. Note, Imperial Lord White Bones has the strength of a high-class Imperial Lord and is cunning. There were plenty of Elder class missions and Li Fuchen carefully picked through them. First, he would eliminate the mission of killing the Chaos Metal Beast. The Ruins of Primal Chaos was one of the top 10 danger zones in the Radiant Star region. It was extremely dangerous. Although the Chaos Metal Beast wasn't very strong and was about the same as an ordinary monarch or a high-level monarch, its defense could only be broken by a peak monarch. The second thing to eliminate was the mission to collect the Death God Herb. The Death God Lake was even more dangerous than the Chaos Ruins and was the second most dangerous place. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take too much risk for now and would think about it in the future. The third possibility was the Whitebone Monarch who killed the Li clan's elder. In order to kill a high-class monarch, it was normally possible if 2 or more top-class monarchs worked together. It was also possible if a peak-class monarch made a move. However, if the enemy had incredible escaping methods, even an invincible monarch might not be able to capture the enemy. Li Fuchen's strength was only close to a high-class monarch. How was he going to kill the enemy? Hence, Li Fuchen chose the mission to hunt the Black Wind Beast. This mission was the most practical for him. The Black Wind Valley was one of the danger zones in the Radiant Star region. The black wind here wasn't an ordinary black wind, it was the soul-departing black wind. It was able to scatter a person's spirit soul. Apart from peak-class monarchs or those that were stronger, no one would be willing to stay here for a long period of time. At the entrance of the valley, a figure descended. This is the soul-departing black wind. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed a wisp of black wind. Creak, 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 the soul-departing black wind seemed to have a life of its own as it let out a sharp scream that would make one dizzy. I see. Li Fuchen realized that the soul-departing black wind contained traces of strange soul power. In other words, when walking in the soul-departing black wind, it was the same as suffering from soul Dao attacks. Even if the soul Dao attacks weren't powerful, after a long period of time, the soul Dao attacks would be unbearable. I wonder how the soul-departing black wind is formed. Li Fuchen was rather curious. Li Fuchen took a step forward and entered the Black Wind Valley. Huff huff huff, in the Black Wind Valley, the black wind was wreaking havoc and the naked eye's range of vision was extremely small. The spiritual awareness couldn't extend too far either. If it was extended too far, it would be easily scattered by the black wind. Of course, as compared to others, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's range was definitely much further. After all, if the spirit soul was stronger, the spiritual awareness would also be stronger. Roar! As Li Fuchen gradually ventured deeper into the Black Wind Valley, there was a strange roar that echoed from the black wind. If Li Fuchen was a City Lord class heaven monarch, his spirit soul would definitely be shaken by this roar. Extinguish! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and dropped a black rock. The black wind beast wasn't considered powerful and any ruler would be able to deal with it easily. The crucial point was that you only had one chance to attack and the black wind beast wouldn't give you a second chance. Once the black wind beast dispersed, the black wind rock in the body would automatically disintegrate and fuse with the black wind. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the black wind rock. The black wind rock was made of a very special material. It might be called a rock, but it didn't have any weight and was very light. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the black wind rock contained a massive amount of soul power and also a trace of wind marvel. 2 rocks, 3 rocks, hunting the black wind beast was a mission that tested one's patience for others. Firstly, one couldn't stay in the Black Wind Valley for a long period of time and it was already rather stressful. Secondly, the Black Wind Valley's scouting range was too small and it was very easy to get lost. Thirdly, the Black Wind Valley was too huge. It wasn't hard to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts, but to find more black wind beasts, it would require time. Li Fuchen was different. To him, the soul-distance black wind in the Black Wind Valley wasn't a threat at all. If he was willing, he could stay in the Black Wind Valley for his entire life. In terms of scouting range, even if he didn't rely on his spirit soul power and just relied on his spiritual awareness, his scouting range was 100 or even 1,000 times greater than others. He didn't have to worry about getting lost. It was also simple to find the black wind beasts. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he would basically be able to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts. After a few years, Li Fuchen had over 1,000 black wind rocks. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be over 10,000. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, during the recent years, the emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley were rather strange. In the past, it might be extremely difficult to encounter the Black Wind Beast, but it wasn't like now where they couldn't encounter one for a few years. What is going on? Did something happen in the Black Wind Valley? One of the female emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley frowned. The Black Wind Beasts were condensed from the soul-separating Black Wind. Even if they were killed, they could condense again after a period of time. Hence, in theory, the number of Black Wind Beasts in Black Wind Valley would never decrease. Unless the soul-separating Black Wind Valley's soul-separating Black Wind Valley dissipated, or if all the Black Wind Beasts in the area were killed in a short period of time, no new Black Wind Beasts would be condensed. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had arrived at the true depths of the Black Wind Valley. Apart from peak-level emperors and paragon emperors, no one dared to come here. The violent soul-distance black wind was like a bone-scraping steel saber. It could easily injure a regular emperor's spirit soul. Correspondingly, the black wind beasts here were much more concentrated and it saved Li Fuchen a lot of time. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Chapter 996. This is too much. How many years has it been and they have only discovered 2 black wind beasts? In the Black Wind Valley, a black monarch had a gloomy expression. He cultivated the wind Tao and felt that he had signs of breaking through recently. He was planning to obtain more black wind rocks to comprehend. He didn't expect for the current Black Wind Valley to be completely different from his impression. There were pitifully few black wind beasts. Someone is coming out. The black monarch extended his spiritual awareness to the extremity and noticed a figure skimming out from the depths of the Black Wind Valley. If he was just an ordinary sovereign monarch or a high-level sovereign monarch, he definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble. If he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch, he might consider it. However, he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch. At the sovereign monarch level, he feared no one. Even an invincible sovereign monarch could only defeat him, not kill him. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's chi presence was only that of a regular monarch and was close to a high-class monarch. There was nothing to worry about. Stay behind. The black monarch extended his hand and created a violent whirlpool. Caught off guard, Li Fuchen was swept away by the violent whirlpool. Not good. Li Fuchen blasted the Origin Return sword form at the violent whirlpool. But before the Origin Return sword form could make contact with the violent whirlpool, it was scattered by the horrific wind force. It is a peak-level monarch. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The black monarch's strength was obviously above the purple extreme monarch and Li Fuchen wasn't a match. Even the indestructible body wouldn't be able to withstand too many attacks. Of course, Li Fuchen was a monarch after all and it was impossible for him to not have any countermeasures. Fusing with his sword, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and split open the wind force. He split open the spatial zone of the Black Wind Valley and instantly tunneled in. Trying to escape. The black monarch sneered and rubbed his hands. The violent whirlpool became 10 times more intense. The horrific wind force permeated into the depths of the Black Wind Valley spatial zone and enveloped Li Fuchen again before sweeping him out. Intolerable bully. Li Fuchen took out the prismatic stone mother and activated the time source essence. In the next moment, the spatial zone froze and the black monarch's body was also frozen. Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to escape rapidly and vanished in the blink of the eye. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed sovereign lord woke up. A universe treasure, prismatic stone mother. The Black Emperor had once seen a mother prismite, but it was only the size of a walnut. It was embedded into Tao Lord Spaceor's staff, and that staff was reputed to be one of the most powerful of top-grade, peerless weapons. No one wanted to be struck by it. Unfortunately, this is Black Wind Valley. The Black Sovereign Lord's spiritual sense spread out and fused into the soul-departing Black Wind. Found it. Soon enough, the black-clothed ruler noticed Li Fuchen's traces and quickly chased after him. Do I have to make a breakthrough now? Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique before the primary extreme sword technique killed him. With his current proficiency, once the primary extreme sword technique broke through, it would at least be at the pinnacle of the City Lord class. Correspondingly, his strength would go from a regular emperor to a pinnacle or even a peak-level emperor. However, in this way, it was equivalent to wasting all the previous efforts. Although martial arts or cultivation techniques could continue to improve after reaching the supreme level, the speed of improvement was extremely slow. Looking at the strength of most heaven monarchs millions of years ago, it was still the same strength now. There was not much change. No way. Li Fuchen shook his head and took out the prismatic stone mother to release the time source essence. Once, twice, thrice, one was escaping while the other was chasing. The process was extremely dangerous. You cannot escape. Leave behind the prismatic stone mother and I can spare your life. Originally, the black-clothed ruler felt that Li Fuchen was suspicious and wanted to capture Li Fuchen. Right now, he only had eyes for the prismatic stone mother. In his opinion, it was too wasteful to leave the prismatic stone mother in Li Fuchen's hands. It was better to embed it on a weapon. Aren't you being too tyrannical? Li Fuchen had already recognized the black-clothed ruler. This black-clothed ruler was the Black Wind ruler of the Battle God Pagoda. The Battle God Pagoda was publicly recognized as one of the 9 great factions in the universe. It had multiple demigods and everyone in the pagoda was belligerent and overbearing. Tyrannical. I am already very benevolent. If it was the God Temple and the Trials they would stand on the moral high ground and judge you. The Black Wind monarch chuckled and released a thin wind blade at Li Fuchen. Crackle. The wind blade was unimaginably sharp. It sliced through layers of time and space until it couldn't be broken. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body wasn't weak either. After exhausting a portion of the calamity power, he was able to withstand the wind blade. Interesting. The Black Wind ruler released more wind blades. 10%, 20%, 30%, Li Fuchen's calamity power was severely depleted and the replenishment speed couldn't keep up. It was fortunate that the Black Wind Valley's exit was already in sight. Seal. When Li Fuchen skimmed out of the Black Wind Valley, he crushed a prismatic gem and took out the prismatic stone mother. He released a large amount of time source essence and formed a wall of time to seal the Black Wind Valley's exit. The Black Wind ruler sneered and released a wind blade as he planned to split open the wall of time. However, the closer the wind blade got to the wall of time, the slower it was and it was almost at a standstill. Limitless wind shift. The Black Wind ruler didn't believe it and turned into a breeze before burrowing into the wall of time. But soon enough, he flew out of the wall of time. Damn it! The Black Wind ruler had a very unpleasant expression. He admitted that he had underestimated the power of the universe cardinal treasure, the prismatic stone mother. This wall of time might only be broken by an invincible ruler. Being in the vicinity of the wall of time, the Black Wind ruler couldn't feel the elapse of time, but his instincts told him that a long time had passed. Crackle. Finally, the wall of time was broken open and the Black Wind ruler arrived outside the Black Wind Valley. After sensing the flow of time and space in the surroundings, the Black Wind ruler had a gloomy expression. A mere regular ruler actually used a universe cardinal treasure to trap him for 3 days. It was truly preposterous. Don't let me see you again. The Black Wind ruler was confident that he would encounter Li Fuchen in the future. By then, he would settle the score with Li Fuchen. There is less than 30% time source essence left. The starry sky changed as Li Fuchen stored the prismatic stone mother and sighed. If it wasn't for the prismatic stone mother, Li Fuchen would have to pay a price to leave the Black Wind Valley. This was mainly because he had too few survival methods. There were some ancient rulers that had lived for millions or tens of millions of years or even longer. Apart from their strength, they would normally have incredible escape methods. Li Fuchen was only a few hundred years old and his foundation was still too shallow. He didn't have the time to collect these escape methods, therefore, he would be at a disadvantage when encountering existences that were much stronger than him. In the universe, every step is filled with danger. This seclusion should be enough to break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Chapter 997. After returning to the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen immediately exchanged 12,500 Black Wind stones for 125,000 Elder Points. With the addition of his original Elder Points, Li Fuchen now had more than 127,000 Elder Points. With so many Elder Points, it was enough for him to redeem some high-grade Supreme Sword Bones. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen first spent 5,000 Elder Points to borrow a Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone. A Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone contained sword arts and sword patterns that were already at the City Lord class. When Li Fuchen comprehended it, his gains were far beyond the Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. However, a single Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone would cost 5,000 Elder Points. It was equivalent to 3 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones or 2 Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. Li Fuchen's gains weren't 2 or 3 times as much, it was only a little more than twice. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen borrowed another Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. Li Fuchen spent 50,000 Elder Points to borrow this Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. This won't do. It seems like borrowing a large number of low-grade Supreme Sword bones is the correct way. After many years, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and shook his head. In his opinion, a Grade 3 Supreme Sword bone was only equivalent to over a dozen Grade 9 Supreme Sword bones. Borrowing a Grade 3 Supreme Sword bone was equivalent to borrowing over 30 Grade 9 Supreme Sword bones. The price-performance ratio was too low. If it was to allow the primary extreme sword technique to break through to the supreme rank as soon as possible, then the higher the grade of the supreme sword bone, the better. But Li Fuchen's objective was to perfect the primary extreme sword technique and make it perfect before breaking through. Therefore, he required more sword Dao directions and not just blindly pursue the depth of the sword Dao. The primary extreme sword Dao contains all sword Daos. This is the path that I want to take. Li Fuchen returned to the resource hall and used all the remaining elder points to borrow Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword bones. This seclusion will probably last for at least 100 years. In the past, Li Fuchen wouldn't be in seclusion for such a long time, but he didn't really mind now. His relatives and friends were basically at the Law Phase realm and had a lifespan of 2,000 years. With some artifacts that could extend lifespan, it wasn't a problem for them to live up to 3,000 to 5,000 years. Therefore, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about important people dying of old age during his seclusion. This Emperor Yuanji is really a cultivation maniac. After seeing Li Fuchen's actions, the primary bright sword ancestor smiled and shook his head. Perhaps only this kind of cultivation maniac could improve so quickly. In normal situations, the Son of Universe's improvement speed wouldn't be as exaggerated as Li Fuchen's, even if he had heaven-defying opportunities. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was rapidly increasing. If Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was originally a small river, it was now a large river and lake. Not only did it increase in length and width, but it was also much deeper. In the blink of an eye, 150 years had passed. A boundless sword Dao Qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. It has truly reached the critical point. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme sword technique contained all the sword Dao directions. A portion of the sword Dao directions came from the supreme sword bone, while another portion was deduced by Li Fuchen based on the supreme sword bone. Of course, it was naturally impossible to walk in all the sword Dao directions. Li Fuchen had to accommodate all the sword Dao directions and turn them into his own sword Dao. This sword Dao was the primary extreme sword Dao, the source of all things sword Dao. It is time to break through. After letting out a deep breath, Li Fuchen's eyes were revolving with countless sword lights. Some of the sword lights were like water, some were like fire, some were heavy, some were light, some were like bubbles, some were everywhere, some were bright, some were dark. It was hard to imagine how many sword lights were in Li Fuchen's eyes. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Qi presence was gradually withdrawn and his entire body became extremely empty. A sword diagram that looked extremely complicated but was actually extremely simple was circulating in Li Fuchen's body. One could see that some of the minute details of the sword diagram were constantly being destroyed and reborn. Every time it was destroyed and reborn, it would become slightly more perfect. However, there were times that it would experience a hair-raising scene. For example, when an extremely minute detail was destroyed and reborn, it would create a chain reaction and cause half of the sword diagram to collapse. Sometimes, after the destruction, it wouldn't be able to be reborn again, causing a terrifying crack to appear in the sword diagram. It was fortunate that these things didn't stump Li Fuchen. Using his perception that surpassed everything, Li Fuchen was finally able to perfect the sword diagram. When the sword diagram was completely perfected, the sword diagram came alive and breathed slowly and forcefully. Waves of sword Dao source power were born from the sword diagram and fused into Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline. Hurry up and look. On this day, everyone in the Sword Brilliant City saw an unforgettable scene. In the sky above the Sword Brilliant City, countless sword lights were roaming. These sword lights had a myriad of Qi presence and didn't have a fixed number. It seemed like they could casually change their attributes. The range of the sword lights was getting bigger and the Sword Brilliant City was just the beginning. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, I wonder which lord broke through. Why is there such a huge commotion? I have lived in the sword brilliant city for so many years and I have never seen a bigger commotion than this. Is the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through? Impossible, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor is already an invincible emperor. If he breaks through again, he will be a demigod. It might be the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through to the demigod realm. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor who was being discussed was staring at the sky above the sword brilliant city with a shocked expression. How could he not know that this was a phenomenon caused by a cultivation technique's breakthrough? Back then, when his Origin Bright Sword technique broke through to the Star Field class, there was a rather huge commotion. But to be serious, it was still slightly lacking as compared to today's commotion. In just a few blinks of the eye, the sword lights had already spread out to a few thousand light years. Cling! All of a sudden, the sword lights shattered and a giant sword that was a few thousand light years in size was produced. There was a horrific prowess that instantly spread out and all the experts in the radiant starfield could feel it. Another invincible emperor has been born. The emperor rankings should appear soon, right? Some of the terrifying existences were mumbling to themselves. Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen was still immersed in an indescribable state. The breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique had brought him too many changes. Li Fuchen's body had a total of 3 Sword Dao bloodlines. They were the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline, and the primary extreme Sword Dao bloodline. Putting aside the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline and the Glorious Sword Art were a single entity. As for the primary extreme Sword Dao bloodline, it wasn't just a single entity with the primary extreme sword art, it was also a single entity with the primary extreme sword technique. Originally, before Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline was already at the Star Field class. Now that the primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline had reached an extremely terrifying level, an indescribable level. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Qi presence didn't just increase by 1 or 2 times, it wasn't 5 or 10 times, it was 100 or 1,000 times. Such a powerful Qi presence had instantly permeated into the depths of the universe source. Crash! In the universe, a list descended. The strange thing was that this list could only be seen by emperors. There were 1,000 names on the list. One of the names suddenly vanished and a new name was imprinted on it. Chapter 998. 99th. So high. That's ridiculous. Everyone on the emperor ranking is an extremely powerful existence. For example, the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor was able to slaughter dozens of emperors even when they joined forces. How could this primordial emperor be ranked higher than him? Actually, it's normal for Emperor Yuanji to be ranked higher than the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor. The emperor ranking only ranks the strength of the aura. In the past, there have been cases of lower-ranked ones defeating higher-ranked ones, and those outside the ranking defeating those in the ranking. So, there's no need to dwell on it. That's true. But no matter what, this person's aura is so strong that his strength must be extremely terrifying. Even if he's not as strong as the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor, he's probably not far off. In the universe, some of the emperors gathered together discussed and expressed their opinions. Purple Pole Star Zone. 99th. Monarch Purple Pole sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he hoped that this Emperor Yuanji only had the same name as the Emperor Yuanji he knew and had nothing to do with it, his rationality told him that this Emperor Yuanji was the Emperor Yuanji he knew. Titles were very magical things, especially the titles of emperors. They involved the karma of the heavenly Tao. Basically, it was unheard of for 2 emperors to have the same name. Instantly, Emperor Purple Pole felt very complicated. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not offend the other party. Otherwise, he would not have a good time now. Of course, Emperor Purple Pole did not think that he would definitely die if he encountered an invincible emperor. After becoming an emperor for so many years, he had researched many survival techniques. At the same time, he had obtained a supreme-grade secret treasure and a relic. So, even if he encountered an invincible emperor, he was confident that he could escape. Horizontal River Star Zone. I didn't expect that my Horizontal River Star Zone would have an existence on the Emperor ranking. Horizontal River Progenitor chuckled, his eyes flashing. Divine Leaf City. Emperor Sanguine Axe muttered to himself, Emperor Ung must be a son of the universe, a son of the universe even more terrifying than the Undying Sons. The Undying Sons were only favored by the Undying Power and the Undying King. But the Son of the Universe was favored by the entire universe. Although there were a lot of children of the universe, a total of 49, the universe was huge too. Imperial Monarch Bloodaxe even suspected that the so-called children of universe were similar to the children of Undying. At a certain stage in their cultivation, powerful quintessence energy would surge into their bodies and forcefully increase their cultivation. Otherwise, their speed of improvement would be too swift. Emperor Ung. In the entire Sword Brilliance City, only the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor knew that it was Li Fuchen who broke through. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor immediately arrived outside Li Fuchen's manor. He did not force his way in. That was disrespectful. Sword Ancestor Yuanming, please enter. Li Fuchen waved his hand to remove the manor's array and the warning sword intent. Seeing the vast and simple sword Dao Qi presence from Li Fuchen's body, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor was overwhelmed with emotions. He smiled and said, Primary Extreme Emperor, congratulations. He wasn't the only invincible emperor in the Swordsman Guild. Basically, every first-class branch would have a few invincible emperors. But the Sword Brilliance City only had him and Li Fuchen in the top 100 of the Emperor Monarch rankings. In the era where demigods had vanished, invincible emperors were undoubtedly the face of the super factions. Therefore, there might be plenty of super factions in the universe, but there were only 9 publicly recognized strongest super factions. These 9 super factions didn't just have many demigods, they also had a lot of invincible emperors. Invincible emperors were important enough, but the top 100 invincible emperors were naturally even more important. Originally, the Sword Brilliance City's strength in the Radiant Star region should be similar to the other 8 major branches. But now that Li Fuchen was here, the Sword Brilliance City's strength was probably superior. Of course, some of the 8 major branches also had 2 top 100 invincible emperors. After all, there were too many invincible emperors and the primary Bright Sword Ancestor would occasionally head to other first-class branches. Primary Extreme Emperor, if you don't mind, can we have a spar? After chatting for a while, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor went straight to the point. That is exactly what I wish for. Li Fuchen immediately nodded in agreement. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor was ranked 32nd on the Emperor ranking and it was enough to test his limit of strength. Follow me to the sword contest stage. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor waved his hand and a void tunnel appeared. The sword contest stage was constructed by a demigod from the Swordsman Guild. Let alone an invincible emperor, even a regular demigod wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor didn't want anyone to know about this spar. After going on stage, he sealed off the surroundings. Primary Bright Sword Ancestor, please. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. After sizing up the Joint Heaven Sword, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor smiled and said, It seems like you are still lacking a suitable artifact sword. Invincible emperors basically used peak-grade supreme weapons. Just like his primary Bright Sword, it was a peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Not wishing to take advantage of Li Fuchen, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor took out a high-grade supreme artifact sword. Be careful, Sword Sea Horizon. The same move, Sword Sea Horizon, was executed at this moment and it was approaching perfection. The entire sword contest stage and even the depths of time and space were occupied by the boundless Sword Sea. There wasn't a single gap. A great move, Sword Sea Horizon. Take a look at my sword intent illumination. The primary bright sword ancestor brandished his long sword and a layer of faint sword light protected him. With the protection of this layer of sword light, the boundless sword sea wasn't able to do anything to him. Sect origin swords. After the first sword didn't work, Li Fuchen followed up with the second sword. In the void, billions of sword lights fused together, turning the limitless into the limited, turning the 10,000 swords into one sword. In the face of this sword that returned to the natural state, all transformations were meaningless. This sword was aimed at one's nature. This sword represented one's uniqueness. My heart is like a clear mirror that reflects everything. There was a burst of sparks as the primary bright sword ancestor blocked Li Fuchen's sect origin swords with extreme precision. Seeing one's nature with a clear mind, turning slaughter into nothingness. Immediately after, the primary bright sword ancestor's sword brushed past Li Fuchen's sword and slashed at Li Fuchen's chest. This sword was too fast and Li Fuchen couldn't block it in time. TFFF. The sword pierced through Li Fuchen's chest, but Li Fuchen's chest was only formed by sword light and not his true body. And then, the primary bright sword ancestor revealed a shocked expression. To be honest, even if this sword struck Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen at all. It was impossible for an invincible ruler to kill another invincible ruler. Otherwise, an invincible ruler wouldn't be called an invincible ruler. But the primary bright sword ancestor would never expect that Li Fuchen would be able to dodge this sword. He was known as the primary bright sword ancestor and was one of the oldest batch of invincible rulers on the emperor ranking. He had abundant combat experience and knew invincible rulers couldn't compare with him. In the past, he had fought with dozens of invincible rulers. Apart from those ancient invincible rulers who had the same amount of combat experience as him, the other invincible rulers would be at a disadvantage when facing him. Some of them would even be suppressed from the start to the end and wouldn't be able to retaliate. Li Fuchen had just progressed to an invincible ruler today and was actually able to dodge his sword. It was truly unbelievable. How could the primary bright sword ancestor know that Li Fuchen's combat experience couldn't be calculated with common sense? Li Fuchen's on-the-spot reaction speed wasn't something a ruler could compare with. In fact, with Li Fuchen's spirit soul strength, he was able to predict the opponent's move trajectory in advance. Therefore, unless the difference in strength was too great, otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be suppressed by techniques. Sword Chi return. From the side of the primary bright sword ancestor, an unknown sword light flew over. Clang! When the primary bright sword ancestor's sword didn't hit Li Fuchen, he already felt something wasn't right. It was fortunate that his primary bright sword Dao was able to reflect all things. He was able to detect Li Fuchen's sword move in advance. Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen and the primary bright sword ancestor each took a few steps back. Primary extreme ruler, if you can block the next two sword moves, apart from demigods, there aren't many individuals that can suppress you. The primary bright sword ancestor had a solemn expression. Chapter 999. Come. Li Fuchen's eyes turned solemn. Strictly speaking, sword ancestor Yuanming's sword skills were superior to his. If not for his exceptional reflexes that allowed him to predict the trajectory of the other party's moves, he would have been hit long ago. Intuition told Li Fuchen that for the next two swords, it was already very difficult for him to block one sword. To block two swords, it would be a little difficult. But how would he know if he didn't try? Be careful. The aura of the Yuanming sword ancestor turned ethereal. In the next moment, his body spun and soared into the sky, slashing down with his sword. The bright moon is still the same. The illusory sword light enveloped the heaven and earth and also enveloped Li Fuchen's spirit at the same time. Not good. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His opponent's sword was too different from the previous sword. It was as though there was a qualitative change. In the face of this sword, Li Fuchen felt powerless for the first time. It wasn't a lack of power, but a lack of power in terms of realm. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and activated his kill move. This time, the origin return sword form wasn't a row of swords, it was a giant sword that enveloped Li Fuchen and slashed violently. Crackle! The illusory sword light destroyed layer after layer. In an instant, at least thousands of layers were destroyed. However, this illusory sword light didn't increase or decrease. It was inextinguishable. Just like the name of this move, the bright moon is still, truth is not. I don't believe that I can't break this move. Li Fuchen's entire body was bursting with sword shadows. In an instant, there were at least 10 million sword shadows bursting out. If it was before the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have dared to do this, otherwise, he would have emptied himself. Of course, at that time, he was unable to use the returning origin sword form. Finally, there was a fluctuation from the illusory sword light. Billions of illusory sword lights were like sunlight that shone on Li Fuchen's body. The aftermath has consumed more than 90% of my robbery power. Li Fuchen's heart shivered. Last time in Black Wind Valley, Monarch Black Wind had attacked him so many times, but he had only expended 30% of his tribulation power. This kid's survivability is really strong. I can't even injure him in the slightest. The Origin Bright Sword ancestor assumed that this move should be able to injure Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's defense to be so tyrannical. In terms of defense, Li Fuchen was at least top 20 on the Emperor rankings. Yuan Ming Sword Ancestor, I'll see your final sword next time. I'll let it go this time. Li Fuchen might want to see the power of the primary Bright Sword Ancestor's final sword, but he wasn't even able to withstand the primary Bright Sword Ancestor's sword completely and wasn't qualified to witness the final sword. Alright. Although Sword Ancestor Yuan Ming had a smile on his face, he was filled with emotions. The other party had just broken through and was already so powerful. The next time they sparred, he was not confident that he could suppress the other party. Other than the Supreme Sword Bone, the Swordsman Guild had many other precious resources. For example, secret technique resources. The secret techniques here were no ordinary 9-star secret techniques. Instead, they were supreme secret techniques. The supreme secret techniques were further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Generally speaking, emperors would cultivate high grade or supreme grade supreme secret techniques. But even the worst high grade supreme secret techniques would cost 1,000 elder points. As for supreme grade supreme secret techniques, they would cost 100,000 elder points. Li Fuchen didn't have enough elder points. It seems like I have to go out and earn more elder points. Back then, if Li Fuchen had learned a few formidable escape secret techniques, he wouldn't have to exhaust the time source essence of the Prismatic Stone Mother when he encountered the Black Wind Monarch. The Prismatic Stone Mother was a universe cardinal treasure and it was truly a waste to use it to escape. The Elder Grand Hall was Li Fuchen's second time here. This time, he was preparing to accept missions with higher difficulty. Li Fuchen arrived in front of the mission wall and sized up the mission list. The previous missions are still here. Perhaps I can venture into the Chaos Ruins. The Chaos Metal Beast's corpse might only be worth 5,000 elder points, but the Chaos Ruins was a dangerous place with the richest resources. It was rumored that someone obtained the Universe Cardinal Treasures, the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Fire Lotus in the Chaos Ruins. Li Fuchen didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining the Chaos Pearl or the Chaos Fire Lotus. He would be satisfied if he could obtain some rare resources. As for the Black Wind Valley mission, Li Fuchen was too ruthless previously. After over 200 years, the Black Wind Valley's Black Wind Beasts had only recovered 10%. It wasn't worth it to hunt them. The Chaos Ruins, as the name suggested, was a piece of Chaos Ruins. In this place, all the universe laws had been shattered and the universe source had already vanished. Once one entered, one could only rely on one's strength reserves to fight. It was impossible to rely on the universe source to replenish one's strength. It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Ruins were extremely dangerous. More than one invincible emperor had perished inside. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Chaos Ruins. It was hard to describe the state of the Chaos Ruins. If he had to describe it, it was like a wound in the universe. Furthermore, this wound was constantly expanding and there would be sounds of the universe laws collapsing and shattering at the edges. A few years later, will the entire Radiant Star region be destroyed? Li Fuchen was speechless. He could destroy the universe laws within a short period of time, and most of the emperors could do it too. But to destroy the universe laws permanently, no emperor could do it. Only demigods could barely do it. However, Li Fuchen didn't know if there were any demigods that could create the chaos ruins. There might be, there might not be. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen didn't slow down and rushed into the chaos ruins. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Once inside, Li Fuchen felt that he had lost contact with the outside world and was no longer able to connect to the Sword Dao source. It was fortunate that he was already an invincible emperor and his strength reserves were extremely exaggerated. As long as he wasn't trapped in the chaos ruins forever, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive. The chaos ruins wasn't as simple as the universe laws being shattered. This place was filled with a power that was completely opposite to the universe. It was chaotic power. In this place, even Li Fuchen felt his willpower being disrupted and he couldn't help but want to fight. The universe represents order, the chaos ruins represents disorder. In this place, those with weaker willpower would easily lose control of their Dao heart. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't afraid of the chaotic power here. Earlier on, it was just a trace of discomfort due to the sudden change in environment. Now that he had adapted, his heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Li Fuchen traversed through the chaos ruins with extreme speed. When flying past the ruins of a universe city, Li Fuchen stopped. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and cleaved open the ruins of the universe city. In between the ruins of the universe city, there was a red crystal that was a few miles in size. Such a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal is rare in the world. I reckon that most of the arrays in this universe city were fire Dao arrays. This piece of fire element crystal was used to provide energy for the universe city. A fist-sized low-grade fire element crystal wasn't valuable at all and was only worth 2 or 3 peak-grade spirit stones. But a piece of low-grade fire element crystal that was a few miles in size was extremely valuable and was worth at least 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that this was the Chaos Ruins and it was filled with chaotic power. Otherwise, this piece of fire element crystal would have been discovered by others. Chapter 1000. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins. Even if 100 million years or 1 billion years passed in the outside world, no time would pass here. In other words, if an ordinary person could survive in the ruins of chaos, he would be able to live forever as long as he didn't go crazy from the endless years of torture. Unfortunately, this was meaningless to an emperor. An emperor was immortal in the first place. Rumble. A voice that only Li Fuchen could hear echoed. In his line of sight, the remains of a glowing cosmos city were being corroded by the chaotic energy. They crumbled and turned into chaotic energy, merging with the chaos ruins. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. In the chaos ruins, timekeeping tools were basically useless because this place was filled with chaotic energy and the interference was too severe. It was estimated that only the timekeeping tools at the level of high-grade or supreme-grade secret treasures would not be affected too much. Li Fuchen was a little worried. He was worried that once he exited, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years would have passed in the outside world. Most of his friends and relatives would have perished. It shouldn't be that mysterious. At most, I'll find a sovereign emperor skilled in the Tao of space and time to revive them. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for an emperor to revive a heaven monarch. However, it was relatively easy to revive existences below the heaven monarch realm. However, reviving people who died of old age was a little special. After reviving them, they had to be placed in a special space-time. Otherwise, they would still die of old age instantly. Roar! A loud and ear-piercing voice echoed from an extremely far distance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as it was the voice of the Chaos Metal Beast. Speeding up, Li Fuchen flew towards the source of the sound. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the Chaos Metal Beast. The Chaos 5 metal beast was tens of thousands of miles long, and its entire body was covered with 5-colored metals. Its opponent was a peak sovereign emperor wearing a brown cloak and holding a 3-pointed, double-edged saber. The Chaos metal beast was not very strong. It was only equivalent to an ordinary sovereign emperor. However, its defenses were extremely strong. This peak sovereign emperor could only barely break through its defenses. He could not severely injure the Chaos metal beast. "Who is it?" shouted the peak sovereign emperor, fighting the primal Chaos 5 metal beast when he sensed someone approaching. "This chaotic metal beast is mine. You can leave now." Li Fuchen released his chi presence. It was very difficult to transmit one's aura out of the Chaos ruins unless one actively released it. An invincible sovereign lord? The peak imperial lord's expression changed. If it were just a peak sovereign emperor, Shao Chen would not fear it. At worst, he would just fight it out and see who had more trump cards. However, his opponent was an invincible sovereign lord. That was a completely different matter. This was the ruins of primordial chaos. Without any energy to replenish themselves, there was a high chance that invincible Empyreans would be able to kill them. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. This peak sovereign emperor did not even dare to say anything harsh, directly fleeing. "You're quite tactful." Li Fuchen didn't think he was a saint and didn't want to be one. In the dangerous ruins, he didn't have any psychological burden to rob others. Moreover, the Chaos 5 metal beast was not an inanimate object. It did not belong to whoever encountered it first. "Break!" Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the sword chi penetrated the Chaos metal beast's head. But just as Li Fuchen expected, this sword didn't kill the Chaos metal beast. Li Fuchen's strength might be several levels higher than the Chaos metal beast, but the Chaos metal beast was still a chaos giant beast that lived in the Chaos ruins. Its vitality was unimaginably vigorous. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to extinguish a portion of the Chaos metal beast's vitality. It wasn't able to extinguish all of the vitality. 2 strikes, 3 strikes, in a single breath, Li Fuchen brandished his sword more than 1,000 times and finally killed the Chaos metal beast. "It is fortunate that I prepared a P-class spatial ring, otherwise, I will not be able to store the Chaos metal beast's corpse." Li Fuchen waved his hand and stored the Chaos metal beast's corpse. In the Chaos ruins, apart from the Chaos metal beast, there were other Chaos giant beasts like the Chaos Worm, Chaos Silver Snake, Chaos Golden Snake, Chaos Giant Spirit, and many others. In comparison, the Chaos Metal Beast was considered easier to deal with. The Chaos Worm might have the same strength as the Chaos Metal Beast, but the Chaos Worm could split itself into millions of parts. It was almost impossible to kill them in the Chaos ruins. The Chaos Silver Snake's strength was at the level of a high-class ruler, the Chaos Golden Snake was at the level of a P-class ruler, and the Chaos Giant Spirit was at the level of a P-class ruler. It was unknown if Li Fuchen was lucky or not, but he encountered a Chaos Golden Snake. The Chaos Golden Snake was 100,000 miles long and it was like a golden snake that was 1,000,000,000,000 times larger. This golden snake didn't have a tail and both of its heads were golden. It looked very strange and savage. TFFF. Li Fuchen used all his strength and was only able to leave a few sword marks on the surface of the Chaos Golden Snake. My strength as an invincible ruler can't even deal with a Chaos Golden Snake. I wonder what is so terrifying about a stronger Chaos Giant Spirit. Perhaps, with a peak-grade Supreme Artifact sword, it will be much easier. Right now, the Joint Heaven sword in Li Fuchen's hand was already unable to keep up with his pace. Almost all the other invincible rulers had a peak-grade Supreme Artifact. It seems like I have to change to a different sword. To be serious, the Joint Heaven sword wasn't suitable for him. After all, he wasn't walking on the Void Sword Dao, it was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. If he had a peak-grade Supreme Artifact sword that was compatible with the primary Extreme Sword Dao, Li Fuchen's strength would be increased by 10 times or 100 times. At the thought of this, Li Fuchen had an idea. Why not forge a primary Extreme Artifact sword himself? He might not have the materials, but he could barter with other items. Back in the Prism Light Galaxy, he had obtained a star's purple cloud divine metal. The purple cloud divine metal was one of the most suitable metals to forge armors in the universe. It was said that as long as the forging method was formidable enough, the purple cloud divine metal could forge half-god armors that surpassed peak-grade supreme armors. I can try it after I get out. After getting rid of the Chaos Golden Snake, Li Fuchen continued to explore the Chaos Ruins. It might have been a day, it might have been a few decades. Li Fuchen, who was wandering aimlessly in the Chaos Ruins, suddenly felt a blazing intent surging at him. It was very unbelievable. In the Chaos Ruins, even invincible rulers' chi presences couldn't transmit very far. What could transmit the blazing intent from such a long distance? Universe artifact? Li Fuchen immediately thought of universe artifact. Only a universe treasure could surpass an unrivaled sovereign emperor in terms of intrinsic quality. Li Fuchen burst with speed to the limits and flew towards the source of the blazing intent. This flight took a very long time. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins and time didn't exist. However, a ruler was actually a small universe and had the ability to measure everything. It was because the Chaos Ruins was filled with chaotic power, otherwise, a ruler would be able to synchronize the time in the outside world. Finally, Li Fuchen saw the source of the blazing intent. In the center of the fiery red paste, there was a flaming red lotus. It was gently swaying and emitting horrific and mighty power. Chaos Fire Lotus, one of the two universe artifacts in the Chaos Ruins. This is the Fire Dao cultivation artifact, Chaos Fire Lotus. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch it from me. Just like Li Fuchen, there were plenty of rulers that were attracted by the Chaos Fire Lotus Chi presence, and there were plenty of invincible rulers among them. Blazing flame power and calamity power. Chapter 1001. A middle-stage tribulation hand was equivalent to a sovereign emperor. At that time, no one below the demigod level would be able to break his indestructible body, and as long as the indestructible body was not broken, he would not be injured at all. Apart from energy output, he would not consume any energy at all, which was equivalent to increasing his strength in another way. The primal Chaos Fire Lotus is a cosmic treasure produced after the destruction of the universe. It's normal for it to contain tribulation power. When anything was destroyed, there would be tribulation power spilling out. The destruction of the universe was no exception. In his heart, Li Fuchen had already treated the Chaos Flame Lotus as his possession. The primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. Bullshit. The primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. All the sovereign emperors charged towards the Chaos Fire Lotus. Among them, a green-haired old man was the fastest. Its ancestor Azure Soul that's ranked at the 887th position on the Imperial Monarch rankings. Everyone, attack him together. Otherwise, we won't have a chance once the chaotic flame lotus falls into his hands. Invincible sovereign emperors posed far too great of a threat. In a one-on-one fight, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from Forefather Azure Soul. The weaker ones would be easily heavily injured. Boom boom boom, dozens of attacks slammed into Forefather Qinghua, sending him tumbling backward. He failed to obtain the primal Chaos Flame Lotus. Damn it, all of you should die. Patriarch Azure Soul was enraged and began to fight against the Imperial Monarchs. An invincible sovereign emperor was indeed an invincible sovereign emperor. Even when fighting against so many, he was not at a disadvantage. It must be known that none of these sovereign emperors were ordinary sovereign emperors. Most of them were peak sovereign emperors, and there were quite a few peak sovereign emperors as well. At this moment, the advantage of not being famous was here. Li Fuchen might be an invincible ruler, but there weren't many that recognized him. Furthermore, this was the Chaos Ruins and his chi presence wasn't obvious. Therefore, everyone treated Li Fuchen as a regular ruler. Turning into a sword light, Li Fuchen flew towards the Chaos Flame Lotus with extreme speed. Not good. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast and his speed had already surpassed regular peak-level emperors. Right now, there were only two explanations. Firstly, Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler. Secondly, Li Fuchen had a powerful cardinal artifact that could increase his speed. Either way, it was not a good thing for everyone. Trying to profit from the fight? Dream on. The first to make a move was the Green Soul Ancestor. He grabbed with his hand and a green claw enveloped Li Fuchen. The others wanted to make a move but didn't have the time. By the time they made a move, Li Fuchen would have already obtained the Chaos Flame Lotus. However, no one was worried that Li Fuchen would be able to obtain the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Qing Soul Ancestor was an invincible ruler, and with his help, even other invincible rulers would be severely affected. Crack! The green claw crushed a sword light. Li Fuchen arrived at the side of the Chaos Fire Lotus and reached out to pluck it. So hot, so heavy. The primal Chaos Flame Lotus was extremely blazing. In order to resist the blazing heat, Li Fuchen's power was rapidly depleting. The consumption speed was thousands of times faster than during combat. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's power reserve was at the invincible ruler level, otherwise, it would be very strenuous. Secondly, the primal Chaos Flame Lotus was rather heavy. Li Fuchen felt as though he was uprooting a universe tree and had used every ounce of strength in his body. He's an invincible sovereign. Everyone finally woke up. In the blink of an eye, there was a rumbling sound as Li Fuchen abruptly pulled out the Chaos Flame Lotus. For a moment, the dazzling flames enveloped Li Fuchen. Die! Dozens of attacks landed on Li Fuchen, including the Qing Soul Ancestor's attack. Bang boom! The attacks exploded on Li Fuchen's body, but they couldn't even injure a single hair on Li Fuchen's body. Impossible! The Qing Soul Ancestor's eyes were widened. It was fine if Li Fuchen dodged his attack previously, but now, Li Fuchen had taken a full-force attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Even if Li Fuchen was one of the top rankers among the invincible sovereigns, there was no reason for Li Fuchen to be unharmed after taking an attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Could Li Fuchen have some incredible peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor? A regular peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor wouldn't be able to completely isolate their attacks. They would only be able to isolate regular attacks from regular sovereigns. I have used around 5% of the Calamity power. They are all invincible sovereigns, but the difference is rather huge. If the Qing Soul Ancestor was the primary Bright Sword Ancestor, a single sword would be able to break Li Fuchen's myriad Calamity immortal body and injure him. Right now, the Qing Soul Ancestor would need at least 20 attacks to break the myriad Calamity immortal body. As for the others' attacks, to Li Fuchen, their combined attacks weren't even comparable to a single attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Obtaining the Chaos Fire Lotus didn't mean that Li Fuchen could keep it. Even the best spatial ring wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus, unless the Chaos Fire Lotus was sealed first. Seal! Sword patterns were emitted and enveloped the Chaos Fire Lotus. As the sword patterns got more concentrated, the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus was getting weaker and was finally sealed. However, the seal was only temporary. In a short period of time, the Chaos Fire Lotus would be able to break the sword pattern seal, but that was a matter for the future. After keeping the Chaos Fire Lotus, Li Fuchen raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone, farewell. While speaking, there was a flash of sword light and Li Fuchen was already extremely far away. Thinking of leaving? The Qing Soul Ancestor turned into a green light and pursued relentlessly. As for the others, they looked at each other with bitter expressions. They couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen, furthermore, so what if they caught up? They could still think of a way to deal with one invincible ruler, but it was impossible for them to obtain the Chaos Fire Lotus with two invincible rulers. The Qing Soul Ancestor firmly believed that Li Fuchen had incredible cardinal artifacts and armor. Otherwise, why didn't Li Fuchen counterattack? Since Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of an invincible ruler, there was still a way. The Qing Soul Ancestor could slowly exhaust Li Fuchen's power. After flying for a certain distance, Li Fuchen stopped. Not going to escape anymore. The Qing Soul Ancestor's face was filled with murderous aura. Why should I escape? Li Fuchen asked in return. That's right. It doesn't matter if you escape or not, there will only be one outcome, that is to be killed by me, the Qing's soul ancestor. Patriarch Azure Soul tossed a five-colored pearl into the air. The five-colored light it gave off completely enveloped the area where the two of them were, not leaving any gaps. This is a sealing cardinal artifact that I obtained from a ruin. It is able to seal all time and space. Even I will need to attack it dozens of times before I can break it. If Li Fuchen wanted to attack continuously, he must not be disturbed. Therefore, even if Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he was a top-ranked invincible ruler. In the past, the Qing's soul ancestor had used this sealing cardinal artifact to kill several peak-level rulers. It was a pity that this sealing cardinal artifact's only weakness was that it couldn't seal too many experts. The more experts it sealed, the easier it would be broken. I hope you aren't trapped in your own trap. Li Fuchen grinned. Courting death. The Qing's soul ancestor brandished his claw at Li Fuchen. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and a silver sword qi devoured the Qing's soul ancestor. How is this possible? In the endless sword sea, the Qing's soul ancestor was in a miserable state when facing the waves of sword qi. He then realized that Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler in name only and Li Fuchen's strength was superior to him. 9th rank Qing's soul, activate. After activating a peak-grade supreme secret technique, the Qing's soul ancestor's body opened up. The power output instantly increased by 10 times. Normally, there was a limit to the power output, but there were some secret techniques that could increase the limit. Rumble. With the power output increased by 10 times, the Qing's soul ancestor's claw art's power was also increased by 10 times. In just a few breaths, the endless sword sea was broken. Receive another sword move from me, Sect Origin Sword. Without giving the Qing's soul ancestor any chance to react, Li Fuchen thrust his sword. PFFF. The sword light penetrated the Qing's soul ancestor's body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used all sorts of methods to suppress the Qing's soul ancestor. Withdraw. The Qing's soul ancestor was extremely sullen, but no matter how sullen he was, he still had to be rational. After keeping the five-color pearl, the Qing's soul ancestor turned into a green light and fled frantically. Let's see how long you can escape. Even if there wasn't much hope to kill the Qing's soul ancestor, Li Fuchen still wanted to give it a try. With one chasing and the other escaping, both of them were extremely fast. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's speed was slightly faster than the Qing's soul ancestor. Green smoke shifting technique. At the crucial moment, the Qing's soul ancestor executed an incredible escaping secret technique. His speed increased drastically and instantly left Li Fuchen far behind. Truly troublesome. Li Fuchen frowned. The Qing's soul ancestor had too many methods. There was a sealing cardinal artifact, burst secret technique, and escape secret technique. Until the very last moment, no one would know how many methods the Qing's soul ancestor was hiding. Based on this deduction, apart from the new monarchs like Li Fuchen, those ancient monarchs probably had all sorts of incredible methods and wouldn't be easily persecuted. Let me find a place to absorb the calamity power from the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Chaos Ruins might be extremely dangerous, but it was also extremely dangerous to take out the Chaos Flame Lotus outside. If a large group of invincible monarchs came looking for him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong he was. But in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about such things. Li Fuchen was confident that he could resist against single-digit invincible monarchs. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen found a strange low-lying area. The chaotic power here was very concentrated and there were signs of collapse. Sitting in the middle of the low-lying area, Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Flame Lotus and removed the sword pattern seal. Boom! A dazzling flame burst out along with a shocking blazing intent. The impact caused the low-lying area to collapse. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power and pressed his hand on the Chaos Flame Lotus. In the next moment, a horrific and viscous power flowed through Li Fuchen's palm and rushed into Li Fuchen's body. Such pure calamity power. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 1002. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's hand of calamity had reached the peak of the initial stage. Next, it was time to break through to the mid-stage. Crack crack crack, Li Fuchen's body appeared with countless fine cracks and there was a destructive chi presence leaking out from the cracks. Visible to the naked eye, the area around Li Fuchen was producing small bubbles. These small bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing and were extraordinary. No wonder it is the calamity power that is born from the destruction of the universe. As a large amount of pure calamity power entered his body, Li Fuchen naturally comprehended plenty of calamity extermination quintessence. Calamity power was the power that caused order to collapse. To a certain degree, it was on the opposite side of the universe. It originated from chaos and returned to chaos. The bubbles were increasing and getting denser. It felt as though the chaos ruins was being boiled by someone. But what kind of power was able to boil the chaos ruins? Bang boom! All the bubbles were instantly destroyed. With Li Fuchen at the center, the strange depression started to collapse. The chaos ruins was originally chaos, and if the chaos collapsed again, what was that? Li Fuchen couldn't understand, but it didn't stop him from being fearful. He could feel that the boundless chaos power was gathering here. It felt like a bottomless pit that was devouring the entire ocean. Forcefully breaking free from the collapse power, Li Fuchen fled frantically. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, there was a burst of intense light behind Li Fuchen. It was hard to imagine that there was light in the chaos ruins. Along with the light was an unparalleled explosive power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the explosive power had already surpassed the Emperor's level. If Li Fuchen didn't escape early, the myriad calamity immortal body wouldn't be able to withstand the explosive power and would instantly be smashed into smithereens. Of course, even though Li Fuchen escaped early, he still consumed 80% or 90% of his calamity power. His hand of calamity was already at the mid-stage. The myriad calamity immortal body was able to ignore attacks below the half-god level. Li Fuchen didn't know that because of him, over a dozen emperors had perished from the explosive power. There were plenty of peak-tier emperors among them. In the outside world, there might only be a few peak-tier emperors that perished in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. There were plenty of chaos metal beasts in the chaos ruins. With absolute strength and excellent luck, Li Fuchen's spatial ring already had 8 chaos metal beasts' corpses. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be 40,000. It is a chaos silver snake. After killing the 9th chaos metal beast, Li Fuchen encountered a chaos silver snake. Li Fuchen might not be able to kill the chaos golden snake, but he had a high chance of killing the chaos silver snake. Just like the chaos golden snake, the chaos silver snake did not have a tail. Both of its heads were snake heads. However, the chaos silver snake's body was bright silver instead of gold. After expending a huge amount of effort, Li Fuchen successfully killed the primal chaos silver snake. A primal chaos silver snake's corpse can be exchanged for 100,000 elder points. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The Chaos Fire Lotus and low-grade Fire Element crystals might also be exchanged for a massive amount of elder points, but these two items were too precious and Li Fuchen wasn't willing to use them to exchange for elder points. In the outside world, 80 years had passed since Li Fuchen entered the Chaos Ruins. I'm finally out. It hasn't been too long. At the border of the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath. To be honest, unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to enter the Chaos Ruins again. It wasn't to say that it was dangerous inside, but as a life form that was born in the universe, it was rather stifling to be unable to feel the existence of time. In the end, Li Fuchen wasn't used to his eternal life. Once he was used to it, he might not feel that the Chaos Ruins was so stifling. After exiting the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen felt relaxed and flew towards the Sword Brilliant City with a pleasant mood. 9 Chaos Metal Beast corpses, 1 Chaos Silver Snake corpse, and some resources that could only be produced in the Chaos Ruins. After returning to the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen's elder points had increased from a few hundred to 200,000 points. It was even more than the previous harvest in the Black Wind Valley. Let me redeem a secret technique to practice first. After arriving at the secret technique hall, Li Fuchen started to choose a secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't consider high-grade supreme secret techniques and immediately went to the region where peak-grade supreme secret techniques were stored. Burst Battle Body, Power Burst Secret Technique. A total of 6 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 6th rank will allow the user to burst out with 12 times the strength. Price, 100,000 Elder Points. Flowing Light Sword Shift, Speed Type Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the sub-completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 3 times. At the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 6 times. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. Price, 120,000 Elder Points. Sword God's Eye, Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique. It is split into 3 grades. At the low-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint Spirit of regular monarchs. At the mid-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint Spirit of high-class monarchs. At the high-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint Spirit of peak-class monarchs. Price, 150,000 Elder Points. Sword Lock, Sealing Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the sub-completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap an invincible monarch. Price, 180,000 Elder Points. Li Fuchen realized that he wanted to learn all of the peak-grade supreme secret techniques. Each of them was extremely useful and none of them were useless. It is very difficult for everyone to kill each other at the monarch level. At this moment, it is very important to have an all-round ability. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the upper hand. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the stronger survivability. In history, the dead monarchs were usually monarchs that only had one ability. After pondering for a long time, Li Fuchen decided to choose the Sword Lock. The Burst Battle Body might allow him to burst out with 12 times the strength, but it wasn't enough to kill a peak-class monarch in a single attack. It wasn't even possible to kill a peak-class monarch. If he couldn't kill the enemy would immediately use some methods to escape. But with the Sword Lock, it was different. Li Fuchen could trap the enemy first before slowly killing them. As for the Flowing Light Sword Shift and the Eye of the Sword God, they weren't as useful to Li Fuchen as the Sword Lock. After the Hand of Calamity reached the middle stage, no one below the demigod level could kill Li Fuchen. Not even a few invincible monarchs would be able to kill Li Fuchen. Therefore, speed wasn't crucial to Li Fuchen. The Eye of the Sword God was just a spiritual awareness attack secret technique and its power was on the weaker side. When cultivated to the high grade, it would only be able to injure a peak-class monarch Saint Spirit and wasn't very useful. Li Fuchen actually wanted to learn a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness strength, after learning the Eye of the Sword God, he would actually be able to increase the Eye of the Sword God's power by several levels. It wouldn't be impossible to injure an invincible monarch Saint Spirit. Take it slow. I will learn the Sword Lock first before thinking of a way to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. Without a Soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to take a step back and choose a spiritual awareness secret technique. According to Li Fuchen's understanding, let alone peak-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques, even high-grade and mid-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques were extremely rare in the universe. They were usually in the hands of individuals. Chapter 1003. After returning to the manor, Li Fuchen started to cultivate Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. This secret technique wasn't difficult to learn, but it was very complicated. It required the cultivator to condense a sword talisman. This sword talisman was formed by countless sword diagrams, and each sword diagram was formed by countless sword marks. The cultivator needed to spend a lot of energy to truly condense a sword talisman. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, people who cultivated this secret technique took at least 50 years to master it. Sword ancestor Yuan Ming spent 300 years to master it. That's easy. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, it was too easy to enter the entry stage of sword lock. With his purplish-red soul, his deduction ability could be said to be heaven-defying, so he was least afraid of being complicated. In just 3 months, Li Fuchen had cultivated the sword lock of heaven and earth to the entry stage. This was because there were some parts that needed to be comprehended and pondered. If he didn't need to comprehend and ponder, he would be able to condense the sword talisman in a few days. After the entry stage, the next step was the minor accomplishment stage. To reach the lesser mastery level, one would need to condense 36,000 sword talismans and form a sword formation. That's right, sword lock heaven and earth could be considered a formation. However, this formation was a little special in setting it up. It wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to condense 36,000 sword talismans, and he succeeded in just a few months. However, the next step was the most important. He needed to combine these 36,000 sword talismans into a sword formation. This was not a simple patchwork, but a perfect combination. There was no room for error. The slightest mistake would cause the sword formation to collapse, and so would the sword talisman. At that time, he would have to condense the sword talisman once more to form the sword formation once more. Not only would it be a waste of energy, it would also easily cause him to become impatient. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, the fastest person to cultivate sword lock heaven and earth to the small success stage took a total of 800 years. Done. Li Fuchen broke the record again and used just 1 year to cultivate the sword lock of heaven and earth to the sub-completion stage. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuchen used himself as the target and released sword lock. In the next moment, a spherical spatial zone enveloped Li Fuchen. There were faint sword runes flickering on the spatial barrier, but soon enough, the sword runes and the spherical spatial zone were concealed. Bang! Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the void. He only used a small amount of strength in this punch, roughly equivalent to a high-level sovereign lord. According to the introduction of the secret technique, the sub-completion stage of sword lock was enough to trap a high-class ruler. Li Fuchen's fist wasn't even able to shake the sword lock. Only when Li Fuchen increased his attack power to the level of a peak-class ruler, the sword lock was finally broken and plenty of sword talismans were shattered. I see. Li Fuchen understood clearly. The sword lock of heaven and earth would be consumed, but it would be in the form of sword talismans. Each sword talisman was condensed from the power of his sword Dao. If he were to use it against his enemies in the future, it would be best to condense more sword talismans. That way, even if the sword lock of heaven and earth was broken, he could continue to use it. After the minor realm was the major realm. The major realm required 360,000 swords to form a sword array. The Swordsman Guild's record was 5,000 years. To Li Fuchen, apart from the process of forming the sword formation, there were some places that required comprehension and pondering. There wasn't any trace of difficulty and it just required some effort. Therefore, Li Fuchen only spent 6 years to cultivate the sword lock to the completion stage. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Swordsman Guild. The person who created the cultivation record for the sword lock of heaven and earth was a son of the universe. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was 1,000 times faster than the son of the universe, and it was definitely too exaggerated. Only Li Fuchen knew that he might be 100 or 1,000 times superior to the son of the universe. The son of the universe was favored by the universe, while Li Fuchen was favored by the golden amulet. From all the signs, the golden amulet's existence was obviously superior to the universe. If there was a god and a divine world, then the golden amulet must be from the divine world. Even if it was in the divine world, it would probably be an incredible item. Of course, gods and divine worlds were just legends and no one had seen them before. It was just a guess. Li Fuchen had to personally verify the origin of the golden amulet. The prerequisite was that Li Fuchen had to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to investigate the golden amulet. Horizontal river star region, it was as calm as before. At the border of the horizontal river star region, there was a boundless group of asteroids that were slowly moving. Rumble. All of a sudden, there was a flash of white light and the group of asteroids exploded. Immortal Emperor, where do you think you are going? After the white light, there was a green light. The speed of the green light was slightly faster than the white light, and it soon caught up with them. Myriad Poison Emperor, why must you be so overbearing? You have been chasing me for 1,000 years. Within the white light was a handsome middle-aged man. I said it before. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will kill you. While speaking, within the green light, there was a giant green hand that slammed at the handsome middle-aged man. Boom! The handsome middle-aged man was sent flying and his body was tainted with a faint layer of green. But soon enough, the layer of green vanished. It is fortunate that I cultivate the immortal Tao, otherwise, I would have been poisoned to death. But if this carries on, in just a few hundred years, the immortal power in my body will be depleted. Soon enough, 2 rays of light arrived at the center of the horizontal river star region. This commotion. The commotion caused by the battle between 2 emperors was too huge. Almost all the city lord-class heaven monarchs could sense it from afar. The closest one was the blue water city Shui Tianjun. He didn't dare to approach with his main body and used a water Dao clone to approach silently. It is the immortal emperor. I didn't expect him to become an emperor in just a few tens of thousands of years. I wonder what level of emperor is he? Shui Tianjun immediately recognized the immortal emperor. Before Li Fuchen was born, the immortal emperor was known as the #1 prodigy of the horizontal river star region. Shui Tianjun remembered that a few tens of thousands of years ago, the immortal emperor even had a battle with the darkness heaven monarch. But the emperor that is chasing after the immortal emperor looks even stronger. He isn't inferior to the horizontal river primogenitor. Shui Tianjun hadn't seen too many emperors, therefore, he wasn't able to see the emperor's level. He could only use reference objects to differentiate. The second to arrive was the horizontal river primogenitor. So it is the Myriad Poison Emperor. The horizontal river primogenitor recognized the Myriad Poison Emperor. This was an emperor whose strength wasn't inferior to him and was extremely famous in the universe. As the Myriad Poison Emperor attacked the immortal emperor, he said to the horizontal river primogenitor, "Horizontal river primogenitor, this person has a huge grudge with me. You probably won't interfere, right?" His poison power was able to suppress those that were weaker than him, but it would be weaker against those with similar strength. The horizontal river primogenitor said, "I naturally won't interfere, but I still hope that you can let him off." The immortal emperor and Li Fuchen came from the same plane. He might not wish to provoke the Myriad Poison Emperor, but he hoped that the Myriad Poison Emperor would give him some face. Impossible. The Myriad Poison Emperor immediately rejected. What a joke. He had been chasing the immortal emperor for over 1,000 years, how could he give up just like that? Furthermore, if he gave up on the immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to obtain the world fruit. Sigh. The horizontal river primogenitor sighed and silently crushed a message token. The life force board told me that the life force is in the horizontal river star region. But where exactly is it? The immortal emperor didn't think that the horizontal river primogenitor would save him. What a joke. In order to save him, the immortal emperor would form an enmity with a peak-level emperor. It was a very unwise action. After all, he didn't have any relationship with the horizontal river primogenitor, unless he gave the world fruit to the horizontal river primogenitor. However, the immortal emperor didn't wish to give up this fated opportunity. Secondly, he believed in the life force board and felt that there would definitely be a chance. A short moment later, the Blood Axe Emperor arrived too. Myriad Poison Emperor, what kind of wind blew you to the horizontal river star region? The Blood Axe Emperor also recognized the Myriad Poison Emperor. As the 19th Legion commander of the Undying Legion, the number of people the Blood Axe Emperor knew wasn't any lesser than the ancient horizontal river primogenitor. Blood Axe Emperor, you are also in the horizontal river star region. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned. He might not believe that the horizontal river primogenitor and the blood axe emperor would work together to deal with him, but he didn't feel safe. Especially when the immortal emperor was on the verge of death, he would definitely expose the world fruit. By then, the situation wouldn't be good. The blood axe emperor chuckled and said, "Myriad Poison Emperor, I advise you to let the immortal emperor off." "Why? Are you threatening me?" The Myriad Poison Emperor glared at the blood axe emperor. The blood axe emperor shook his head. "I'm not threatening you. Do you know that the immortal emperor and an invincible emperor come from the same plane?" After living in the horizontal river star region for so many years, the blood axe emperor knew a thing or two about the situation there. An invincible emperor. The Myriad Poison Emperor was shocked. It was very rare for an invincible emperor to kill a peak emperor in the universe, but at least it had happened before. For example, if an invincible emperor had many formidable techniques, he might be able to kill a peak emperor. The only exception would be if the peak emperor had even more life-saving techniques that were impossible to defend against. The Myriad Poison Emperor naturally had many life-saving techniques, but could he be certain? Did the enemy not have many techniques? If the enemy had a powerful entrapment technique, he wouldn't even be able to escape. All he could do was slowly grind to death. Could it be the Curse Heaven Monarch? The immortal emperor thought it was the Curse Heaven Monarch. He and the Curse Heaven Monarch hadn't met for millions of years. In terms of talent, he didn't think he was inferior to the Curse Heaven Monarch. However, fortuitous encounters were hard to predict. Perhaps the Curse Heaven Monarch had obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the past millions of years and became an invincible emperor? I wonder which invincible emperor it is. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned and asked the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor said, "Primordial Emperor." "It's him." "Damn it." The Myriad Poison Emperor's frown deepened. The Primordial Emperor was ranked 99th on the Emperor ranking. All the Emperors had seen it. It was impossible for him not to remember it. A top-ranked invincible emperor was indeed a huge threat to him. But to give up the world fruit just like that? No, so what if it's an invincible emperor? Can't I seek help from an invincible emperor? The Myriad Poison Emperor secretly crushed a message token. Who is this primordial emperor? Did something incredible happen in the past tens of thousands of years? Chapter 1004. After spending 30 years, Li Fuchen cultivated the sword lock to the perfection rank. Furthermore, his body had already condensed more than 10 million sword talismans. One had to know that only 6 million sword talismans were required to complete the sword lock of heaven and earth. Just as Li Fuchen was thinking of a way to redeem the eye of the sword god, a message token suddenly cracked open in his spatial ring. This was the message token that Ancestor Hung He had given him. It was worth 500 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if they were separated by more than half a universe, he could still send a message. However, it could only be sent once. The immortal Heavenly Lord is being pursued by a peak sovereign emperor, the Myriad Poison Sovereign Emperor. Li Fuchen raised his brows. The immortal Heaven Monarch and the Curse Heaven Monarch were definitely legends of the Deep Blue Plane. Back when Li Fuchen was in the Deep Blue Plane, he would often hear their names. Li Fuchen really wished to meet the immortal Heaven Monarch, and this was the perfect opportunity. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen spent 1,000 Elder Points to teleport from the Sword Brilliant City to the Sword Star City, then from the Sword Star City to the Divine Leaf City. The reason why a superpower was called a superpower was that it had teleportation arrays between its branches. A weaker power wouldn't have the financial resources or the means to do so. Near Blue Water City, the battle was still going on. Apart from Progenitor Hengi and the Arch Sanguine Axe, all the other City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs had sent out an avatar to watch the battle. If we include Eternal Emperor Immortal, then our horizontal river stellar region has 4 Eternal Emperors. Monarch Sanguine Axe isn't from our horizontal river stellar domain. That's 3 Imperial Lords. 3 Sovereign Emperors. Many astral regions don't even have a single Sovereign Emperor. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The myriad poison Emperor Lord's poison power was not strong in an instant, but it could last for a long time. As his immortal power was gradually depleted, the immortal Emperor Lord could feel that it was taking more and more of his immortal power to eliminate the poison power. Optimistically, in 300 years at most, his immortal power would be exhausted, and his immortal bloodline would wither. Immortal Emperor, if you know what's good for you, hand over that item and I can choose to spare your life. The myriad poison Emperor Lord sent a voice transmission to Immortal Emperor. You want the world fruit? In your dreams. I'd rather give it to Ancestor Hung He than to you. Immortal Emperor sneered. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I will hunt down your Tao companion, Heavenly Lord Black Dream, with all my might. The myriad poison Empyrean Lord threatened. You dare? Li Meng's master is Mount Chi's old ancestor. Immortal Imperial Lord's expression changed. He was truly afraid that the myriad Venom's Imperial Lord would chase after his Tao companion, Heavenly Monarch Li Meng. Old ancestor Qi Shan is not an invincible sovereign emperor. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if he is an invincible sovereign emperor, he still has to pay the price for offending me, the myriad poison sovereign emperor. The myriad poison Empyrean Lord was really going all out. For the sake of the world fruit, he didn't mind offending an invincible Empyrean Lord. Myriad poison Emperor Lord, do you really think that no one can deal with you? Let's see if you can still be so stubborn when Imperial Emperor Yung arrives. Immortal Imperial Lord firmly believed that Yung Imperial Lord was the source of life. His life plate was a supreme-grade secret treasure that had never failed him. Then I will wait for him. The myriad poisons Emperor activated his poison energy and sent palm after palm strike at the Immortal Emperor. No need to wait, I'm coming. Right at this moment, a clear voice echoed from the end of the starry sky. A horrific Qi presence suddenly descended and pressured the myriad poison sovereign. Invincible Sovereign Emperor. The myriad poison sovereign had an unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for the opposition to arrive so quickly. In front of everyone, a delicate and handsome youth walked out from the void. Imperial Emperor Yung. Hung He primogenitor smiled. Li Fuchen nodded. He was very grateful that Hung He primogenitor informed him. This was a favor that Li Fuchen would repay in the future. Imperial Emperor Yung, it has been a long time. The Blood Axe Emperor had a complicated expression. Li Fuchen's progress was too fast and he didn't know what identity he should use to face Li Fuchen. As Li Fuchen walked towards the Immortal Emperor and Myriad Poison Sovereign, he first looked at the Immortal Emperor. To be honest, Li Fuchen was rather surprised as he thought that the Immortal Emperor would have the strength of a high-class ruler. He didn't expect for the Immortal Emperor to only have the strength of a regular ruler. It wasn't an easy task for a regular ruler to fight with a peak-level ruler for such a long time. Immortal Emperor, I have heard of your achievements in the past and have always admired you. Li Fuchen smiled and said. The Immortal Emperor shook his head. I am merely born a few million years earlier than the Imperial Emperor Yung. I am not worthy of the Imperial Emperor's admiration. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be modest with the Immortal Emperor and asked, Immortal Emperor, why is the myriad poison sovereign pursuing you? The Immortal Emperor didn't hide anything and transmitted a message to explain, I obtained a fruit from the world tree in a ruin. I didn't expect for the myriad poison sovereign to see it, hence, he has been pursuing me for over 1,000 years. It is fortunate that I have a cardinal artifact called the Vitality Board. With the guidance of the Vitality Board, I intentionally escaped to the Hung He Star region. The fruit of the world tree? Li Fuchen raised his brows. This was a true cardinal treasure of the universe and its value wasn't inferior to the leaves of the world tree. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the leaves of the world tree and was considered a priceless treasure. It seemed like the Immortal Emperor was also a fated person. Li Fuchen felt that the Immortal Emperor's luck was too good and wasn't any inferior to him. Li Fuchen shifted his eyes away from the Immortal Emperor and looked at the myriad poison sovereign. Get lost. Don't force me to make a move. Li Fuchen didn't place a peak-tier sovereign in his eyes. You. The myriad poisoned sovereign was nearly fuming with anger, and the poison chi on his body looked much denser. Why? You don't wish to leave? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be disrespecting the Imperial Emperor Yuanji? I, the myriad poisoned sovereign, am willing to spar with you. The myriad poisoned sovereign wasn't willing to leave like this and gritted his teeth. All right, I hope you don't regret it. Li Fuchen had yet to kill a sovereign. The Chaos Metal Beast and the Chaos Silver Snake might have the combat strength of a sovereign, but they were too stupid and didn't have many moves. They weren't considered real sovereigns. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had just cultivated the sword lock to the perfection stage and was planning to find someone to test the power of the sword lock. The myriad poison sovereign was definitely a good opponent. Seeing that the duo was about to start a fight, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially the horizontal river primogenitor and the blood axe sovereign. The two of them wanted to know the strength of Li Fuchen, who was ranked 99th on the Emperor rankings, and the difference between them. In terms of chi presence, I am inferior to the primary emperor. But in terms of strength, I might not be inferior to him. The horizontal river primogenitor had always been very confident in himself. Many thanks, primary emperor. After expressing his thanks, the immortal emperor quickly retreated to the side. In the deathly silent starry sky, the myriad poison sovereign's chi presence clashed with Li Fuchen's chi presence. But it was obvious that the myriad poison sovereign's chi presence was withering and couldn't extend over Li Fuchen's chi presence. Primary emperor, receive my move. The myriad poison sovereign was wearing a pair of transparent gloves. The gloves would only have green veins when the myriad poison sovereign exerted his strength. This pair of gloves had a dangerous but pleasant name. It was called Hidden Poison Thousand Net. It was a peak-grade Supreme Poison Dao weapon and was forged from the Chaos Poison Silkworm's silk. The Hidden Poison Thousand Net wasn't just indestructible, it had horrific poison power. Regular heaven monarchs would be turned into ashes after a single touch. Regular emperors would also be poisoned and would need to expend a lot of energy to neutralize the poison. The immortal emperor's immortal Dao was rather special, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape back to the horizontal river star region. The green palm prints were like green silkworm shadows that pounced at Li Fuchen. When facing the myriad poison sovereign's finishing move, Li Fuchen drew his sword and swung. A silver sword chi devoured the myriad poison sovereign. It is over just like that. The spectators were flabbergasted. They thought there was going to be a shocking battle. Putting aside the city lord-class heavenly monarchs, they were too far away from emperors and were just spectators. But the horizontal river primogenitor, the blood axe sovereign, and the immortal emperor were all emperors. They were rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword. If Li Fuchen was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword, didn't it mean that he could also trap the horizontal river primogenitor in a single sword? In the endless sea of swords, the myriad poison sovereign roared with rage and burst out with countless green palm prints that cleaved at the sea of swords. But after the sea of swords was impacted, it became even more berserk. The myriad poison sovereign was forced to retreat and was in a miserable state. How can this primary extreme emperor be so powerful? The myriad poison sovereign was regretting. He shouldn't have been careless. Li Fuchen was ranked 99th on the emperor rankings, and it was obvious that regular invincible emperors couldn't compare with him. I can only use one myriad poison pearl. The myriad poison sovereign took out a multicolored pearl from his spatial ring. This pearl was refined by him after roaming the universe for countless years and collecting countless venomous essences. The myriad poison sovereign opened his mouth and swallowed the myriad poison pearl. In the next moment, ferocious and surging poison power gathered from the myriad poison sovereign's body and poured into the hidden poison thousand net. Break! The myriad poison sovereign held his right wrist with his left hand and extended his right index finger. The tip of his index finger was filled with concentrated poison power and had a dreamy and chaotic luster. PFFF. A hole that was the size of a finger appeared in the sea of swords. The myriad poison sovereign seized the opportunity to enter the hole with a flash. Swish! In the outside world, the myriad poison sovereign appeared out of nowhere. No wonder he is so arrogant. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. His sword Sea Horizon's sealing ability was far superior to the sword Lock of Heaven and Earth. In the Chaos Ruins, even the invincible Emperor, Ancestor Qing's soul, was trapped inside for a period of time. He had to activate his burst secret technique to escape. However, the sword Sea Horizon was just a sword move. After trapping the enemy, Li Fuchen couldn't enter. Once he entered, the sword Sea Horizon would lose its effect. Furthermore, the sword Sea Horizon didn't have much power. Even if a regular emperor was trapped inside, they would need a long period of time to exhaust their power and bloodline before dying. Chapter 1005. Primary Extreme Emperor, if you are capable, receive my strongest move, Heart of Poison. The 10,000 poison treasure pearls power was still hidden in his body. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't wish to waste it and thrust his finger at Li Fuchen. Bring it on. Li Fuchen wanted to test the effects of the 10,000 calamity immortal body. He didn't dodge and was planning to use his body to resist. Use your body to resist my finger. The 10,000 poison emperor was startled at first before his face flashed with a sinister expression. Li Fuchen was too arrogant. He was a peak-level emperor, and with the 10,000 poison treasure pearl, he was able to burst out with the strength of an invincible emperor. When invincible emperors fought, apart from those invincible emperors who cultivated body refinement or those with formidable defensive cardinal artifacts and armors, no one would dare to use their body to resist the opponent's move. In the 10,000 poison emperor's opinion, his finger would definitely injure Li Fuchen. It might even poison Li Fuchen and greatly reduce his strength. Thinking up to here, the 10,000 poison emperor used an extremely minute amount of time to instigate more poison power into his finger. Finally, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger stabbed at Li Fuchen's chest. Crackle! There was a sound of bones breaking. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger was twisted in a strange way. He felt like a grasshopper that stepped on an iron plate and bounced back at a shocking speed. It was rather comical. How is this possible? After his finger recovered, the 10,000 poison emperor's face was a mix of green and red as he was bewildered. Not bad. Li Fuchen patted his chest. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger had only consumed a small portion of his calamity power, and Li Fuchen could instantly replenish it. If it was before the hand of calamity broke through, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger would have consumed at least 5% of his calamity power. After all, the 10,000 poison emperor's attack power was already at the level of an invincible emperor and wasn't inferior to the green soul ancestor. He must be a body refinement emperor. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't have any more battle intent. Wasn't it courting death to clash with an invincible emperor who cultivated the body refinement Tao? Using the body to resist the 10,000 poison emperor's attack. At this moment, even the horizontal river primogenitor had a change of expression. He believed that he wouldn't be able to use his body to withstand the myriad venom emperor's attack. Of course, he wouldn't give the myriad venom emperor a chance to hit his body. Empyrean Emperor Primal Twin is too powerful. The immortal emperor let out a breath of relief. Originally, he didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to suppress the 10,000 poison emperor. It wasn't because he doubted Li Fuchen's strength, but he understood that the 10,000 poison emperor had lived for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years and definitely had plenty of trump cards. If he encountered an invincible ruler, he might be able to contest. Li Fuchen's cultivation period was too short and his foundation was a shortcoming. After seeing how Li Fuchen easily withstood the myriad venom emperor's exposed trump card, the immortal emperor knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Since Li Fuchen was ranked on the emperor rankings, it didn't matter if Li Fuchen had a trump card or not. Li Fuchen was still terrifying and wasn't someone a peak-tier emperor could challenge. Run! Without any hesitation, the myriad poison emperor lord turned into a wisp of illusory poisonous smoke and fled. As for the invincible sovereign emperor he had invited, it would take a long time for him to reach the horizontal river galaxy, so he could not count on him. Now you know how to run. Too bad it's too late. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and a sword chi penetrated the illusory poison smoke. Puff! The illusory poison smoke was formless and formless, but when facing Li Fuchen's sword chi, it was useless. As fresh blood sprayed out, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord's figure appeared. A single sword was able to erase so much of my power. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord was appalled. To a heaven monarch, power was vitality. As long as the power wasn't exhausted, the vitality wouldn't be exhausted either. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord calculated and knew that the power that was erased by Li Fuchen would need a few blinks of the eye to replenish. If Li Fuchen continuously attacked him, the recovery speed wouldn't be able to keep up with the consumption speed. After all, in a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen would be able to attack him multiple times. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord held a talisman in his hand and was preparing to crush it. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuchen wasn't going to give the myriad Venom Emperor a chance. A large number of sword talismans were already set up in the surrounding void. With a single thought from Li Fuchen, 6 million sword talismans gathered together and formed a spherical space that was filled with sword talismans that enveloped the myriad Venom Emperor Lord and Li Fuchen. Bang! After crushing the talisman, the myriad Venom Emperor crashed into the sword lock heaven and earth barrier and bounced back. No! The myriad Venom Emperor Lord panicked. The primal chaos teleportation talisman was his greatest reliance when facing invincible emperors. Once he crushed the primal chaos teleportation talisman, he would be able to teleport 100,000 light-years away. With his ability, he would be able to fly freely after 100,000 light-years. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it was impossible for him to catch up. Bang bang bang, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord started to attack in a frenzy. The myriad Venom Pearl's poison power was still lingering in his body. When he blasted an all-out attack on the sword lock heaven and earth, a crack immediately appeared. But soon enough, the crack was mended. It is fortunate that I have enough sword talismans to replenish. Li Fuchen didn't set up 6 million sword talismans in the surrounding void, it was more than 10 million sword talismans. Every sword talisman that the myriad Venom Emperor destroyed would be replenished with the same amount, leaving no gaps. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to allow the myriad Venom Emperor Lord to attack the sword lock heaven and earth as he wished. Activating the origin return sword form, multiple sword forms were blasted at the myriad Venom Emperor Lord. Boom boom boom, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord vomited fresh blood and was in a miserable state. He didn't have the strength to continue attacking the sword lock heaven and earth. Origin Extreme Emperor, I am too arrogant. I will immediately leave the horizontal river star region and will never set foot in this place again. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord started to beg for mercy. I said it before, it is too late. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he continued to attack the myriad Venom Emperor Lord. Seeing that his power was dispersing like water, the myriad Venom Emperor Lord put up a tough front and said, Origin Extreme Emperor, don't go overboard. I am an elder of the Dark Council. If you kill me, the Dark Council will definitely do their best to hunt you down. Is that so? I would like to see how the Dark Council is going to hunt me down. Li Fuchen remained indifferent. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The myriad Venom Emperor Lord's chi presence had weakened significantly. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than the myriad Venom Emperor Lord. There might only be a difference of one level between peak stage emperors and invincible emperors, but invincible emperors were also divided into different levels. Li Fuchen was definitely one of the stronger invincible emperors, and it was obvious from his ranking on the emperor rankings. Half a month might not be considered short for ordinary people, but to everyone present, it was too short. Everyone didn't leave and were quietly observing. Is there a helper? Li Fuchen's senses were extremely sharp. Just a moment ago, he sensed an extremely powerful chi presence flying over from the border of the horizontal river star region. A short moment later, the horizontal river primogenitor sensed it too. He turned his head with suspicion and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Without any sound or presence, a black door appeared in the starry sky and a figure walked out from the door. It was a handsome middle-aged man wearing a black coat. His body was emitting intense darkness chi presence. Apart from Li Fuchen, the horizontal river primogenitor, and the blood axe emperor, everyone else could only see a blurry black figure. They couldn't even see his appearance clearly. Sovereign King of Darkness. The horizontal river primogenitor had a grave expression. The Sovereign King of Darkness was ranked 62nd on the Emperor rankings, and his ranking was even higher than Li Fuchen. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't understand how the myriad venom emperor was able to invite the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness' arm expanded and instantly pierced through the sword lock and released the myriad venom emperor. Sovereign King of Darkness, many thanks. Seeing that the Sovereign King of Darkness had rushed over, the myriad venom emperor had a delighted expression. Myriad venom emperor, I am here for the world fruit. You will have to pay the price for lying to me. The Sovereign King of Darkness transmitted a message to the myriad venom emperor. The myriad venom emperor said, how would I dare to lie to the Sovereign King of Darkness? The world fruit is with the immortal emperor, but the immortal emperor has a helper called the primary extreme emperor. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't arrive in time, I would have been killed. Primary extreme emperor huh? The Sovereign King of Darkness frowned. The primary extreme emperor was ranked 99th and wasn't inferior to the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen and said, please give me some face and don't interfere in this matter. The Sovereign King of Darkness believed that he had some influence in the universe. How much is your face worth? A mere Sovereign King of Darkness wasn't enough to scare Li Fuchen. The Sovereign King of Darkness had overestimated himself. Do you really want to oppose me? The Sovereign King of Darkness stared at Li Fuchen and emitted massive pressure. You can think so. Li Fuchen suddenly appeared beside the immortal emperor and brandished his sword to clash with the Sovereign King of Darkness. It turned out that the Sovereign King of Darkness' main body had silently arrived behind the immortal emperor and wanted to restrain the immortal emperor first. But who knew that Li Fuchen's senses were too sharp and could even see through the Sovereign King of Darkness clones? There was a sharp howl as the Sovereign King of Darkness activated his super ability. Swish! In an instant, all the clones of the City Lord class Heaven Monarchs were shattered. The weaker Blood Axe Emperor felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. The Immortal Emperor was in an even worse state as he was bleeding from his 7 apertures and his consciousness was blank. The Hung He primogenitor didn't seem to have any change in expression, but only the Hung He primogenitor knew if he was affected. When the Sovereign King of Darkness activated the Darkness Howl, his primary target was naturally Li Fuchen. He didn't hope to injure Li Fuchen. As long as Li Fuchen was slightly slower, the Sovereign King of Darkness would be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Perhaps I made the wrong choice. If I chose the Eye of the Sword God, it would be much more effective than the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth. The Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth was mainly used against existences below invincible monarchs. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't come, Li Fuchen was confident he could eliminate the Myriad Poison Emperor. But the Eye of the Sword God was different. The original version of the Eye of the Sword God would only be able to injure a peak-class ruler's Saint Spirit. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would be able to affect a peak-class ruler's consciousness, but it wouldn't be effective against invincible monarchs. However, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was much stronger than regular monarchs. With the Eye of the Sword God in his hands, he would be able to exhibit greater power and it wouldn't be a problem to affect invincible monarchs. It was just the right time to fight against the Sovereign King of Darkness. There isn't any wrong choice. Even without the Eye of the Sword God, I still have an advantage against the Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuchen waved his hand and a sphere of sword light enveloped the Immortal Emperor before sending him far away. As for the Immortal Emperor's Darkness Howl, it was useless against Li Fuchen. Seeing the situation, the Sovereign King of Darkness had a dark expression and said to the Myriad Poison Emperor, "You go deal with the Immortal Emperor. Leave him to me." Yes. The Myriad Poison Emperor lunged at the Immortal Emperor. Chapter 1006. Crackle. Li Fuchen and the Sovereign of Darkness were in an intense battle. Within a few light years, the starry sky was shattered like a mirror before exploding into a paste. The scene was rather horrifying. After one day, Li Fuchen was only at a slight disadvantage and neither side was able to hurt the other. Dark World. After roughly understanding Li Fuchen's strength, the Sovereign of Darkness activated his innate ability, Dark World. In an instant, a world that was filled with endless darkness descended and enveloped Li Fuchen. The Dark World again. On the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen had witnessed Wang Heilung's Darkness Bone Frame Divine Ability, Darkness Sky Canopy. It was the embryonic form of the Darkness World and it had yet to form the Darkness World source. It was just a field formed by the power of darkness and its power was billions of times weaker than the true Darkness World. When Li Fuchen was adventuring with the Night Devil team in the ancient Stone Star region, he had witnessed the true world of darkness from the Bloodlust Sacred Lord. The Dark World had already formed the origin of the Dark World, and the dark creatures had been born. These dark creatures were endless, and as long as the Dark World could be maintained, the dark creatures would never be able to be killed. On the other hand, the Sovereign of Darkness was an unrivaled emperor, and his world of darkness was thousands of times stronger than Sacred Lord Bloodlust's. There was a sharp howl. As Li Fuchen was enveloped by the world of darkness, two dark figures attacked Li Fuchen. Bang bang, after exchanging moves with one of them, Li Fuchen realized that the two dark figures were actually invincible emperors. The King of Darkness's voice transmitted from all directions. It seems like you have already discovered that their power is at the invincible Sovereign Emperor's level. If you count me in, you will have 3 invincible Sovereign Emperors. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? If 3 invincible Sovereign Emperors joined hands, none of the invincible Sovereign Emperors ranked higher than the King of Darkness would be able to deal with them. How would we know if we don't try? If there were 3 Sovereign Kings of Darkness, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, these 2 darkness creatures only had the strength of regular invincible emperors. Even the Green Soul Ancestor was inferior. Boom boom boom, during the battle, Li Fuchen, who was at a slight disadvantage previously, was now in an absolute disadvantage. Dark World Claw. Even in the boundless darkness, the King of Darkness's claw still gave people a feeling of boundless darkness. Bang! This claw viciously struck Li Fuchen's chest. Any other invincible Eternal Emperor would probably have their ribs torn apart by this claw. But when the Sovereign of Darkness made contact with Li Fuchen's chest, he felt as though he was grabbing onto an indestructible piece of metal. His claw was in pain from the vibrations. Body refining Tao. Something's not right. The body tempering Tao is not that exaggerated. Among the invincible Sovereign Emperors, only the Black Dragon Primogenitor and a few others have such terrifying physical defenses. The Sovereign of Darkness didn't attack anymore and simply asked the 2 dark creatures to stall Li Fuchen. As expected of the King of Darkness, his offensive power surpassed the 10,000 Poisons Emperor Monarch by too much. The 10,000 Venom Emperor had activated his trump card and increased his attack power to the level of an invincible ruler, but he had only exhausted a tiny portion of Li Fuchen's calamity power. The Sovereign of Darkness all-out attack had exhausted a wisp of Li Fuchen's calamity power. One was minuscule, while the other was a wisp. The latter was about 100 times more powerful than the former, so the difference was quite big. Of course, it didn't matter if it was the former or the latter, Li Fuchen would be able to instantly replenish the exhausted calamity power. Primary Extreme Emperor, I admit that I can't do anything to you. But it is enough to trap you for a period of time. The Sovereign of Darkness laughed heartily and lunged at the Immortal Emperor. In the world of darkness, his speed was increased by several times, while Li Fuchen's speed was reduced by several times. With the disparity, the Sovereign of Darkness wouldn't be able to stop the Sovereign of Darkness. In your dreams. After activating the calamity power, Li Fuchen's speed increased drastically and instantly obstructed the Sovereign of Darkness. How is this possible? This time, the Sovereign of Darkness was shocked. Why wasn't Li Fuchen affected by the world of darkness at all? His senses weren't affected, even his speed wasn't affected. How could the Sovereign of Darkness know that Li Fuchen's calamity power could disregard all laws? At least at the Emperor level, the calamity power wouldn't be restricted. Furthermore, after the Hand of Calamity reached the middle level, Li Fuchen's defense didn't just increase by several times, his speed had also increased by several times. Immortal Emperor, you better hand over the world fruit to me first. Li Fuchen knew that this wasn't a solution and transmitted a message to the Immortal Emperor. Alright. The Immortal Emperor nodded. He and the 10,000 Venoms Emperor were also enveloped in the world of darkness. However, the 10,000 Venoms Emperor could see the Sovereign of Darkness, but the Sovereign of Darkness couldn't see or sense anything. After seeing the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen repelled the Sovereign of Darkness with a palm strike and turned to the Immortal Emperor's side. Here. The Immortal Emperor handed over a giant fruit with resplendent patterns to Li Fuchen. No! The Sovereign of Darkness was anxious and turned into a black pillar of light that blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen kept the world fruit calmly and forcefully endured the Sovereign of Darkness all-out attack. Break! Li Fuchen released the Calamity power and tore the world of darkness apart. He then pulled the Immortal Emperor and flew out. The world of darkness vanished and the Sovereign of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Sovereign of Darkness, the item is with me. Come and snatch it if you are capable. Li Fuchen said nonchalantly. Good, very good. This time, I, the Sovereign of Darkness, am defeated. The Sovereign of Darkness was extremely regretful and regretted that he was too careless. If he had executed the world of darkness right from the start and he could stall Li Fuchen while the two dark creatures restrained the Immortal Emperor, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It could only be said that he was too confident in the world of darkness. However, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't know that even if he did so, he might not be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force wasn't obstructed in the world of darkness. If Li Fuchen detected the Sovereign of Darkness's intention, he would definitely protect the Immortal Emperor and ask the Immortal Emperor to give the world fruit to Li Fuchen in advance. However, if I, the Sovereign of Darkness, can't obtain it, you can forget about obtaining it. Hung He Primogenitor, Blood Axe Emperor, do you know why I am here? The Sovereign of Darkness looked at the Hung He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor. Why are you here? The Blood Axe Emperor had already guessed that the Immortal Emperor definitely had some cardinal artifact, but he didn't know what it was. The Sovereign of Darkness pointed at Li Fuchen and said, the world fruit is with him. I am here for the world fruit. To be honest, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't wish to expose the world fruit either. If he relied on the Dark Council's power to suppress an unrivaled emperor like Li Fuchen, it was still possible. However, Li Fuchen also had the Swordsman Guild behind him. As such, Li Fuchen would become everyone's target. World fruit. The Hung He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor's eyes contracted. The world fruit was the fruit of the world tree. It contained mystical world laws and was very helpful to the cultivation of emperors. In comparison, the leaves of the world tree might be precious, but the world laws contained within were inferior to the world fruit. Primary Extreme Emperor, do you really have the world fruit? The Hung He Primogenitor asked. Li Fuchen didn't admit or deny it. He said to the Sovereign of Darkness, such a sinister method. It is a pity that it is destined to be futile. The Sovereign of Darkness chuckled and said, the world fruit is very troublesome. Keep it well. Let's go. Chapter 1007. After the Monarch of Darkness and the Myriad Poison Emperor Lord left, the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded and said, the world fruit is indeed with me, but the two of you better not have any ideas. In the future, I might discuss with the Immortal Emperor Lord to let the two of you comprehend it. Right now, he definitely wouldn't let the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord comprehend it. Origin Extreme Emperor, don't worry. I, the Horizontal River Primogenitor, won't do foolish things. The Horizontal River Primogenitor felt that if he transmitted a message to Li Fuchen wouldn't forget this favor. The Blood Axe Emperor also said, Origin Extreme Emperor, the world fruit and the world leaf are one. We can exchange and comprehend it later. The world leaf might not contain world laws as profound as the world fruit, but it was still a part of the world tree. It would also be beneficial to the emperor's cultivation. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything. After chatting for a while, both sides separated. Origin Extreme Emperor, this world fruit shall be kept by you from now on. I can't keep it with me either. The Immortal Emperor suggested. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I will temporarily keep it for you. But before that, I still need to use the world fruit to increase my cultivation level. That's right, why don't we go to the deep blue plain? It is the safest there. The Immortal Emperor said. Deep blue plain, after a few centuries, the sword sect had great changes. There weren't just more law phase realm emperors, there were also a few more saints. As Li Fuchen's disciple, Wu Zhuo was the first to step into the saint's realm. The second was Sheng Guanyu, the third was the Safflower Empress, and the fourth was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. To be honest, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was already over 2,000 years old. It was fortunate that he had all sorts of resources and artifacts to extend his lifespan, allowing him to maintain his body at a relatively peak condition. As for the fifth person to step into the saint's realm, it was none other than Li Fuchen's father, Li Tianhan. Originally, with Li Tianhan's innate perception, his limit in this lifetime would be the Earth Shatter realm. However, Li Fuchen had repeatedly changed his parents' fates and forcefully upgraded their bone frames to the 9-star level. He had also used up plenty of resources and artifacts to increase perception, increase cultivation, and change the physique. 10 years ago, after consuming some of the divine leaf sap, Li Tianhan was blessed and naturally stepped into the saint's realm. As for Li Fuchen's mother, Shen Yuyan, and sister, Li Fuxiang, they were still at the peak level of Law Phase realm, but they weren't far from the Soul Merge realm. With the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen gathered a small group of people to comprehend the world fruit. For example, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, a portion of the Sword Sect Saints, and of course, Yan Qinggu. Li Fuchen didn't consider allowing those below saints to comprehend the world fruit. The world law contained in the world fruit was too high level, and the level was too low. It was impossible to comprehend anything. In fact, it would be hard for ordinary saints to comprehend anything. It would all depend on their own fate. It's been a long time since I've returned, but the deep blue plain is still so amiable. The Immortal Emperor strolled around the deep blue plain before returning to the Sword Sect. Immortal Emperor, let's start to comprehend the world fruit. Li Fuchen said. All right. The Immortal Emperor nodded. After gathering everyone together, Li Fuchen executed the sword lock to seal this area of time and space. Li Fuchen then took out the world fruit. The world fruit could be big or small. In order to allow everyone to sense it more clearly, Li Fuchen made the world fruit the size of a star and made it float high in the air. The Immortal Emperor and Li Fuchen sat on the world fruit to comprehend, while the others stayed below to comprehend. The world fruit was indeed the world fruit. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art had already reached the star field class, but he was still able to comprehend the world law. Let's increase the void Dao to the saint first. Li Fuchen gave up on comprehending the sword Dao and started to study the void Dao. Perhaps it was because he had already accumulated enough for the void Dao and was just lacking an opportunity. Li Fuchen took just 1 month to increase the void Dao to the saint. After reaching the saint's level, the void Dao was naturally fused with the time Dao, allowing the power to increase again. If the void Dao or time Dao was only at the level of a first-grade heaven lord, when fused, it would reach the level of a city lord and was comparable with the radiant sword Dao. This is the city lord class time and space Dao. Li Fuchen felt that the world had become mystical, lively, and lively. Time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped everyone below with the power of time and space. Without anyone knowing, the time around them was accelerated by 1,000 times. It also meant that 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 1,000 days here. It is a pity that regular saints have a limited lifespan and cannot accelerate too much. If there wasn't a lifespan limit, Li Fuchen could activate the Prismatic Stone Mother and accelerate the time for everyone below by 10,000 times. However, regular saints would only have a lifespan of 100,000 years or at most a few 100,000 years. If it was accelerated by 10,000 times, their lifespan would be exhausted in 10 years or a few dozen years. It wasn't worth it. After dispersing the power of time and space, Li Fuchen stood up. He was preparing to make a trip back to the Sword Brilliant City to learn the Eye of the Sword God. As for the world fruit, it was indeed beneficial for Emperor's cultivation, but it wasn't something that could be obtained in a short period of time. If Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art was at the mid-stage of Star Field class, he would need to comprehend the world fruit for at least 10,000 years to improve it to the late stage. This was already a low estimate. If it was someone else, it wouldn't take 10,000 years to improve their martial art from the mid-stage of Star Field class to the late stage. Even 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years weren't enough. However, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was an invincible emperor and his cultivation technique had also reached the Star Field class. If Li Fuchen was like the immortal emperor and his cultivation technique hadn't reached the Star Field class, he would be able to increase his cultivation technique rank first. That way, the time required would be reduced by several times. Everyone was very safe in the sword lock of heaven and earth, hence, Li Fuchen left immediately. At the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen cut off a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal and exchanged it for Elder Points. He then used the Elder Points to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. The Eye of the Sword God was a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. It was separated into 3 grades. The low grade could injure the Saint Spirit of regular emperors, the mid-grade could injure the Saint Spirit of high-class emperors, and the high grade could injure the Saint Spirit of peak-class emperors. The redeeming price was 150,000 Elder Points. 1 month later, Li Fuchen cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the 2nd grade. As expected, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. At the place where the spiritual awareness attack was tested in the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God displayed power that could injure peak-class Emperor's Saint Spirit. It also meant that if he cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the high grade, he might be able to injure the invincible Emperor's Saint Spirit. Half a year later, Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God reached the mid-grade. The current spiritual awareness attack was enough to injure peak-class Emperor's Saint Spirit. 9 years later, the Eye of the Sword God reached the high grade. As compared to the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth, the Eye of the Sword God is too easy to cultivate. Chapter 1008. Primary Extreme Emperor, you have a world fruit with you. On this day, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor saw Li Fuchen and asked. Li Fuchen nodded. It has already been spread? He didn't need to guess to know that the news was spread by the Sovereign of Darkness. Most of the emperors know about it now. You have to be careful in the future. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had thoughts about the world fruit, but he wouldn't force Li Fuchen to share it. I will. Li Fuchen wasn't too worried. Firstly, the world fruit wasn't a supreme cardinal artifact that would cause a bloodbath. Secondly, it didn't matter even if most of the emperors knew about it. With his strength, unless he was surrounded by multiple invincible emperors, he wouldn't be in any danger. Once Li Fuchen left, 2 men and a woman walked over. From their chi presences, they were all invincible emperors. Origin Bright Sword Ancestor, you should let him share the world fruit. One of them was wearing yellow clothes and had a domineering chi presence without eyebrows. Imperial Monarch Fenghua, if you have the world fruit and I force you to share it, would you be willing? The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor asked. Imperial Monarch Fenghua frowned. It doesn't matter if I am willing or not, I should share it. You can talk to the Primary Extreme Emperor personally. The armored female invincible emperor didn't like Imperial Monarch Fenghua and mocked. The only one who didn't say anything and had an extremely cold chi presence said, we can pay him some elder points as long as he is willing to share the world fruit. The female invincible emperor went silent and felt that the suggestion wasn't bad. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, wait first. He will definitely use the world fruit first. We will discuss with him when he is almost done. He had been stuck at this level for countless years. The world fruit was definitely an opportunity for him to continue improving. All right. Everyone nodded. They could afford to wait as their lifespan was endless anyway. Dark Parliament, one of the Class 1 branches. The Dark Soul Primogenitor was an elder with a terrifying chi presence. He said to the King of Darkness with dissatisfaction, "You shouldn't leak the news of the world fruit so early. It won't be too late to leak it when the Dark Parliament can't handle it." He greatly desired the world fruit. His battle prowess was actually inferior to that of the King of Darkness. What was truly terrifying about him was his soul path techniques. The King of Darkness said, "Even I cannot break through his defense. It is comparable to the Black Dragon Primogenitor and the others. Unless the Dark Council sends 10-odd invincible sovereign emperors, it will cause a huge commotion. The Swordsman Guild will not sit idly by." The Dark Soul Progenitor said, "I don't need a dozen invincible Imperial Emperors. I only need 2 invincible Imperial Emperors to defeat Emperor Primal Extreme." He didn't dare say that he could kill an invincible Sovereign Emperor. It was almost impossible to kill an invincible Sovereign Emperor, especially one with such a powerful defense. "Are you sure you only need 2? The King of Darkness was still skeptical. He had witnessed his opponent's soul path techniques, and they were really powerful. But they weren't powerful enough to make an invincible Sovereign Emperor ranked at the top lose his fighting prowess. The Dark Soul Progenitor smiled smugly. "In the past few million years, I've created a new Soul Dao secret art. If you're worried, you can try it yourself." "Alright." The King of Darkness was very confident in himself. Plus, he had cultivated an inferior-grade Soul Dao defense secret art and a supreme-grade Soul Consciousness defense secret art. "Be careful." The Dark Soul Progenitor's eyes spun like whirlpools. In the next moment, the King of Darkness felt the entire world spin. This is... Without realizing it, the King of Darkness fell into a terrifying world. In this world, he couldn't move at all. He could only drift with the flow. He couldn't use any power in his body. He was like an ordinary person. Is this the new soul path secret art the other has created? The King of Darkness sucked in a breath of cold air. His spiritual consciousness defense layer and soul power defense layer didn't have much of an effect. If he was in a battle, he would be in a dire situation. How is it? Soon, the King of Darkness left the terrifying world. In front of him was a smiling Dark Soul Progenitor. "What happened?" the King of Darkness asked. The Dark Soul Progenitor explained, "Actually, your main body didn't fall into the soul world. It was your spirit soul that fell into the soul world. You dragged my spirit soul into the soul world?" The King of Darkness broke out in a cold sweat. If his spirit soul couldn't come out, wouldn't he be dead? The Dark Soul Progenitor said, "I don't have such capability. Your spirit soul is still in your main body. I merely prevented your spirit soul from contacting your main body temporarily. Furthermore, the soul world isn't perfect yet. It can't trap your spirit soul for a long time. Even 1 or 2 breaths are enough." An invincible ruler that had lost consciousness and an invincible ruler that had consciousness were 2 different concepts. The invincible ruler would lose a lot of physical defenses. Most importantly, they were able to seize Li Fuchen's spatial ring within 1 or 2 breaths. At the thought of this, the King of Darkness felt a little regretful. If he knew that the Dark Soul Progenitor had this ability, he wouldn't have spread the news about the world fruit. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. Horizontal River Star region, 3 figures silently appeared near the Divine Leaf City. "Wait, he will definitely come to the Divine Leaf City." The King of Darkness had already found out everything about Li Fuchen. "As long as I can obtain the world fruit, it is worth waiting for 10,000 years. The one speaking was a white-haired elder with a haggard face. He emitted a chi presence that wasn't any weaker than the King of Darkness and the Dark Soul Progenitor. If someone knew him, they would definitely recognize that the white-haired elder was Ancestor Deadwood, who was ranked 257th on the Emperor Lord rankings. "Let's wait. I have already set up plenty of soul awareness in the radius of a few hundred light years." The Dark Soul Progenitor sat down cross-legged. Deep blue plain, on the world fruit, Li Fuchen's comprehension was getting deeper. Many unimaginable inspirations appeared in his mind. What he had to do was to link these inspirations together and fuse them into his sword Dao. Time elapsed quickly and 200 years passed by in a flash. In the first 100 years, his mother, Shen Yuyan, and sister, Li Fuxiang, had finally stepped into the saint's realm. In the next 100 years, his adopted sister, Li Xiaodai, had also stepped into the saint's realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's loved ones had all become saints and had lifespans of more than 100,000 years. Once they became saints, it would be much easier to progress. However, the one with the greatest improvement was still Yan Qinggu. After comprehending the world law for 200 years, Yan Qinggu's strength had a drastic improvement and she had stepped into the Sacred Lord realm. As compared to regular saints, Sacred Lords had a much longer lifespan and could easily live for a few million years. The Wolfman incarnation is in trouble. On this day, Li Fuchen frowned and flashed out of the sword lock. He rushed out of the deep blue plain and flew towards the Divine Leaf City. He is here. In the depths of the spatial zone near the Divine Leaf City, the Dark Soul Progenitor opened his eyes. World of Darkness. Tree World's Descent. In an instant, a world of darkness and a world filled with trees enveloped the radius of a few thousand light years. Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuchen's voice was majestic and even the world power couldn't stop it. Primary Extreme Emperor, we meet again. The Sovereign King of Darkness voice was everywhere. It seems like you are rather confident this time. I wonder who gave you such confidence. Li Fuchen swept a glance at the Dark Soul Progenitor and the Deadwood Ancestor. Kill! The Sovereign King of Darkness didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchen. He and the two dark creatures surrounded Li Fuchen. It wasn't over yet. From all directions, there were vines that emitted eternal chi presence that wrapped around Li Fuchen. Break! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and was only able to sever a few dozen vines. It was obvious that these vines were very tough. With the interference of the Sovereign King of Darkness, Li Fuchen wasn't able to sever all the vines at once. Bind! Seeing the situation, the Deadwood Ancestor formed a seal with both hands and wrapped more vines at Li Fuchen. This person is probably the Dark Parliament's Deadwood Ancestor. Li Fuchen recognized the Deadwood Ancestor. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic at all. He pushed the calamity power to the limits and swung his hand blade to sever all the vines. One of the dark creatures was sent flying and even the world of darkness and the tree world were slashed open. When the hand of calamity reached the middle stage, its power had surpassed the sword Dao's strength. Otherwise, the owner of the Hand of God wouldn't have been able to dominate the universe. However, it was mainly related to the calamity power's characteristics. It was born with the attribute to destroy everything. This is the Hand of God. The Dark Soul Primogenitor's voice was filled with shock and sharpness. What is the Hand of God? The Sovereign King of Darkness and the Deadwood Ancestor looked at the Dark Soul Primogenitor. Among the trio, the Dark Soul Primogenitor knew the most. There was once a ruthless demigod called the Undying God. His unique absolute art is called the Hand of God. It is said that when the Hand of God reaches the highest rank, it can form the undying body. The calamity power can destroy everything. When used with the gloves of undying, he is almost invincible among the demigods. But later on, during a great calamity, he was still surrounded and killed by over a dozen top-notch demigods. The Dark Soul Primogenitor explained. A top-notch demigod's absolute art. The Sovereign King of Darkness and the Deadwood Ancestor's eyes lit up. The Hand of God sounded very incredible. If they could learn it, wouldn't they be able to dominate the universe and compete with demigods? We must capture him. Only by capturing him can we extract his memories. The Dark Soul Primogenitor had a frenzied expression, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to capture Li Fuchen by himself. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to tell the duo about the Hand of God. Capture him. The Sovereign King of Darkness and the Deadwood Ancestor also had frenzied eyes. Soul World. The Dark Soul Primogenitor executed his strongest Soul Dao secret technique at Li Fuchen. Soul World. Soul Dao secret technique. Li Fuchen was very sensitive to soul power waves. Interesting. Chapter 1009. The Dark Soul Primogenitor thought he could trap Li Fuchen's spirit soul into the soul world. But in the blink of the eye, the Dark Soul Primogenitor was shocked. The soul world that had always been successful had immediately melted when encountering Li Fuchen's spirit soul. It was like snow encountering the sun. What class is his spirit soul? The Dark Soul Primogenitor believed that his spirit soul was already at the limits of a ruler. Unless... The Dark Soul Primogenitor thought of a possibility. Unless Li Fuchen's spirit soul reached the demigod level. It wasn't impossible, as there were plenty of fated opportunities in the universe. Was the difference between a ruler and a demigod really just a difference in cultivation level? The ancient Dark Soul Primogenitor already knew that the difference between a ruler and a demigod was a demigod artifact. Only by possessing a demigod artifact for a long time and receiving the baptism of the demigod artifact's power, a ruler would be able to step into the demigod realm. The Dark Soul Primogenitor guessed that the god of immortality must have left behind a demigod artifact shard for Li Fuchen to step into the demigod realm first. As for a complete demigod artifact, it shouldn't be possible. Back then, the gloves of immortality were obtained by 2 elite demigods, and it was impossible for Li Fuchen to obtain it. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen obtained a complete demigod artifact, even if it wasn't for a long time, his body would still have demigod power. The 3 of them combined wouldn't be enough to crush Li Fuchen. Demigod artifact shard. The Dark Soul Primogenitor's breathing became erratic. In the universe, there was only one place that could obtain demigod artifacts and shards. It was the battlefield of gods. But the battlefield of gods was too dangerous. Even a demigod would be in extreme danger. Anyone below the demigod level would definitely die. Only those invincible rulers who had lived for countless years and thought they had lived long enough would choose to enter the battlefield of gods. Of course, there was another way to become a demigod. It was to be bestowed a demigod artifact by a demigod. 90% of the demigods had become demigods this way. However, it was dangerous for demigods to enter the battlefield of gods too. Demigods weren't that foolish to risk their lives to bestow demigod artifacts to others. Normally, even if a demigod wanted to enter the battlefield of God, they would wait for countless years before teaming up with a demigod they were on good terms with. This way, the invincible sovereign emperors would have to wait for a long time to obtain a half-divine tool. Furthermore, a demigod who obtained a second half-divine tool might not necessarily give the first one. The more half-divine tools there were, the better. No one would complain about having too many. Soul World is only a Soul Dao illusion technique used to confuse the soul. It's not very powerful. I don't believe that my Dark Soul Blade can't deal with you. The Dark Soul Primogenitor still didn't believe that Li Fuchen had a demigod spirit soul. Perhaps Li Fuchen had some Soul Dao cardinal artifact that could resist Soul Dao illusion arts. From the Dark Soul Primogenitor's left eye, an invisible black saber light flew out and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the black saber light could even make contact with Li Fuchen's spirit soul, it had already exploded. What? The Dark Soul Progenitor exclaimed. What happened? The King of Darkness and Forefather Witheredwood looked at the Dark Soul Progenitor. Attack together. The Dark Soul Progenitor's face turned ashen. There were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that Li Fuchen's spirit soul had reached the demigod level. The second possibility was that Li Fuchen had an extremely incredible Soul Dao cardinal artifact. It was fortunate that apart from his incredible Soul Dao secret technique, his combat strength was also at the invincible Sovereign Emperor level. With the addition of the King of Darkness's 2 dark creatures, they had 5 invincible Sovereign Emperors. It wasn't impossible to take down Li Fuchen. Courtesy demands reciprocity. It is now your turn to witness my spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Li Fuchen activated the Eye of the Sword God at the trio. The invisible eyes were like sword lights that pierced at the trio's saint spirits. Ah! The Witheredwood ancestor grunted and bled from his 7 orifices. The King of Darkness was slightly better, but his face was also pale. The Dark Soul Progenitor was the only one that wasn't affected. Right now, the Dark Soul Progenitor eliminated one of the two possibilities. Li Fuchen didn't have a Soul Dao Cardinal artifact and his spirit soul was definitely a demigod spirit soul. Otherwise, the Saint spirits wouldn't be so powerful. Again. Li Fuchen continued to activate the Eye of the Sword God. Soon enough, the Withered Wood Ancestor couldn't withstand it anymore. He might have cultivated a peak-grade Supreme Spiritual Awareness Defense Secret Technique and a low-grade Soul Dao Defense Secret Technique, but Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God was activated too frequently. Damn it, why didn't he use the Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique previously? The King of Darkness was confused and angry. Let's retreat. The Dark Soul Progenitor had to admit that this operation had failed. Li Fuchen was much more terrifying than they imagined. Not only did he have incredible physical defense, but he also had a demigod spirit soul that was nearly flawless. Over a dozen invincible sovereign emperors might not be able to take down Li Fuchen even if they worked together. There was only hope if the top 10 emperors made a move. However, there was only one top 10 invincible emperor in the Dark Parliament and he was currently exploring a ruin. It was reckoned that he would only come out after a long period of time. It is fortunate that I have cultivated the Eye of the Sword God, otherwise, I will have to continue being entangled. After the trio left, Li Fuchen said to himself. After entering the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen used the Swordsman Guild's teleportation array to teleport to the Sword Star City. He then teleported from the Sword Star City to the Sword Brilliance City. Finally, he used the Sword Brilliance City to teleport to another Class 1 branch, the Black Sword City. The Black Sword City was located in the Super Star region, the Black Flame Star region. The Wolfman incarnation was currently trapped in a ruin in the Black Flame Star region. The Towerwood Ruins was the lowest-ranked ruin in the Black Flame Star region. But even the lowest-ranked ruin was rather dangerous for City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The Towerwood Ruins were white buildings and there were plenty of withered plants twining around the buildings. Of course, most of the Towerwood Ruins were hidden in the depths of the endless time and space. It was impossible to see from the outside. After entering the Towerwood Ruins, Li Fuchen headed deeper with rapid speed. Not good, there are too many Towerwood insects. There should be at least 10 million. Are we going to die in the Towerwood Ruins? At the periphery of the Towerwood Ruins was a massive garden with plenty of fountains. A group of people were trapped near the fountains and there was a layer of golden light enveloping them. Through the golden light, one could see that there was only one ruler in the group and it was just a regular ruler. The rest were only City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The thing that was emitting the golden light to protect everyone was a large golden seal that was suspended in mid-air. Monarch Golden Light, what should we do? A City Lord-class Heavenly Monarch asked anxiously. Monarch Golden Light frowned and said, "My Golden Light seal can only resist for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, I will barely be able to protect myself." A single Towerwood insect was very weak. Only the venom that they spat out was very corrosive. But if there were more than 10,000 of them, they would pose a threat to City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. If there were 1,000,000 of them, it would be enough to kill any City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. If there were 10 million of them, even a ruler would be in danger. PFFF, countless venom sprayed on the golden light and the golden light was visibly thinning. Extinguish. Monarch Golden Light shot out a beam of golden light at the Towerwood insects from time to time. But the Towerwood insects gathered together and naturally formed a layer of energy. This beam of golden light only killed a few hundred Towerwood insects. Husband, you'd better escape by yourself. If you stay, we will all die together, the female Heavenly Monarch who had been accompanying Monarch Golden Light said bitterly. I will not abandon you. Monarch Golden Light gritted his teeth and persisted. She was his cultivation partner. The two had known each other for millions of years and had a very deep relationship. However, as the golden light gradually thinned and the number of Towerwood insects increased, Monarch Golden Light began to despair. He was now faced with two choices. One was to hold on, and the other was to abandon these City Lord-class heavenly monarchs and escape alone. There were not too many tower wood insects at the moment. With his strength, he still had some confidence in escaping. The former could certainly win him support, but if he lost his life, it would be useless. But he could not abandon his cultivation partner. It was also not very likely that he could escape with his cultivation partner. After all, it would be difficult for him to escape alone. If I die, let's die together. Monarch Goldenlight decided to stay and die with his cultivation partner. It was actually not bad to die with the person he loved. After making up his mind, he felt much more relaxed. There was only a trace of the golden light left. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Only Monarch Goldenlight and his cultivation partner held hands and looked at each other with a smile. Husband, I hope to meet you again in the next life. In the next life, I will become stronger. I will not let anything hurt you. Trust me. I trust you. The two were ready and looked up at the sky full of tower wood insects. Poof! At this moment, a sword light flashed. 99% of the tower wood insects that covered the sky were suddenly reduced. There were only a few 100,000 tower wood insects left, which was nothing to worry about. Everyone who had been prepared to die was stunned and speechless. That sword light just now. So powerful. One sword light killed tens of millions of tower wood insects. After a moment of silence, everyone was excited and discussed. Husband. The female heavenly lord looked at Monarch Goldenlight. Among everyone present, perhaps only her husband could guess the strength of the sword light's owner. Monarch Goldenlight said excitedly, "It's an invincible emperor." That's right, it must be an invincible emperor. The Pagoda Wood Ruins was the lowest ranked ruin. To an invincible imperial emperor, it posed no danger at all. At most, it would cause some trouble. Moreover, Imperial Emperor Goldenlight had once seen an invincible Imperial Emperor. That invincible Imperial Emperor's aura wasn't as strong as this sword light. If only one day, I can also become an invincible Emperor. Monarch Goldenlight was very envious. He did not dare to think about becoming a demigod. An invincible Emperor was undoubtedly his ultimate dream. Husband, I believe you will become an invincible Emperor. The female heavenly lord encouraged him. Chapter 10:10. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an underground hall in the Pagoda Wood Ruins. This underground hall was radiating with artifact light and there were 4 cardinal artifacts. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an array in the hall. If it wasn't for his powerful spirit soul, Werewolf Li Fuchen would have already died. This underground hall is truly concealed. No wonder I wasn't discovered. Li Fuchen scanned with his spirit soul force and immediately found the underground hall. After finding the entrance, Li Fuchen entered the underground hall. Break! Li Fuchen activated the calamity power and cleaved open the array with a single palm strike. In fact, the array's power wasn't weak and was almost at the level of a regular emperor. It was a pity that it wasn't enough in front of Li Fuchen. Let me recover my strength first. After being rescued, Werewolf Li Fuchen's chi presence was dispirited. He nodded to Li Fuchen and quickly sat cross-legged to recover his strength. A regular emperor-level array was too powerful. Even if Li Fuchen arrived at an extremely fast speed, he had already exhausted 70% of his strength. If he was a little later, he would definitely be dead. The werewolf's incarnation is still too weak. Li Fuchen said to himself. After a few centuries, Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength was already at the pinnacle City Lord level. He wasn't weaker than most of the universe City Lords, but if he wanted to roam the superstar region, he would still be too weak without the strength of an emperor. It was a pity that Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't have any darkness attribute cardinal artifacts, otherwise, he would be able to increase Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength rapidly. After taking a glance at Werewolf Li Fuchen who was recovering his strength, Li Fuchen started to collect the cardinal artifacts in the hall. For cardinal artifacts, 3 were high-grade supreme artifacts and 1 was a peak-grade supreme artifact. It is a Thunder Dao cardinal artifact, not bad. This peak-grade supreme artifact was an awl. The surface of the awl was flickering with terrifying electric currents and had astounding power. From the inside of the awl's secret pattern, the power wasn't inferior to an all-out attack from a high-class emperor. It just happened to make up for Werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness of insufficient strength. A few days later, Werewolf Li Fuchen recovered his strength. Li Fuchen decided to let Werewolf Li Fuchen return with him to comprehend the world fruit. Everyone didn't find it strange that a stranger appeared in the sword lock heaven and earth. They believed in Li Fuchen, and this stranger didn't give them a strange feeling. This stranger had a trace of intimacy. This time, Li Fuchen didn't choose to comprehend the world fruit with everyone. He decided to choose a ruin to explore. Even though his strength was already very formidable and was ranked at the top of the Imperial Monarch rankings, he knew that there were still invincible Imperial Monarchs that could threaten him. I lack weapons, armor, and secret treasures. Among the many ruins, only the third-ranked Water God tomb is suitable for me. The Water God's mausoleum was a demigod's tomb. Over the countless years, countless imperial emperors had entered the Water God mausoleum, and correspondingly, countless imperial emperors had perished inside. Generally speaking, those that dared to enter the Water God tomb would at least have the strength of a peak-level imperial monarch. A peak-level imperial monarch's entire wealth was extremely tempting to invincible imperial monarchs. Once they perished, their entire wealth or a portion of their wealth would be left behind in the Water God tomb, benefiting the later generations. Of course, the true treasure of the Water God tomb was the Water God's collection. It was said that the Water God had placed his half-divine weapon, the Water God Trident, in the Water God tomb for fated individuals. The Water God Trident was the true reason why countless imperial monarchs would enter. After all, this was a chance to become a god in a single step, and it was much safer than the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen's objective wasn't the Water God Trident, as it wasn't compatible with his attributes. Even if he obtained it, he wasn't planning to use the Water God Trident to become a demigod. His objective was to obtain more peak-grade supreme weapons, armors, and secret treasures. In the depths of the radiant starfield, there was a star-sized water whirlpool. This water whirlpool was the entrance to the Water God tomb. Every year, there would be plenty of imperial monarchs that entered the Water God tomb. Most of them were imperial monarchs from outside the radiant starfield. On this day, a sword light skimmed straight into the water whirlpool. Is this the Water God tomb? After entering the Water God tomb, Li Fuchen felt a gush of moisture assaulting his face. The Water God tomb was filled with concentrated water Dao source, and the other universe sources were severely suppressed. In other words, in the Water God tomb, the Water Dao cultivators would have a great increase in strength while the other cultivators would have a sharp decline in strength. It seems like the top-ranked ruins and danger grounds aren't that easy to explore. In terms of vile environment, the Devil Horn Star Sea was comparable to the Water God tomb and might even be superior. However, in terms of danger, the Devil Horn Star Sea wasn't as dangerous as the Water God tomb. After all, the Devil Horn Star Sea seemed to be formed naturally while the Water God tomb was man-made. There were plenty of traps and arrays inside that were hard to defend against. It was the same for the Chaos Ruins. In terms of danger, it was slightly inferior to the Water God tomb. It was just that the environment was extremely vile and wasn't suitable for any cultivator to enter. The Water God tomb was massive and it was like a maze. There were plenty of tomb buildings. In the Water God tomb, it was impossible to fly. Not even invincible imperial monarchs could fly. Stepping on the hard floor of the mausoleum, Li Fuchen carefully advanced. It is raining. After walking for a while, a drop of rain landed on Li Fuchen's hair. He lifted his head and saw that it was drizzling in the dusky sky. TSS, however, this drizzle was extremely powerful. Li Fuchen reckoned that if a City Lord class Heaven Monarch entered, they wouldn't even be able to last for a single breath. Regular Heaven Monarchs wouldn't be able to last for a long time either. They would need to use a peak-grade cardinal artifact or armor to protect themselves. This is just a drizzle. The rain in the Water God tomb is separated into 4 levels. Light rain, moderate rain, heavy rain, and heavy rain. Once there is a heavy rain, even invincible imperial monarchs would be in a miserable state and wouldn't dare to expose themselves in the rain for a long period of time. The drizzle continued for a few days. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived in front of a pond. The design of the pond was very exquisite, and in the center of the pond, there was a statue of a frog. As the pond water was very clear, Li Fuchen could easily see the bottom of the pond. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as he noticed a spatial ring at the bottom of the pond. It was obvious that this spatial ring was left behind by a fallen heaven monarch. Li Fuchen squatted down and extended a finger into the pond. As he expected, the pond water was much more dangerous than the drizzle. It contained powerful power, and if a high-class heaven monarch dared to jump in, they would be instantly annihilated. Splash! Li Fuchen dived to the bottom of the pond. As for the power of the pond water, it wasn't able to deal with his myriad calamity immortal body. Soon enough, Li Fuchen retrieved the spatial ring and went ashore. After opening the spatial ring, Li Fuchen couldn't help revealing a smile. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this should be a peak-level heaven monarch spatial ring. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone had a few trillion. If the other resources and artifacts were added up, it would at least be a few trillion. These peak-level heaven monarchs are too wealthy. Li Fuchen lamented. He was an invincible heaven monarch and was far inferior to these peak-level heaven monarchs. Previously in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen obtained a large piece of low-grade fire origin crystal, and it was only worth a few trillion. The Chaos Fire Lotus was extremely valuable, and it was impossible to estimate. However, Li Fuchen understood that this was due to his young age. If he lived for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, his wealth would definitely far surpass peak-level heaven monarchs. Inside the spatial ring, the most valuable item was a peak-grade supreme offensive cardinal artifact. Looking at the secret pattern, Li Fuchen reckoned that the power of this cardinal artifact should be at the level of an invincible heaven monarch. It was useless to him, but it was definitely a priceless treasure for those below the invincible heaven monarch level. Huff! Li Fuchen let out a breath forcefully and was in a pleasant mood. After obtaining a single spatial ring, Li Fuchen's wealth had increased by several times. If he could obtain a few more, his wealth would probably be comparable with weaker invincible heaven monarchs. Splash splash! In the water god tomb, there would be a rain every once in a while. This time, it wasn't a drizzle, it was a heavy rain. The heavy rain was already able to threaten peak-level heaven monarchs. If Li Fuchen didn't find a place to take shelter from the rain, he would be drowned by the rain. The sword energy burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen like a transparent egg. When the rainwater landed on it, there was a pitter-patter sound. Li Fuchen might have the myriad calamity immortal body, but he didn't wish to be drenched by the rain. An invincible heaven monarch's wealth must be astounding. In the depths of the rain, a transparent figure stood there with eyes that were filled with greed and malevolence. In the outside world, he didn't dare to provoke invincible heaven monarchs. But this was the water god tomb, and the strength of water Dao cultivators would increase by several times. With his strength as a peak-level heaven monarch, he would be able to exhibit the strength of an invincible heaven monarch in the water god tomb. But it was different for invincible heaven monarchs. Weaker invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of peak-level heaven monarchs in the water god tomb. Powerful invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of regular invincible heaven monarchs. Most importantly, the water god tomb was filled with the water Dao source, allowing Li Fuchen to recover his strength easily. It was different for other cultivators, and they had to rely on their energy reserves to fight. As such, Li Fuchen had a great advantage. Previously, that invincible heaven monarch escaped. This time, I will definitely succeed. The transparent figure approached Li Fuchen silently. The heavy rain had concealed his chi presence. Water source world. When it was still a distance away from Li Fuchen, the transparent figure tossed a fist-sized golden water sphere into the sky. In the next moment, the golden water sphere exploded and turned into a golden circular water barrier that couldn't block the rain and enveloped Li Fuchen. Water Revolution 8 Dragons Kill. The transparent figure didn't stop and rushed into the golden circular water barrier before blasting a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was very ferocious and the fist force turned into 8 water dragons. Each of the dragons contained abundant water Dao source. Just in time. Li Fuchen had already noticed the transparent figure. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom boom boom, the 8 water dragons exploded and the transparent figure couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Such strength. The transparent figure's eyes turned sluggish. His fist earlier was definitely at the level of an invincible heaven monarch, but Li Fuchen was still able to force him back. It meant that Li Fuchen's original strength was extremely powerful and wasn't comparable to regular invincible heaven monarchs. Chapter 10-11. Just a P-class emperor and he dares to assassinate an invincible emperor. Wealth is truly tempting. The transparent figure might be able to execute the strength of an invincible emperor, but his chi presence was only at the level of a P-class emperor. Of course, if it was any other invincible emperor, they would have no choice but to flee. After all, this was the water god tomb. Even if they could defeat the enemy, they wouldn't be able to outlast the enemy. However, Li Fuchen wasn't like the other invincible emperors. The eye of the sword god was activated and the invisible eyes were like sword lights that sunk into the transparent figure's body. Ah! The transparent figure screamed miserably and his chi presence turned chaotic. What spiritual awareness secret technique is this? The transparent figure was enraged and fearful. He felt that his saint spirit was about to split open and he wouldn't be able to withstand a few more attacks. A spiritual awareness secret technique that can kill you. The original eye of the sword god was only able to injure the P-class emperor's saint spirit. But in Li Fuchen's hands, it was able to injure the invincible emperor's saint spirit and severely injure or even tear the P-class emperor's saint spirit. While speaking, Li Fuchen continued to activate the eye of the sword god. No, don't use it anymore. I admit defeat and I will leave immediately. The transparent figure had a splitting headache and his water Dao disguise was exposed. He was a short elder. Too late. The sharp spiritual awareness sword light slashed on the short elder's saint spirit. Crackle. The short elder's saint spirit was torn apart. Once the saint spirit was torn apart, it was nearly impossible to recover by itself, unless there was a universe artifact that specialized in repairing saint spirits. Without the saint spirit's obstruction, the spiritual awareness sword light started to slice the short elder's spirit soul. This was the difference between Soul Dao secret techniques and spiritual awareness secret techniques. Soul Dao secret techniques specialized in attacking the spirit soul. The saint spirit wasn't very useful and could only barely offset some of the power. As for spiritual awareness secret techniques, the saint spirit had to be torn apart before attacking the spirit soul. Furthermore, the power wasn't comparable to Soul Dao secret techniques. If we are going to die, we shall die together. The short elder knew that he was definitely going to die. Furthermore, his saint spirit was torn apart and it made him extremely extreme. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he executed, but his body started to swell up. There was a boom and a blood mist blasted out in all directions. The power was at least 1,000 times stronger than his previous attack. Such horrific power was something that Li Fuchen, the sovereign of darkness, and the others couldn't compare. It was reckoned that only the top 10 emperor monarch rankings would have such horrific power. Li Fuchen crossed his arms and flew backwards, crashing into the golden round water barrier. With a crackling sound, the golden round water barrier shattered. Such ferocious strength. Rubbing his feet on the ground, Li Fuchen slid for a few miles before stopping. If Li Fuchen didn't have the myriad calamity immortal body, he would definitely be severely injured by the enemy's self-detonation. As for being blasted to death, that was unlikely. The short old man had underestimated an invincible sovereign emperor. Unfortunately, his space ring has already been blown to smithereens. Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity that he wasn't able to obtain the enemy's space ring. The space ring wasn't indestructible and would still be destroyed in the face of absolute power. Once the space ring was destroyed, the resources and treasures inside would be scattered in the turbulent flow of time and space and no one would be able to find them. However, the short old man still left behind an item, and it was that entrapment cardinal artifact, the golden water sphere. After spending some time, Li Fuchen removed the mark on the golden water sphere. This is an entrapment cardinal artifact that can trap peak stage emperors. It is similar to the sword lock, but this is the water god tomb and it is enough to trap invincible sovereigns. To Li Fuchen, the golden water sphere wasn't considered a great item, but in a place like the water god tomb, it would be very effective. The short old man's sneak attack was just a small interlude as Li Fuchen continued to explore the water god tomb. Splash splash. Endless torrential rain poured down from the sky. A figure shuttled through the endless torrential rain. PFFF. The energy layer on the figure's body was shattered and the torrential rain smashed onto the figure. According to the power of the torrential rain in the water god tomb, an invincible sovereign's body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, this figure was able to ignore the torrential rain and continued to run in the rain. There is a palace ahead. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a palace. Li Fuchen scanned with his spirit soul force and noticed 3 figures inside the palace. 2 of the figures were invincible sovereigns and 1 was a peak stage emperor. However, the peak stage emperor was obviously a water Dao emperor and was the strongest among the 3. He was suppressing the 2 invincible sovereigns. The reason for the battle was because there was a 1-meter-long whale-shaped boat on the table at the end of the palace. The surface of the boat was covered with countless black scales. A flying-type cardinal artifact. Furthermore, this cardinal artifact's chi presence is 10 times or 100 times stronger than all the cardinal artifacts I have seen before. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this flying-type cardinal artifact was definitely a peak-grade supreme cardinal artifact. Swish! With increased speed, Li Fuchen turned into a sharp arrow and shot towards the palace while sticking close to the ground. Inside the palace, the battle was extremely intense. Dao Lord Extermination, Dao Ancestor Du Jiao, the 2 of you cannot defeat me. Hurry up and leave. Blue Rain Emperor, you are only taking advantage of this place because this is the water god tomb. Once we are outside, we will already eliminate you. So what if this is the water god tomb? If the 2 of you don't leave, don't blame me for starting a massacre. If you can start a massacre, you would have already started a massacre. Do you really think we invincible sovereigns are easy to deal with? The frenzied battle had affected the entire palace, but the black-scaled boat was protected by a layer of black barrier and didn't move at all. Not good, someone is coming. As the trio was fighting, a figure rushed in from outside the palace. Originally, the trio thought that the figure would stop for a moment to observe the situation inside the palace. Who knew that the figure didn't slow down and actually wanted to pass through the trio? His intention was obvious. Courting death. The trio was enraged and attacked the figure in a frenzy. Bang bang bang, the trio's attacks were extremely terrifying, especially the Blue Rain Emperor. With the enhancement of the Water Dao source, his attacks were far beyond regular invincible sovereigns. But the trio was shocked when their attacks landed on Li Fuchen. It was like a rainstorm hitting a banana leaf. Apart from a series of crackling sounds, Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. In a split second, Li Fuchen had already arrived in front of the table. His right hand that was covered with the calamity power had forcefully penetrated the black barrier and grabbed the black-scaled boat. In the next moment, the black-scaled boat was stored away. No! Bastard! Courting death. The trio was shocked and infuriated as they attacked Li Fuchen with the same hatred. Although it was a supreme-grade secret treasure, it was also divided into different grades. For example, a Tier 1 peak-grade supreme artifact would only be able to execute the effects of a regular emperor. A Tier 2 peak-grade supreme artifact would be able to execute the effects of a high-class emperor, a Tier 3 peak-grade supreme artifact, a Tier 4 peak-grade supreme artifact, a Tier 5 peak-grade supreme artifact, a Tier 6 peak-grade supreme artifact, and a Tier 7 peak-grade supreme artifact. The trio was certain that the black-scaled boat was at least a Tier 6 peak-grade supreme artifact. It might even be a Tier 7 peak-grade supreme artifact. Such a secret artifact was considered priceless and wasn't inferior to regular universe cardinal artifacts. When facing the trio's encirclement, Li Fuchen didn't fear and immediately activated the Eye of the Sword God. Ah! The first to let out a miserable scream was the Blue Rain Emperor. In essence, he was only a peak-grade emperor and wasn't comparable with an invincible emperor. Of course, the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Degree Angle weren't having it easy either. How can there be such a powerful spiritual awareness secret technique? The Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Degree Angle couldn't understand. Peak-grade supreme artifacts could be separated into 7 grades, but they never heard that peak-grade spiritual awareness secret techniques were also separated into 7 grades. Generally speaking, spiritual awareness secret techniques that could injure a peak-grade emperor were already considered top-notch. It was impossible to injure an invincible emperor. Only an extremely horrific Soul Dao secret technique would be able to injure an invincible emperor. Even though their saint spirit was injured, the trio still fought to the death. But when they realized that no matter how they attacked, they couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all, they were in despair. In fact, the trio wanted Li Fuchen dead, but Li Fuchen also wanted them dead. Activating the Eye of the Sword God required a large amount of spiritual awareness, but an emperor's saint spirit was extremely firm and basically hard to be shaken. This was also why no one cultivated spiritual awareness secret techniques. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness grade had already surpassed the emperor's level. Be it the quality or quantity, it wasn't something an emperor could compare with. Finally, the Blue Rain Emperor's saint spirit was torn apart. He wanted to escape, but Li Fuchen pursued relentlessly. Let's go! Seeing that they couldn't deal with Li Fuchen, the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Time Corner had the intention to retreat. If they didn't retreat now, after Li Fuchen dealt with the Blue Rain Emperor, he would definitely come and deal with them. By then, it would be hard for them to escape. Once the Dao Monarch Extermination and the Dao Monarch Time Corner left, the Blue Rain Emperor had even more pressure. Inside the Water God tomb, his speed might be extremely fast and was even faster than regular invincible emperors, but Li Fuchen's speed wasn't slower than him at all. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were making the Blue Rain Emperor lose focus, and it was inevitable that his speed would be affected. Spare my life. I am an elder of the Rain God clan. If you kill me, the Rain God Patriarch will not let you off. The Blue Rain Emperor was afraid. He never thought that he would be killed by an invincible emperor in the Water God tomb. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the Water God tomb. Rain God Clan Li Fuchen had heard of this clan before. Just like the Fire God Zhu clan, the Rain God clan was also a great faction and had a half-god Rain God. That's right, the Rain God Patriarch's power isn't something you can imagine. Even 10 of you wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from the Rain God Patriarch. The Blue Rain Emperor felt that he was grasping onto a life-saving straw and quickly said. Li Fuchen laughed, "The Rain God is the Rain God, you are you. Therefore, die." The Blue Rain Emperor's saint spirit was sliced into pieces and his spirit soul was gradually thinning. Bang! After the Blue Rain Emperor's roar of curses, the saint spirit had completely crumbled and his spirit soul had also scattered. The Sword God's Eye is 90% guaranteed to deal with those below the invincible emperor level. It is just a little difficult to deal with invincible emperors. The invincible emperor's saint spirit was too tough. It might be possible that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was exhausted, but the saint spirit didn't crumble. Of course, the exact situation would only be known after the battle. It was just a guess now. After killing the Blue Rain Emperor, Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled over the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring. After erasing the brand on the ring, Li Fuchen opened it to take a look. Incredible! Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Blue Rain Emperor's wealth wasn't something a regular peak-level emperor could compare with. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone had a few hundred trillion. If all the resources and artifacts were added up, it would probably be a few hundred trillion. Even some of the younger invincible emperors wouldn't be so wealthy. However, Li Fuchen could imagine why the Blue Rain Emperor had so much wealth. Firstly, the Blue Rain Emperor was a peak-level emperor and had plenty of wealth. Secondly, the Blue Rain Emperor was basically invincible in the Water God tomb. Killing a few peak-level emperors would increase his wealth by a few times. If he could kill an invincible emperor, it would be even more profitable. Chapter 10-12. Inside the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring, there were several peak-grade supreme artifacts, peak-grade supreme weapons, and peak-grade supreme armors. Apart from that, there was also a metal that was the size of a small mountain. This is divine metal. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. Supreme quality secret treasures, supreme quality weapons, and supreme quality armors all required divine metal. Under the condition that the forging method was constant, the more divine metal was added, the more powerful and sturdy it would be. In fact, most of the metal half-divine artifacts were made from divine metal. Of course, just having divine metal wasn't enough, the forging method was the most important. He had never heard of any demigods that could forge half-divine artifacts. In order to obtain half-divine artifacts, the only way was to head to the battlefield of gods. As for the Water God Trident in the Water God tomb, it was also from the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen didn't think of forging a half-divine artifact. His goal was to forge a peak-grade supreme artifact sword, and the higher the grade, the better. After I exit, I will use these divine metals to forge my own primary extreme sword. The Joint Heaven sword was only a high-grade supreme weapon and its grade was too low. It basically didn't increase his strength. After keeping the Blue Rain Emperor's spatial ring, Li Fuchen took out the black-scaled boat and sized it up carefully. Don't tell me this black-scaled boat was forged from the corpse of a star behemoth? The more Li Fuchen looked at the black-scaled boat, the more he felt the presence of a space giant beast. There might be millions of space giant beasts, but they all had similarities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be collectively known as the space giant beasts. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the black-scaled boat and started to refine it. A few hours later, Li Fuchen successfully refined the black-scaled boat. The boat was called the Chaos Cloud Ship. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the Chaos Cloud Ship was forged from the corpse of the space giant beast, the Chaos Cloud Whale. The Chaos Cloud Whale was born with the strength of a ruler. When it matured to the extremity, it would have the strength of an invincible ruler. However, in comparison to strength, the Chaos Cloud Whale's speed was its advantage. Once it accelerated, even an invincible ruler wouldn't be able to catch up. This primal Chaos Cloud ship is at least peak rank 6. With it, even if we bring a large group of people, we can travel at the speed of an unrivaled sovereign emperor. Li Fuchen was also planning to construct a universe city in the future and move the sword sect into the universe city. With the Chaos Cloud ship, he would be able to transport the members of the sword sect with ease. However, there was no hurry. He would either not build a universe city, or he would build a top-notch universe city that could withstand the attacks of many demigods. Otherwise, he might as well let the people from the sword sect stay in the deep blue plane. After all, foreign heaven monarchs could not enter other planes. The plane was the safest place. I've gained enough. Is it time to leave? Originally, Li Fuchen's objective for coming to the Water God tomb was to obtain some formidable cardinal artifacts, weapons, and armors. Now that the rewards had exceeded his expectations, there was no meaning for him to stay any longer. He was still preparing to find someone to forge the primary extreme sword after he left. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen began to return the way he came. Dong 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 dong. The heavy footsteps were like the beating of a drum, spreading far and wide. Not good, it's the Water God Guards. Damn it, why did I enter when the Water God Guards made a move? Everyone in the Water God tomb had a drastic change in expression. Many of them had pale faces. The Water God was one of the most fearsome demigods in the ancient era. The Water God Guards that he created had the strength of a peak-level invincible emperor in the outside world. In the Water God tomb, they were comparable with weaker demigods. No matter who it was, if they encountered the Water God Guards in the Water God tomb, They would only have one choice, and that was to escape. If they couldn't escape, they would have to die. Only those who cultivated the water Tao and had the strength of an invincible emperor would be able to resist the water god guards for a few moves. Others wouldn't be able to resist for a while. From afar, they could see the water god guards. The water god guards were dark blue giants that were several times taller than the buildings in the water god tomb. Their eyes were glowing with white light and looked extremely terrifying. After locking onto the chi presences, the water god guards started to sprint. Dong dong dong, the water god guards were too fast. Most importantly, the water god guards could pass through the buildings in the water god tomb. They didn't have to take many detours and could run in a straight line. No! The one with the slowest speed was stomped into a pool of blood by the water god guard's foot. He was dead. They stomped Sovereign Emperor Jin Zhe to death just like that. The others were terrified. Sovereign Emperor Jin Zhe was a peak sovereign emperor, after all. Even an invincible sovereign emperor would find it hard to kill him. Yet, he was stomped to death by the water god guards. Bang! Bang! Another 2 peak sovereign emperors were stomped to death by the water god guards. Finally, only one invincible sovereign emperor was still fleeing. I can't die. I'm an invincible sovereign emperor. I can get whatever I want in the outside world. I can't die in the water god tomb for nothing. Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao gritted his teeth and fled frantically. However, no matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the water god guards, who could take shortcuts? In a short while, the water god guards caught up to him. Seeing a huge foot descend from the sky, Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao turned into a ferocious bird and flapped his wings, increasing his speed. Dong! The water god guard stepped on empty air, and the huge force caused the ground to tremble. Paw! Before Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao could rejoice too early, a giant palm had slapped Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao ruthlessly. Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao felt his consciousness turning blank and he didn't know anything else. After killing Sovereign Emperor Li Jiao, the water god guards lost their target and slowed down. They started to walk slowly in the water god tomb. On the other side, Li Fuchen, who was preparing to return, had also seen the water god guards. Li Fuchen already understood how terrifying the water god guards were. Therefore, he left early after his harvest exceeded his expectations. It was to avoid encountering the water god guards. He didn't expect to still encounter the water god guards. The water god guards don't have any emotions. Their duty is to kill everyone that enters the water god tomb. But to kill, I have to lock onto the target's chi presence first. If I conceal my chi presence, I should be able to deceive them. Li Fuchen used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence flawlessly. He then followed the shadows in the corners of the water god tomb and returned to the same spot. There were times when he had to take a detour to avoid being seen by the water god guards. As time elapsed, the number of dead sovereigns was more than the past few thousand years or tens of thousands of years combined. Every time the water god guards appeared, it would be a disaster. As expected, none of the water god guards are chasing after me. Along the way, Li Fuchen sensed the presence of at least 3 water god guards, but none of them noticed him. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the exit. However, Li Fuchen's expression changed when he saw that there was also a water god guard near the exit. Most importantly, there weren't any water god tomb buildings blocking his vision. What should I do? Li Fuchen had witnessed the water god guard's speed. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even if they didn't take shortcuts, the water god guard's speed was still much faster than him. After all, the water god guards had a huge body size, and those that entered the water god tomb could only maintain their height below the water god tomb buildings. Wait for a moment. Li Fuchen was planning to wait for the water god guards to leave. This wait lasted for half a month. Originally, the water god guard was planning to leave, but who knew that 1 week later, an invincible sovereign would also rush to the exit. After the invincible sovereign was easily eliminated by the water god guard, the water god guard stayed behind. During this half a month, Li Fuchen witnessed 2 invincible sovereigns and a peak stage sovereign being eliminated. No, I cannot wait any longer. If this place attracts 2 water god guards, my chances of escaping will be very slim. If there was only 1 water god guard, Li Fuchen felt that he might have a chance. As compared to the other invincible sovereigns, he had the myriad calamity indestructible body. It wasn't just an extra life, it was an extra few lives. Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't too safe yet, hence, he wore another peak-grade supreme armor and a peak-grade supreme defensive cardinal artifact on his waist. After doing everything, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and suddenly rushed towards the exit. When Li Fuchen exposed himself, the nearby water god guards had also noticed Li Fuchen. Boom! The water god guard exerted strength on its feet and chased after Li Fuchen at high speed. Sword lock heaven and earth. It didn't matter if it was useful or not, Li Fuchen first released the sword lock heaven and earth at the water god guard. A spherical space that was filled with sword talismans enveloped the water god guard. Bang! The sword lock heaven and earth didn't even last for a moment and was immediately shattered by the water god guard. All the sword talismans instantly exploded. Water world. Immediately after, Li Fuchen activated the water source world. That golden sphere of water. Bang! The golden round water shield formed by the golden water ball was also smashed into pieces. It did not pose any resistance. 10 miles. 5 miles. 1 mile. 200 meters. 100 meters. 100 meters was already within the water god guard's attack range. The water god guard leaned forward and blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The first thing that was shattered was the defensive layer created by the peak-grade supreme defensive cardinal artifact. This defensive layer was like a bubble that was shattered without a trace. Immediately after, the water god guard's fist landed on Li Fuchen's body. After being neutralized by the peak-grade supreme armor, only 70% or 80% of the force was transmitted to Li Fuchen. But this 70% or 80% of the force was far beyond any invincible ruler. Li Fuchen's calamity power was being consumed at a frenzy. A regular invincible ruler would only be able to consume 1 wisp of calamity power. Even a top 100 invincible ruler like the Sovereign of Darkness would only be able to consume a few dozen wisps of calamity power. It was far from 5%. But in front of the water god guard's fist, Li Fuchen's calamity power was like flowing water and was instantly consumed by 90%. Finally, Li Fuchen's myriad calamity indestructible body was broken. It was fortunate that the water god guard's fist was also exhausted. Swish! Using the force that the water god guard exerted on Li Fuchen's body, Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease and increased instead. He immediately entered a giant water whirlpool at the exit. After losing the target, the water god guard continued to patrol nearby. The tall and massive figure had boundless pressure. So dangerous. On the outside, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. This was truly too dangerous and it couldn't be any more dangerous. But it was mainly because his foundation was too shallow. Chapter 10-13. In the outside world, the Emperor ranking would appear from time to time. Every time it appeared, it meant that an invincible Emperor had perished and a peak-level Emperor would be added. There were too many invincible Emperors that perished in the Water God Tomb. There were at least 20 invincible Emperors that perished. Once an invincible Emperor perished, the Emperor ranking would naturally have an empty spot. These empty spots could only be filled by peak-level Emperors. After all, not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who relied on an absolute chi presence to forcefully enter the 99th rank of the Emperor ranking. Of course, the lower ranks of the Emperor ranking weren't any different from the top-notch peak-level Emperors. It was just the difference in chi presence. Some of the top-notch peak-level Emperors were actually stronger than regular invincible Emperors. Therefore, it wasn't considered a disgrace for them to be added to the Emperor ranking. After leaving the Water God Tomb, Li Fuchen used the Sword Brilliant City as a transit station and teleported to another Class 1 branch, the Scarlet Sword City. The Scarlet Sword City had an invincible emperor called the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was the #1 swordsmith below the demigod realm. His pinnacle work was a Tier 7 peak-grade artifact sword, the Scarlet Sword. The Scarlet Sword was also the symbol of the Scarlet Sword City. The reason why the Scarlet Sword City was called the Scarlet Sword City was because of the Scarlet Sword. Li Fuchen didn't have extravagant hopes to forge a Tier 7 peak-grade artifact sword. To him, a Tier 5 peak-grade artifact sword was enough to increase his strength by more than 10 times. Li Fuchen was a headquarters elder and an invincible emperor. It was rather easy for him to request an audience with the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Primary Extreme Emperor, I have long heard of your name. Inside the Scarlet Fire Sword Manor, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor smiled at Li Fuchen. The Swordsman Guild publicly recognized Li Fuchen as one of the Son of Universe and no one was allowed to neglect him. Greetings to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Li Fuchen bowed to the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor waved his hand and said, "You are looking for me to forge a sword, right? Let me make it clear first. For me to forge a sword, I need divine metal. Secondly, the forging fee is 300 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Thirdly, I need 30,000 elder points." To everyone in the Swordsman Guild, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor would treat them equally. But this was only on the surface. He still had plenty of forging tasks onto his hands. If Li Fuchen soared to Li Fuchen, the swordsman would have to wait for him. Sure, no problem. This price wasn't a problem for Li Fuchen. Before entering the Water God tomb, 300 billion peak-grade spirit stones was indeed a huge sum for him. But now, it was just a drop in the ocean. As for the 30,000 elder points, it wasn't considered much either. Alright, let me have a look at your divine gold. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was rather looking forward to Li Fuchen's divine metal. In the universe, there were many types of divine metals. The more precious they were, the more powerful supreme treasured swords could be forged. Here. Li Fuchen handed over the mountain-sized divine metal. This is Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor's eyes widened, Primal Copper Essence. Primal Chaos Copper Essence. Brat, your luck is really good. The Primal Chaos Copper Essence is one of the top 10 divine metals in the universe. It is extremely rare. To think that you managed to obtain such a large piece. Is it enough? Li Fuchen asked. The Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor said, "From your words, I know that you are a layman. When forging weapons, there isn't enough or not. If there is less, the final effect will be worse. If there is more, the final effect will be better. Therefore, how much Primal Chaos Copper Essence do you plan to use to forge the sword?" Naturally, I will use it all to forge the sword. Alright, leave it to me. 500 years, no, 1,000 years later, come back to retrieve the sword embryo. He didn't forge a complete sword, but a perfect sword embryo. Then, the owner of the sword would personally inject the sword pattern into the sword. Of course, if the owner didn't mind, he could also personally inject the sword pattern. In terms of the sword pattern, he was extremely proficient, but there would be an additional fee to inject the sword pattern. Furthermore, it was most suitable for the owner to inject the sword pattern into the artifact sword. Very few people were willing to let him inject the sword pattern. Then I shall thank the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor. 1,000 years passed very quickly. Li Fuchen wanted to immediately return to the deep blue plane to continue comprehending the world fruit. Only when his primary extreme sword arts rank was high enough, his primary extreme sword pattern would be powerful enough. After injecting the sword embryo, the artifact sword formed would naturally have a higher grade. After bidding farewell to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchen strolled around the Scarlet Sword City before leaving. Time flew by and 500 years had passed by in a flash. Back then, the tragedy that happened in the Water God tomb had already calmed down as time elapsed. Everyone would only gather together and sigh with emotions. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen had been sitting on the world fruit for the past 500 years and was quietly comprehending the world law. There was a concentrated sword Dao law power that was seeping out from the world fruit and fusing into Li Fuchen's chi presence. On the other side, there was also the undying law power that was seeping out from the world fruit and fusing into the immortal emperor's chi presence. However, as compared to the sword Dao law power, the immortal emperor's undying law power was too thin. Dao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Similarly, sword begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Li Fuchen's comprehension was getting deeper, causing the world fruit to tremble slightly. The concentrated sword Dao law power was almost materialized and was lingering around Li Fuchen. Such terrifying perception! The immortal emperor woke up from his comprehension state and looked at Li Fuchen with shock. As compared to Li Fuchen, the immortal emperor's perception was thousands or even tens of thousands of times inferior. All of a sudden, the immortal emperor's face flashed with even more shock. Li Fuchen's body was actually gradually turning illusory before sinking into the world fruit. What is going on? The immortal emperor was still young and didn't understand the world fruit well, therefore, he didn't understand what was happening. Could the Origin Extreme Emperor have obtained the recognition of the world fruit? The immortal emperor guessed correctly. The immortal emperor's guess wasn't wrong. Li Fuchen had indeed obtained the recognition of the world fruit. After entering the world fruit, Li Fuchen discovered a brand new world. It was a world that was filled with order within the chaos. It was a world that was about to be established. Such a process could only be seen during the birth of a plane. As compared to planes, other hidden domains and unique spaces weren't considered complete worlds. They were only considered spaces with laws. Planes were also known as plane worlds and they were the source of life. Previously, Li Fuchen was observing the world from the outside, but now, he was observing the world from the inside. Be it the observation angle or the depth of observation, it was worlds apart. No wonder it is the world fruit. Such clear power of laws. Li Fuchen saw strands of threads that formed runes. They were heaven and earth runes, world runes that contained the world's mysteries and true essence. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found the sword Dao threads and the sword Dao runes. If I comprehend the sword Dao here, the speed will be at least dozens of times faster than the outside. Li Fuchen was filled with anticipation as he comprehended. 100 years later, a horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchen's body. In the outside world, the emperor rankings had appeared. Li Fuchen's ranking had suddenly climbed from 99th to 12th. Be it the breakthrough of sword art or sword technique, it would greatly increase the chi presence. After all, be it sword art or sword technique, they would be able to communicate with a large amount of sword Dao source power and sword Dao source essence, allowing the body's sword Dao bloodline to grow stronger. He broke through again. The immortal emperor didn't know what to say. In the horizontal river star region, everyone said that he was a prodigy, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he wasn't even considered mediocre. 12th. In the horizontal river city, the horizontal river primogenitor's eyes burst out with radiance. This child is not to be provoked. After letting out a turbid breath, the radiance in the horizontal river primogenitor's eyes faded and was left with intense fear. He might not have any grudges with Li Fuchen and had some friendship, but they were in the same star region and both of them had eternal lifespans. No one knew what would happen in the future. It seems like I have been living too comfortably for these countless years. There is a saying that goes, one is born from suffering and perishes in peace. The horizontal river primogenitor made up his mind and decided to venture out. With his strength, he would still be able to fight if he encountered a regular invincible emperor. There wasn't a need to be overcautious and think too much. In the Divine Leaf City, the Blood Axe Monarch had an extremely complicated expression. When Li Fuchen had just become an emperor, the Blood Axe Monarch was prepared to befriend Li Fuchen. After Li Fuchen became an invincible emperor, the Blood Axe Monarch didn't take the initiative to befriend Li Fuchen anymore. Right now, the Blood Axe Monarch wasn't qualified to interact with Li Fuchen as Li Fuchen didn't owe him anything. As for using the Undying Legion as his backer, it was destined to be a joke. Li Fuchen was backed by the Swordsman Guild and their faction was stronger than the Undying Legion. What if he wants me to hand over the Divine Leaf City? The Blood Axe Monarch suddenly had a thought. The Divine Leaf City had the Swordsman Guild and also the leaves of the World Tree. It was hard to guarantee that Li Fuchen wouldn't have any thoughts. He shouldn't. With the support of the Divine Leaf City's array, my strength might not be weaker than the Undying Legion. Furthermore, I still have the Undying Spear as my trump card. When thinking about the Undying Spear, the Blood Axe Monarch felt slightly relieved. On this day, the name of the primary Extreme Emperor was spreading throughout the universe. Some of the peak-level invincible emperors who originally didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes started to notice this title. After all, if Li Fuchen was ranked 12th on the emperor rankings, it meant that Li Fuchen was also a peak-level invincible emperor and was on the same level as them. Among the children of the universe, the primary Extreme Emperor is definitely a monster. In the Swordsman Guild, all the emperors were shocked. This is the late-stage Star Field class primary Extreme Sword Art. In the past, Li Fuchen's sword art was only able to draw out a portion of the Sword Dao Source Essence. Right now, it was able to draw out a large amount of Sword Dao Source Essence. Furthermore, there would be Sword Dao Source Essence fusing into Li Fuchen's body at all times, strengthening Li Fuchen's Sword Dao bloodline. The Prismatic Stone Mother contains the Time Source Essence. If my sword art reaches the perfection stage of Star Field class, I will actually be a Universe Cardinal Treasure. Chapter 10-14. It was out of Li Fuchen's expectation to push the primary Extreme Sword Art from mid-stage to late-stage Star Field class in just 600 years. He thought it would be hard to break through within 1,000 years. The fruit of the world lives up to its name. However, I'm afraid very few people know that one must first obtain the acknowledgement of the fruit of the world in order to cultivate within it. This is more than 100 times better than comprehending the fruit of the world outside. The world fruit was too rare, even rarer than the world leaf. If one didn't have enough perception, they would have to use time to comprehend. If one could comprehend the world fruit for 100 million years or 100 million years, one might be able to obtain the recognition of the world fruit. Of course, it was also possible that one might not be able to obtain the recognition of the world fruit and could only comprehend it outside. In the universe, apart from fated opportunities, one had to have the ability to. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to grasp the fated opportunities. There are still 400 years before the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestors promise. I cannot waste it. Li Fuchen started to comprehend the spatial and time law. On the 20th year, Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao reached the mid-stage City Lord class. On the 50th year, he reached the late-stage City Lord class. On the 120th year, he reached the perfection level of the City Lord class. On the 380th year, Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao finally reached the same level as the primary Extreme Sword Art, although it was only at the initial level. Spatial and time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped himself with the spatial and time power. 2 times. 3 times. After the spatial and time Dao reached the Star Field class, Li Fuchen was able to accelerate the spatial and time that he was in. It might only be 3 times, but it was better than staying the same. Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler, and it was an incredible feat to accelerate the time and space of an invincible ruler. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen could accelerate the spatial and time of other invincible rulers. Firstly, Li Fuchen accelerated himself because he didn't resist, but other invincible rulers would. Furthermore, if the target was himself, it would more or less be strengthened. Secondly, even if other invincible rulers didn't resist, it was still impossible to accelerate an invincible ruler, unless Li Fuchen's spatial and time Dao reached a higher level. After exiting the world fruit, Li Fuchen said to the Immortal Emperor, "Don't resist, I will accelerate the spatial and time you are in." While speaking, Li Fuchen released a spatial and time power to envelop the Immortal Emperor. 5 times. 10 times. 20 times. If the Immortal Emperor didn't resist, Li Fuchen's limit was to accelerate the Immortal Emperor by 20 times. After all, Li Fuchen's time and space Dao was about the same level as an Immortal Emperor. They were both at the level of regular emperors. If Li Fuchen resisted, he wouldn't even be able to double the speed. Your spacetime Dao. Immortal Emperor was shocked. Accelerating spacetime by 20 times meant that his efficiency would increase by 20 times. 10,000 years in the outside world would be equivalent to 200,000 years in reality. The price was just sacrificing some time. However, time was meaningless to sovereign lords. Immortal emperors would only be able to increase their speed by 20 times, but the werewolf incarnation would be able to increase their speed by 200 times. The difference between a star sector level heavenly monarch and a city lord heavenly monarch was huge, which could be seen from this. 200-fold spacetime acceleration is enough for a werewolf avatar to become an imperial lord in 1,000 years. If 1,000 years was accelerated by 200 times, it would be 200,000 years. If Li Fuchen was still unable to become an emperor, he didn't know what to say. However, Li Fuchen believed that a werewolf avatar with a bit of his spirit's soul force wouldn't have such a bad perception. 1,000 years was just Li Fuchen's bottom line. In his opinion, it wouldn't even take 1,000 years. Li Fuchen didn't accelerate others, even Yan Qingwu's lifespan was only a few million years. If Li Fuchen accelerated her with all his strength, it would be around 1,000 or 1,000 times. As such, 1,000 years in the outside world would be equivalent to 1,000,000 or a few million years for her. It wouldn't be too late to accelerate her after she became a heaven monarch. It is time to retrieve the sword. Li Fuchen was rather looking forward to the primary extreme sword embryo. Scarlet Sword City, Scarlet Sword Manor. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had yet to come out. He had already stayed in the sword crafting hall for more than 980 years. In these 980 years, the sword crafting hall had never stopped emitting scarlet light. Everything has a unique power, it is the same for divine metals. The primal copper essence is ranked top 10 in the universe and it isn't easy to handle the power within the primal copper essence. If it isn't handled properly, it will easily damage the primal copper essence's power source. Forging a sword embryo wasn't just about forging a shape. If it was just forging a shape, Li Fuchen would be able to do it himself. Why would he need the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor? Li Fuchen didn't have to wait for too long. After 3 years, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor came out. Ah, it is fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Your sword embryo is forged. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor tossed the bronze sword embryo to Li Fuchen. It is so heavy. After receiving the sword embryo, Li Fuchen felt his hand was heavy. It felt as though it wasn't a sword embryo, but hundreds of stars. When Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness entered the sword embryo, he found the sword embryo's power source inside. Such a vigorous power source. Furthermore, it is the primal chaos power source that doesn't have any attributes. In terms of the intensity of the power source, the sword embryo wasn't inferior to an emperor. Furthermore, it was an emperor that had grasped the primal chaos Tao. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor said, the primal chaos power can be perfectly transformed into any form of power. This is also the main reason why the primal copper essence is ranked as one of the top 10 divine metals. In addition, you provided enough primal copper essence, therefore, the power source is sufficiently robust. It isn't exaggerating to say that even without the sword pattern, this sword embryo already has the power of a Tier 2 peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Right now, let's see how much your sword pattern can enhance the sword embryo's power. The sword embryo's power source was equivalent to the Emperor's power, while the sword pattern was equivalent to the Emperor's finishing move. A formidable finishing move would be able to use 10% of the power to burst out with 10 times or 100 times more lethality. Correspondingly, a formidable sword pattern would be able to enhance the artifact sword's power by 10 times or 100 times. Many thanks to the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the primary extreme sword embryo and thanked the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor again. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor said, in less than 1,000 years, you have advanced from 99th to 12th on the Emperor rankings. You are the only one worthy of this sword embryo. Right now, Li Fuchen had already become one of the symbols of the Swordsman Guild. Previously, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor heard that there were plenty of invincible emperors that coveted Li Fuchen's world fruits and wanted to work together to deal with Li Fuchen. Right now, these people probably didn't dare to provoke Li Fuchen. This was the change brought about by strength. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor is too kind. Li Fuchen shook his head. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor seemed to have something to say, but he hesitated and didn't know if he should say it. In response, Li Fuchen said, "Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor, is there anything else?" The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "Primary Extreme Emperor, I wish to ask for a favor from you. It doesn't matter if you succeed, I will give you 3 million elder points." After countless years, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had accumulated a lot of elder points. Li Fuchen said, "Please speak." "I wish to ask Primary Extreme Emperor to make a trip to the ancient stone Starfield's Forbidden Stone Cave. My granddaughter, the Reverence Moon Heaven Lord, was struck by the Forbidden Stone Cave's forbidden curse. Every 100 years, she would go insane. This kind of forbidden curse can only be removed by the Forbidden Stone in the Forbidden Stone Cave. There is no other way." When recalling his granddaughter's miserable state, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor had a distressed expression. Li Fuchen asked curiously, "Is this Forbidden Stone Cave very dangerous? Can't the other invincible emperors do it?" With the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor's strength and status, it should be easy for him or an invincible emperor to go. Why did he specifically ask for a favor from Li Fuchen? The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor shook his head and said, "I have entered the Forbidden Stone Cave before. There is a monster inside called the Forbidden Stone Monkey. It isn't just indestructible, it is also extremely powerful. 3 of them are able to contest with invincible emperors. With my ability, I can only deal with 10 Forbidden Stone Monkeys at once. However, there are hundreds of Forbidden Stone Monkeys inside. Without absolute strength, it is impossible to search for the Forbidden Stone." The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor was ranked over 100 on the Emperor rankings. If he couldn't do it, there were very few people who could. It was reckoned that only peak-level invincible emperors like Li Fuchen who were ranked in the top 10 would have some hope. Can a ruler that doesn't cultivate the curse Tao remove this forbidden curse? In the universe, there were plenty of rulers and there were definitely rulers that cultivated the curse Tao. The Deep Blue Plane had a curse heaven monarch. After so many years, he might have become a ruler just like the immortal emperor. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor smiled bitterly and said, "I have looked for 3 rulers that mainly cultivated the curse Tao. The strongest among them was a peak-level ruler, but they were all helpless. Perhaps only an invincible emperor that mainly cultivated the curse Tao has a chance to remove the forbidden curse. But according to my understanding, none of the invincible emperors on the emperor rankings focused on the curse Tao. There were a few who cultivated the curse Tao as a secondary path, but they weren't proficient enough." Li Fuchen nodded. Main cultivation and secondary cultivation were 2 different things. Take his primary extreme sword Tao for example, and he had reached the level of a peak-level invincible emperor. His secondary cultivation of the time and space Tao was only at the level of a regular emperor. The difference was too great. "Alright, after I inject the sword pattern into the sword embryo, I will find an opportunity to visit the Forbidden Cave." 3 million elder points were still very tempting to Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor said, "Primary Extreme Emperor doesn't know. The forbidden curse will activate once every 100 years. When it activates 99 times, the person will turn into a monster and there will be no more chances to reverse it. My granddaughter has already activated it 28 times." He was reminding Li Fuchen that there was only around 7,000 years before his granddaughter would turn into a monster and he mustn't delay it. Of course, he wasn't going to bet everything on Li Fuchen. Over 1,000 years ago, he had already spent a lot of money to invite 2 of the top 50 invincible rulers. However, there was still no news until now. Since he wasn't confident, he decided to invite Li Fuchen. "I got it." Li Fuchen nodded. 7,000 years was enough for Li Fuchen. Normally, it should be very fast to inject the sword pattern. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to inject the sword pattern outside. As a precaution, he decided to return to the deep blue plain to complete the task. Chapter 10-15. On a desolate continent in the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen concentrated and started to pour the primary extreme sword pattern into the sword embryo. Pouring the sword pattern into a regular sword embryo and pouring the sword pattern into a sword embryo with power source were two different things. There was basically nothing to pay attention to when pouring the sword pattern into a regular sword embryo. But when pouring the sword pattern into a sword embryo with power source, one had to do their best to avoid damaging the sword embryo's power source. It was just like when a martial artist cultivated. One mustn't blindly cultivate, otherwise, one might damage the meridians or even the dantian. Under the observation of the spirit's soul force, all the details of the sword embryo were magnified by countless times. According to the direction of the detailed patterns, Li Fuchen found the entry point and poured the primary extreme sword pattern in. Visible to the naked eye, the surface of the sword embryo was crawling with ancient and primitive straight patterns. These patterns were extremely profound, and any random cut-off would be enough to dissect into an ultimate sword art. It could be said to turn something rotten into something magical, returning to the natural state and returning to the great Tao. The sword pattern was poured in very slowly, and Li Fuchen didn't want to be sloppy. He hoped that the primary extreme sword pattern could fuse perfectly with the sword embryo. On a mountain range of a star near the deep blue plain, there were two figures standing on it. Mingyue, I will have to trouble you this time. The 100-flower Empress was filled with anticipation and apprehension. It was very unbelievable for the 100-flower Empress to have such an expression. In the past, the 100-flower Empress gave off a noble and imposing aura. It felt as though she was a true Empress that was unreachable. However, people didn't know that in the face of absolute strength, nobility and unreachable were actually just a facade. The 100-flower Empress had a request for Li Fuchen, and who was Li Fuchen? He was a ruler and not a regular ruler. He was ranked 12th on the Emperor rankings and was a P-class invincible ruler. Even the Cross River primogenitor and the Blood Axe ruler would have to be respectful to him. How would the 100-flower Empress dare to be disrespectful? The reason why the 100-flower Empress brought Zhao Mingyue to the deep blue plain was very simple. She hoped that Li Fuchen would give her the opportunity to comprehend the world fruit. She had been stuck at the City Lord Heaven Monarch realm for far too long. Even if she didn't have the world fruit, she would still have the patience to continue grinding. According to her estimation, she was confident that she would break through to the star domain realm and become the arch in 1,000,000 to 100,000 years. However, with the world fruit, that time could be shortened by 100 or even 1,000 times. Empress, don't worry. Li Fuchen is a good person. If it is just comprehending the world fruit, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Mingyue was already at the Saint Monarch realm, and with the help of Matron 100 Flowers, she was already at the 7th level of the Unity realm. Zhao Mingyue transformed into a ray of light and flew towards the deep blue plain. The sword rune infusion is complete. The bronze sword embryo was covered with primitive and simple primary extreme sword patterns. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and poured the primary extreme sword Dao power into the primary extreme sword. Roar! The hum of the sword reverberated throughout the entire deep blue plain, as though an ancient peerless sword had awakened. At the same time, an indescribable sharpness swept across the entire horizontal river star zone, disappearing into the dark void between star zones. 6th rank or 7th rank? Li Fuchen was observing. Before the primary extreme sword was injected with the sword pattern, it was already a tier 2 peak grade supreme artifact sword. After injecting the primary extreme sword pattern, it wasn't a problem to increase it by 3 or 4 tiers. After all, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword pattern was already at the late-stage star field class. In the universe, how many individuals' martial arts or innate abilities were at the late-stage star field class? Most of the demigods weren't even at the late stage. Such a terrifying sharpness. When the sharpness swept past her body, Matron 100 Flowers felt a chill in her body and spirit soul. She didn't need to guess to know that Li Fuchen was the only one who could produce such a commotion. In the hands of an invincible emperor, a first-stage Supreme-grade Supreme Treasure Sword can only increase the lethality by 10 to 20%. A second-stage sword can increase the lethality by 30 to 40%. A third-stage sword can increase the lethality by 2 times. A fourth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 10 times. A fifth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 100 times. A sixth-stage sword can increase the lethality by 1,000 times. With my strength as a peak-stage Invincible Emperor, I can increase the lethality by dozens to hundreds of times. Even if it was a peak-grade Supreme Artifact Sword, the lethal power would be enhanced differently in the hands of different individuals. For example, a Tier 1 peak-grade Supreme Artifact Sword wouldn't only increase the lethal power by 10% or 20% in the hands of a regular Emperor. However, Invincible Emperors were too powerful, therefore, they had a strong requirement for the Artifact Sword. A weaker Artifact Sword naturally wouldn't be able to increase the lethal power. Among the Invincible Emperors, there was also a difference in strength. A Tier 7 peak-grade Supreme Artifact Sword would be able to increase the lethal power of a regular Invincible Emperor by 1,000 times, but it wouldn't be able to increase a peak-grade Invincible Emperor's lethal power by 1,000 times. As to how much the lethal power would be, Li Fuqian would have to test it first. At this moment, Li Fuqian had already sensed Zhao Mingyue and Matron 100 Flowers. He had also guessed their intentions, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until he tested the primary extreme sword first. With a flash, Li Fuqian arrived at the starry sky outside of the deep blue plain. Split! Wielding the primary extreme sword, Li Fuqian cleaved at the starry sky. PFFF. The starry sky was like a pitch-black cloth that had traces of radiance. It was cut from the middle. The universe law, time, and space had all turned into falsehoods at this moment. It has increased the lethal power by 85 times. It is most likely a Tier 7 peak-grade Supreme Artifact Sword. Li Fuqian revealed a delighted expression. In the past, it was already easy for him to execute the primary extreme sword art. Right now, when using the primary extreme sword to execute the primary extreme sword art, it was as though he was assisted by the gods. The surging speed of his power was countless times faster. Li Fuqian knew that the primary extreme sword was guiding his power. After all, the primary extreme sword had its own power source. No wonder it is a Tier 7 primary extreme sword. My strength is already at this level and it can still increase the lethal power by 85 times. It was nothing for an Invincible Emperor to increase the lethal power by 85 times. However, even if an Invincible Emperor's strength was increased by 1,000 times, they would only be comparable to a peak-grade Invincible Emperor. It was imaginable what was the concept of increasing the lethal power by 85 times for a peak-grade Invincible Emperor. I reckon that killing a regular Emperor with a single sword should be as easy as eating or drinking now. Regular Invincible Emperors weren't able to kill a regular Emperor in a single move, they could only do so easily. Huff! After letting out a breath, Li Fuqian flashed and appeared at the star where Matron 100 Flowers was at. Greetings to Primary Extreme Emperor. Seeing Li Fuqian's sudden appearance, Matron 100 Flowers quickly bowed. Li Fuqian said, Matron doesn't have to be so courteous. Are you here for the world fruit? That's right. 100 Flowers is willing to pay any price. Matron 100 Flowers was filled with anticipation. Li Fuqian said, it isn't a big deal for Matron 100 Flowers to comprehend the world fruit. However, Matron 100 Flowers is unable to enter the deep blue plane and I don't wish for the world fruit to appear in the outside world for a long period of time. The world fruit was very safe in the deep blue plane. Even if Li Fuqian wasn't around, no one would be able to break through the sword lock and snatch the world fruit. But it was different outside the deep blue plane. If Li Fuqian wasn't around, there would definitely be Invincible Emperors that would come to snatch it. Li Fuqian couldn't possibly keep protecting the world fruit, right? Before Matron 100 Flowers could speak, Li Fuqian asked, Matron, if you have the world fruit, how long will it take for you to break through? Matron 100 Flowers thought for a moment and lifted her head, at most 1,000 years. No, 500 years is fine too. Without knowing the specific effects of the world fruit, Matron Hundred Flowers didn't dare to confirm how long it would take for her to break through. To be serious, 500 years was actually very risky and there was a high chance that she wouldn't be able to break through. But if it was too long, she wouldn't know when to stop. Sure. Li Fuchen nodded. With a wave of his hand, a spherical spatial zone that was filled with sword talismans flew out from the deep blue plain. Zhao Mingyue also appeared together with it. The two of you can enter then. Li Fuchen said to Matron Hundred Flowers and Zhao Mingyue. After entering the sword lock, Matron Hundred Flowers and Zhao Mingyue were shocked. In front of them was a fruit that was the size of a star. But from the chi presence emitted by the fruit, not even 10,000 stars or 1,000,000 stars could compare with it. Matron Hundred Flowers, don't resist. I will accelerate the space-time you are in and it will shorten the time you need to break through. Li Fuchen said. Alright. Matron Hundred Flowers was rather astonished. Li Fuchen actually cultivated the space-time Tao and it was a good thing. She didn't wish for the space-time acceleration to be 10 times or 100 times, it would be great if she could accelerate it by 3 to 5 times. As such, she would be comprehending for 500 years and it would be equivalent to comprehending for around 2,000 years. It would greatly increase the chances of breaking through. Activating the space-time power, Li Fuchen started to accelerate the space-time that Matron Hundred Flowers was in. 2 times, 5 times, 10 times, what? More than 10 times. Matron Hundred Flowers was startled. 50 times, 100 times, 150 times. It seemed like Matron Hundred Flowers' strength was much stronger than the werewolf incarnation. Li Fuchen could accelerate the space-time of the werewolf incarnation to 200 times, but he could only accelerate it to 150 times for Matron Hundred Flowers. 150 times? Matron Hundred Flowers took a deep cold breath. 150 times, what kind of concept was that? 500 years in the outside world was the same as 75,000 years for her. I should be able to break through in at most 100 years. Matron Hundred Flowers looked at Li Fuchen with gratitude and immediately entered the comprehension state. Once Matron Hundred Flowers breaks through, I will make a trip to the Forbidden Grotto. Li Fuchen's body sank into the world fruit and continued to comprehend the space-time Tao. He knew that after the space-time Tao reached the star domain class, it was impossible to break through within a short period of time. After all, he was only cultivating the space-time Tao and his foundation was far inferior to the sword Tao. 10 years, 20 years, soon enough, 50 years had passed. Am I going to break through? Li Fuchen could feel that on the surface of the world fruit, there was a powerful withering power that was brewing and awakening. A month later, Matriarch Hundred Flowers opened her eyes. Countless vines grew out of her body. These vines grew countless green leaves, and within the green leaves, flowers bloomed. Then, flower fairies flew out from the flowers and danced around Matriarch Hundred Flowers. After countless years of bitter cultivation, Matron Hundred Flowers had finally stepped into the star domain class. As of now, her strength didn't just increase by several times, her lifespan had also reached eternity. Matron Hundred Flowers, congratulations. Li Fuchen flew out and congratulated her. I am unable to repay the Emperor's kindness. If you need the 100 Flowers for anything in the future, just say the word. Matron Hundred Flowers was very excited. Without possessing the Emperor's power, it was impossible to imagine the wonders of an Emperor's power. It is just a small matter, Matron Hundred Flowers doesn't have to bother. After a pause, Li Fuchen continued, since Matron Hundred Flowers has broken through, I shall not send her off. Mingyu shall continue to comprehend the world fruit. While speaking, Li Fuchen sent the world fruit back to the deep blue plain. Chapter 10:16. Every time Li Fuchen visited the ancient stone starfield, it would give him a different feeling. Li Fuchen knew that this was the change brought about by increasing his strength. During this trip to the ancient stone star region, Li Fuchen could clearly sense that the ancient stone region was filled with subtle cursed chi presence. In the past, Li Fuchen's spirit soul force was able to detect this cursed chi presence, but it wasn't as clear as this time. The spirit's soul power did allow Li Fuchen to have a unique vision, but the spirit's soul power wasn't omnipotent. Due to the limitations of Li Fuchen's strength, the effect of the spirit's soul power was actually only a very small portion. Li Fuchen didn't have the delusion that he could make perfect use of the spirit's soul. What a joke, his spirit's soul should be the divine soul. It was definitely unrealistic to use a mortal's body to make use of the divine soul. His spirit's soul had stopped evolving mainly because of the limitations of the universe. The universe didn't allow such a powerful spirit soul to exist. In the past, Li Fuchen didn't know, but now he understood. Everyone below the saint's spirit soul was gray. Some might have a light gray spirit soul, while some were gray. At the saint's realm, the spirit's soul would turn green. Generally speaking, those below the heaven monarch's spirit soul would be light green. Only after reaching the heaven monarch's spirit soul would turn green. After reaching the half-god realm, the spirit's soul would be cleansed by the half-god artifact and it would evolve again, turning from green to light blue. It also meant to say that the light blue spirit soul was the limit of this universe. Li Fuchen was able to break through the limit because of the golden amulet. Even with the golden amulet, my spirit soul probably won't be able to turn red. It will probably be the same when I become a half-god in the future. Li Fuchen didn't have too many regrets. One mustn't be too greedy. The purplish-red spirit soul had already given him an unparalleled advantage. If one pursued a stronger spirit soul and didn't work hard, what was the meaning of such a life? Li Fuchen's speed was very fast. He didn't even need a single breath to travel 10 light years. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived in the vicinity of the Forbidden Stone Cave. The Forbidden Stone Cave looked like a giant mountain from the outside. It was a mountain that was several times bigger than a universe city. The surface of the mountain had plenty of caves. Such concentrated cursed chi presence. In Li Fuchen's opinion, apart from heaven monarchs, no one else could approach the Forbidden Stone Cave. Once they approached, they would be cursed. After choosing a cave, Li Fuchen's figure flashed and skimmed in. There were plenty of monsters in the Forbidden Stone Cave, and the Forbidden Stone Monkey was one of the stronger ones. When Li Fuchen entered the Forbidden Stone Cave, he saw 2 sand men pouncing at him. This was the weakest monster in the Forbidden Grotto. It was called the Forbidden Sandman, and its strength was only equivalent to an ordinary heaven monarch. Bang! Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered with them. He shook his chi presence and turned the 2 taboo sand men into a pile of sand and couldn't gather again. Li Fuchen's stone cave that he had Fuchen Li in stone. The monsters here were much stronger than those in the outer regions, and they were all at least city lord grade. Li Didn's Li in, and the cursed Chi in. I wonder what kind of existence turned the entire ancient stone star zone into a wasteland. It must be at least a top-notch demigod. He god. Fuchen Li was the Li, beast. Beast command. Li beast token. Li beast after beast. Beast token killing intent. After. Li killed beast. After Li beast. This token was exactly the same as the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch's beast token. However, the Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch's was black, while Li Fuchen's was silver. The beast token was refined by a beast master. But why would it appear in the Forbidden Stone Cave? Li Fuchen was rather confused. He didn't think that this beast-taming Grand Master was the same person as the top demigod in the cursed ancient stone realm. Maybe this beast-taming Grand Master was bored, so he spread out the beast battle badges he forged and placed them in various dangerous places for the fated ones. After all, after living for a long time, it was normal to have some strange interests. The Black Beast token can transform regular Heaven Monarch class space beasts. The Silver Beast token can probably transform City Lord class space beasts. Li Fuchen kept the Silver Beast token. To him, these items could only enrich his collection and didn't have much use. Inside the Forbidden Stone Cave, there were plenty of items that were half-weathered. Half-weathered tables, half-weathered chairs, half-weathered buildings, half-weathered stone statues, rumble. A stone statue that looked like a dog suddenly separated from the main body and pounced at Li Fuchen. I can test the power of the primary extreme sword. Li Fuchen could scatter those City Lord-class monsters with a casual wave of his hand. This dog-shaped stone statue had the strength of a ruler and wasn't that easy to scatter. Li Fuchen drew the primary extreme sword and cleaved at the dog-shaped stone statue. Bang! The dog-shaped stone statue shook for a moment before turning into a pile of sand. In terms of power, the dog-shaped stone statue shouldn't be comparable to regular emperors. However, I didn't use my full strength for that sword move earlier. Li Fuchen had simply poured his power into the primary extreme sword before cleaving. As Li Fuchen ventured deeper, the monsters that he encountered were getting stronger. At the start, it was just regular Monarch-class monsters, followed by high-class Monarch-class and P-class Monarch-class monsters. Generally speaking, Li Fuchen would only need a single slash to exhaust the strength of regular Monarch-class monsters, turning them into a pile of sand. High-class Monarch-class monsters would take Li Fuchen 30 to 50 slashes to exhaust their strength. As for P-class Monarch-class monsters, they were much harder to deal with. Li Fuchen would need at least 10,000 slashes to kill them. Squeak squeak squeak, there was a sharp monkey cry as a shadow lunged at Li Fuchen from the crevice at the top of the cave. It was unbelievably fast. Clang! Li Fuchen brandished the primary extreme sword and sent the shadow flying. This should be the taboo stone monkey. A few hundred meters away, there was a stone monkey that was as tall as a human. On its back were 3 stone rod-like tails. From the clash earlier, the taboo stone monkey's strength was obviously at the P-class monarch level. With its indestructible body, the 3 taboo stone monkeys were indeed able to contest with a regular invincible ruler. As for who would be the victor, it would depend on who could persist until the end. Indestructible? I would like to see if it is truly indestructible. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the taboo stone monkey's body was indestructible. With the primary extreme sword, he didn't mind giving it a try. Clang clang clang, as compared to Li Fuchen, the taboo stone monkey's combat skills were too inferior and had been suppressed from the start to the end. 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes. Crack! A crack appeared on the taboo stone monkey's body. It seems like the taboo stone monkey isn't indestructible. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The so-called indestructible was just because the lethal power wasn't enough. Just like his indestructible body. It might look indestructible, but it was just a gimmick. A few days later, the taboo stone monkey's body shattered and couldn't be gathered again. Where is the taboo stone? Could it be inside the taboo stone monkey's body? As of now, Li Fuchen had obtained a silver battle beast token, a dagger that contained the power of curse, a golden bracelet and a bronze mirror. The most precious item was the bronze mirror and it was a peak-grade supreme cardinal artifact. If there was nothing unexpected, the taboo stone should be inside the monster's body too. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was inside the taboo stone monkey's body. Li Fuchen continued to advance and didn't believe that he couldn't obtain the taboo stone. The cursed chi presence was getting denser and Li Fuchen suspected that the cursed chi presence here was enough to curse a ruler. Li Fuchen could vaguely hear the sounds of battle and it wasn't a hallucination. It is that direction. Li Fuchen searched for the sound. Half a day later, Li Fuchen saw dozens of taboo stone monkeys crowding outside a stone room. Inside the stone room was a man and a woman. They were both invincible rulers and were working together to obstruct the taboo stone monkeys. Are those the Sky Saber Dao Monarch and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch? Li Fuchen yelled out. Who are you? It was the woman who spoke. I am the primary extreme emperor. I was invited by the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor to search for the taboo stone. Li Fuchen replied. So it is the primary extreme emperor. The duo was delighted. Inside the taboo stone cave, they were also able to see the Emperor Lord rankings. The name of the primary extreme emperor was well known and it was impossible to ignore it. Are the two of you trapped in the stone room? The Sky Saber Dao Monarch and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch that Li Fuchen mentioned weren't ordinary individuals. The Sky Saber Dao Monarch was an invincible ruler of the Saber Union. She was ranked 71st on the Emperor Lord rankings and was a famous female ruler in the universe. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch was an invincible ruler of the Swordsman Guild and was ranked 72nd on the Emperor Lord rankings. The duo were known as the Sky Saber and Earth Sword. Countless years ago, they were a pair of Dao companions. This pair of Dao companions were already extremely formidable. Once they fused the saber and sword, their strength would increase by 10 times. It was no wonder the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor would invite the duo with a huge sum of money. After all, inviting the duo to make a move was almost the same as inviting a peak-level invincible ruler. Primary Extreme Emperor, be careful. These taboo stone monkeys have indestructible bodies. Do not get surrounded by them. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch warned. I know what I am doing. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of these taboo stone monkeys. Your bodies are indestructible, but is my myriad calamity indestructible body inferior? Bang! Li Fuchen took a big stride forward and sent a taboo stone monkey flying with a slash. Creak creak creak. When the rest of the taboo stone monkeys saw the situation, at least half of them surrounded Li Fuchen. Just in time. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. The primary extreme sword brandished flawlessly and sent the taboo stone monkeys flying. This primary extreme emperor is so powerful. In the stone room, the Sky Saber Dao Monarch was astonished. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch said, the primary extreme emperor is ranked 12th on the Emperor Lord rankings. You should know that if you and I work together, we might have the strength to contest with a peak-level invincible ruler, but we are still inferior. The Sky Saber Dao Monarch nodded in response. If they worked together, they would only be able to increase the frequency of attacks and increase the defense. In terms of lethality, they would never be able to catch up with a peak-level invincible ruler. Let's go out too. With only half of the taboo stone monkeys left, the Sky Saber Dao Monarch was confident he could contest with them. Most importantly, they had been trapped by these taboo stone monkeys for hundreds of years and were feeling very sullen. Alright. The Earth Sword Dao Monarch nodded and rushed out with the Sky Saber Dao Monarch. Due to being surrounded by over 20 taboo stone monkeys, Li Fuchen spent half a month to eliminate one taboo stone monkey. On the other side, the Sky Saber Dao Monarch and the Earth Sword Dao Monarch were having a hard time. The two of them were only able to maintain a stalemate, but it was impossible for them to kill the taboo stone monkeys. Too powerful. This is my first time seeing someone kill a taboo stone monkey. Chapter 10:17. Bang! When Li Fuchen dealt with the 7th Forbidden Stone Monkey, a grayish-white stone dropped out from the monkey's body. Once the stone was exposed to the air, it immediately started to absorb the cursed chi presence in the surroundings. Forbidden Stone. Li Fuchen waved his hand and the Forbidden Stone landed in his hand. The Forbidden Stone was innately able to absorb cursed chi presence and was an artifact to break curses. Congratulations to Emperor Primary Extreme. Seeing the situation, Dao Monarch Sky Saber and Dao Monarch Earth Sword congratulated. The duo wasn't jealous either. The Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor promised them that regardless of whether they found the Forbidden Stone or not, he would give them all the rewards. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't have come to the Forbidden Stone Cave. After spending 1 year, the trio dealt with all the Forbidden Stone monkeys. To be exact, Li Fuchen killed them alone. Dao Monarch Sky Saber and Dao Monarch Earth Sword merely helped a little. Let's go. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in investigating the secret of the Forbidden Stone Cave. Since the Forbidden Stone was found, why not leave? This is the Forbidden Stone. Scarlet Sword City, the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor received the grayish-white stone with trembling hands. 1 year ago, his granddaughter went crazy again. That miserable and horrifying state made the Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor very worried. Everything was fine now, the Forbidden Stone was finally here. Scarlet Fire Sword ancestor, go save your granddaughter first. We will wait here. Li Fuchen said. That's right, save her. Don't forget our rewards. Tao Monarch Sky Saber smiled. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor also smiled and said, I have already prepared your rewards. I will give it to you now. Before this, he had already given the trio 30% of the rewards. Right now, he was giving the other 70%. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor is still the most straightforward. Among the trio, Tao Monarch Sky Saber wanted some peak-grade spirit stones and precious resources and artifacts. Tao Monarch Earth Sword was the same as Li Fuchen and wanted Elder Points, 3 million Elder Points. I can learn some new secret techniques or exchange for some useful items. Seeing that the Elder Tokens points had increased to 3 million, Li Fuchen was much more confident. The 900,000 Elder Points that the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor gave might seem like a lot, but the secret techniques that Li Fuchen was going to learn were all extremely expensive. 900,000 Elder Points wasn't enough. After giving the trio the rewards, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor quickly headed deeper into the Sword Manor. After a while, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor returned. Is Sword Ancestor Scarlet Flame effective? Tao Lord Earth Sword asked. Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor was in a good mood. He laughed and said, it's working, it's working. The taboo stone was much more effective than he had imagined. In the past, he had searched for treasures that could absorb the curse aura, but those treasures simply couldn't absorb the curse aura on his granddaughter's body, or they would explode after absorbing a trace of it. Only the taboo stone could absorb the curse aura on his granddaughter's body and scrupulously. It's good that it's effective. You still have to thank Emperor Yuanji. Of course, we also have to thank Emperor Yuanji. The Sky Saber Tao Monarch knew that the world was huge and there weren't many places that could stop Li Fuchen. Without Li Fuchen, they would definitely be trapped in the Forbidden Grotto. Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor nodded. Emperor and Emperor Yuanji, Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, may not have much, but I have a lot of Elder Points. Please don't decline these 2 million Elder Points. While speaking, the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor transferred another 2 million Elder Points to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen didn't bring back the taboo stone, he would only have 3 million Elder Points. After all, he couldn't let others work for nothing. But Li Fuchen didn't just bring back the taboo stone, he did it in an extremely short period of time. If the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor didn't express his gratitude, he would be too stingy. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't refuse. These Elder Points weren't useful to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, but they were rather useful to Li Fuchen. After bidding farewell to the Scarlet Flame Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchen immediately returned to the Sword Brilliant City. It was also a peak-grade supreme secret technique, but the Sword God's Eye and Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth were just ordinary peak-grade supreme secret techniques. There were some incredible peak-grade supreme secret techniques that required a lot of Elder Points. Measureless Sword Body, Power Burst Sword Dao Secret Technique. There are a total of 10 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 10th rank will allow the user to burst out with 20 times the strength. The price is 1 million Elder Points. As compared to the Burst Battle Body, the Measureless Sword Body wasn't just a little bit stronger. The former could only burst out with 12 times the strength, while the latter could burst out with 20 times the strength. There was a difference of 8 times. Divine Sword Shift, Sword Dao Shift Secret Technique. When cultivated to the sub-completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. When cultivated to the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 18 times. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 27 times. The price is 1.2 million Elder Points. A speed increase of 27 times was an extremely terrifying concept. Li Fuchen's speed was already unbelievably fast. With a speed increase of 27 times, apart from demigods, no one would be able to catch up to him. However, the Divine Sword Shift was only used to escape and couldn't be used to pursue the enemy. That was because to pursue the enemy, it required an exquisite tracking. The Divine Sword Shift pursued extreme speed. It was just like birds and arrows. Birds were more agile, while arrows were more fast. Sword Lock Universe, Entrapment Type Sword Dao Secret Technique. When cultivated to the sub-completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-level Emperor. When cultivated to the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a regular invincible Emperor. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap a powerful invincible Emperor. The price is 1.8 million Elder Points. Next was the highlight. The Sword Lock Universe was the strengthened version of the Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. When cultivated to the sub-completion rank, the user would be able to match with the perfection rank of the Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. When cultivated to the perfection rank, the user would be able to trap a powerful invincible Emperor. This meant that if Li Fuchen was ruthless, he would have the chance to kill a powerful invincible Emperor. But as of now, the Swordsman Guild only had one invincible Emperor that successfully cultivated the Sword Lock Universe. Not even the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor. It is a pity that there isn't a better spiritual awareness secret technique. The Sword God's Eye was already the best spiritual awareness secret technique in the Swordsman Guild. If Li Fuchen wanted to learn a better one, he didn't even know if there were better spiritual awareness secret techniques. Li Fuchen knew clearly that spiritual awareness secret techniques had a limit. It was limited by the strength of the spiritual awareness, and the power of spiritual awareness secret techniques couldn't be as powerful as Soul Dao secret techniques. In normal situations, a spiritual awareness secret technique that could injure a P-class Emperor's Saint Spirit was already the strongest spiritual awareness secret technique. If it was any stronger, only Soul Dao secret techniques would be able to do it. In other words, at the Emperor level, spiritual awareness secret techniques were useless and wouldn't be able to be decisive. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and he was able to forcefully increase the spiritual awareness secret technique by 2 grades. The 3 P-class supreme secret techniques had cost Li Fuchen a total of 4 million Elder Points. Li Fuchen was planning to keep the remaining 1 million Elder Points in case of emergencies. In the Deep Blue Plane, more and more individuals were participating in the comprehension of the World Fruit. For example, the Iron Cloud Sacred Master, Heaven Incomplete Sacred Master, Jade Flower Sacred Master, Deep Blue Sword Master, Wind Cloud Sword Master, Red Leaf Sword Master, and some of Li Fuchen's close friends. As for the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch, Sword Wind Heaven Monarch, and the others, they were Heaven Monarchs from other planes and couldn't enter the Deep Blue Plane. Therefore, Li Fuchen was planning to let them comprehend the World Fruit in the future. However, Li Fuchen knew that the World Fruit would actually be depleted. The World Fruit contained World Essence, and every time one tried to gain enlightenment, it would consume some of the World Fruit's World Essence. But to be serious, everyone below the Heaven Monarch combined wouldn't be able to consume as much as a regular Heaven Monarch. A regular Heaven Monarch was far inferior to a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, and a City Lord class Heaven Monarch was far inferior to an Emperor. For an immortal Emperor, even if he comprehended for 100 million years, he wouldn't be able to exhaust all the World Fruit's world source. Therefore, it didn't matter how many people comprehended the World Fruit. What was important was the strength of the person comprehending the World Fruit. If a bunch of Emperors tried to comprehend it, it wouldn't work. Soon enough, the World Fruit's world source would dry up. Li Fuchen didn't participate in the comprehension of the World Fruit and was diligently cultivating secret techniques. The first secret technique he cultivated was the Boundless Sword Body. This secret technique could break the limits of the human body's strength output and burst out with 20 times the strength. Of course, the price was great too. To burst out with 20 times the strength, it wasn't as simple as increasing the speed of energy consumption by 20 times. It was 100 times or even a few hundred times. This was mainly because breaking the limits of the human body's strength output would damage the body's source. The longer the burst time, the greater the damage. As such, a large amount of energy would be needed to recover. In layman terms, a strength burst secret technique was the same as overdrafting. Time flew by. With 3 times the time acceleration, Li Fuchen spent 200 years to cultivate the Boundless Sword Body to the perfection rank. It also meant that without using the time acceleration, he would need 600 years. No wonder it is a top-notch peak-grade supreme secret technique. Li Fuchen continued to cultivate the divine sword shift and left the hardest sword lock universe for last. Unknowingly, another 800 years had passed. Li Fuchen had already cultivated the divine sword shift to the perfection rank. The sword lock universe was still slightly lacking and was currently at the completion rank. However, it was still able to lock a regular invincible emperor. Primary Extreme Emperor, I am being pursued by the dusky divine lord. Please save me. On this day, the Hanghe primogenitor suddenly sent a distress message to Li Fuchen. Dusky divine lord. Li Fuchen had a solemn expression. The dusky divine lord was a peak-level invincible emperor of the divine race and was ranked 8th on the emperor lord rankings. His strength was enough to strike fear in others. Apart from the dusky divine lord, the divine race had 2 other individuals that were in the top 10 of the emperor lord rankings. The dusky divine lord was ranked last. If it was someone else, they wouldn't go against the terrifying divine race just to save a person that they didn't have a deep relationship with. Because of the Hanghe primogenitor's timely message, I am able to save the immortal emperor and have the chance to comprehend the world fruit. My strength is greatly enhanced. I must not forget this favor. I must save him. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and immediately flew towards the location that the Hanghe primogenitor gave him. In the Quicksand Star region, the Hanghe primogenitor was in a rather miserable state. Ever since a batch of invincible emperors perished in the water god tomb, he was fortunate enough to enter the emperor lord rankings. He had officially become an invincible emperor from a peak-level emperor, but he was just a regular invincible emperor. When facing the 8th-ranked dusky divine lord, he didn't have any strength to resist. Primary Extreme Emperor, you must come and save me. The Hanghe primogenitor wasn't certain if Li Fuchen would come and save him. In fact, if he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he probably wouldn't. However, he was already at his wit's end. If Li Fuchen didn't come and save him, he would be killed by the dusky divine lord in a short period of time. Hanghe primogenitor, despair. No one will come and save you. Chapter 10:18. The Quicksand Star region was very far away from the Horizontal River Star region. Li Fuchen took a few days to arrive. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Hanghe primogenitor was a regular invincible ruler. If he couldn't even last a few days, he would be too weak. After all, the emperor was not a monster from the Forbidden Grotto. The monsters in the Forbidden Cave were not as strong as sovereign emperors. Furthermore, they were rather stupid and did not have many means. When Li Fuchen sensed the Horizontal River primogenitor and the Darkness Divine Lord, the Darkness Divine Lord had also sensed Li Fuchen. Are you here to save Ancestor Hanghe? The Dusky Divine Lord frowned. Primogenitor Hanghe, I'm coming. In just a flash, Li Fuchen appeared near the battlefield. Emperor Yuanji. Ancestor Hanghe heaved a sigh of relief, his expression excited. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to rush over so quickly. He thought Li Fuchen would hesitate for a period of time. Twilight Divine Lord, give me, the Primary Extreme Emperor, some face and release the Horizontal River primogenitor. Li Fuchen looked at the Twilight Divine Lord. The Dusky Lord God sneered. You should be the one giving me face. Leave quickly and don't get in my way. So there's nothing to talk about? Li Fuchen drew the Primary Extreme Sword. If there was nothing to talk about, then there was no need to talk. Let's see who's the real deal. Courting death. When the Dusk Divine Lord saw how arrogant Li Fuchen was, he was enraged. He felt that Li Fuchen wasn't putting him in his eyes at all. Does a mere 12th on the Imperial Monarch rankings really think he can overturn the heavens? With a flip of his hand, a black staff appeared in his grasp. He hadn't used his full strength against Hanghe primogenitor. Most importantly, he didn't think anyone would come and ruin his plans. Boom 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 boom, the two of them didn't waste any time and started fighting. Terrifying shockwaves radiated out in all directions and even the laws of the universe were dispersed. 7th rank Supreme Weapon. The Dusk Divine Monarch's arm turned numb as he took a few steps back. He couldn't help but look at the primary extreme sword in Li Fuchen's hand. A rank 7 supreme weapon was rarely seen in the world. The Death Ink cudgel in his hand was only a rank 6 supreme weapon. Power Halo. A purple ring of light appeared around the dusky god emperor. His aura became more intense. Back off. Wielding the Death Ink rod, the Dusk Divine Lord was like a god as he smashed at Li Fuchen repeatedly. Good timing. Li Fuchen brandished the primary extreme sword and easily blocked the Darkness Divine Lord's rod attack. What? I can't suppress it. The Dusky Divine Lord was shocked. He had already gone all out but was still unable to suppress Li Fuchen and was even at a disadvantage. Emperor Yuanji is even stronger than Dusky Divine Lord. Ancestor Heng he praised. In terms of chi presence, Li Fuchen was slightly inferior to the Dusky Divine Lord, but in terms of strength, he was slightly superior. Twilight Divine Lord, hurry up and retreat. Li Fuchen yelled out. Speed aura, focus aura, thorn aura, rings of different colors appeared on the Dusky Lord God's body. Not only did the rings have different colors, but they also had different effects. The speed ring could greatly increase his speed, the focus ring could enhance his observation ability, and the thorn ring could reflect some damage. The might of the god race wasn't just for show. In terms of talent, no race could compare to the god race. Take another strike from me. The Dusk Divine Lord's body was covered in resplendent halos as he smashed his rod at Li Fuchen. Boundless sword body. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore. He increased his strength by 20 times and brandished his sword. Rumble. It was like a tsunami or an earthquake. The starry sky that was a few light years away was shaking violently. Bang bang. The Dusk Divine Lord's halo was completely shattered and he was sent flying. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Li Fuchen didn't spare the Dusk Divine Lord. He chased with lightning speed and slashed at the Dusk Divine Lord repeatedly. 100 slashes, 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes, the Dusk Divine Lord was in a daze from the attacks. He was a divine race and the energy consumed from a mere 10,000 slashes was negligible. However, it didn't feel good to be slashed by 10,000 consecutive slashes. Dusk Divine Domain. The universe law around the Dusk Divine Lord was forcefully dispersed and was replaced by a dusk law that was in between light and darkness. Once Li Fuchen's sword made contact with the dusk law, it immediately slowed down as though it was in a swamp. Seizing the opportunity, the Dusk Divine Lord pulled away from Li Fuchen. Very good. You actually forced out my Dusk Divine Domain. The Dusk Divine Lord was like a god that ruled over the Dusk world as he looked down at Li Fuchen. The Divine Domain was evolved from the innate halos. Once a member of the divine race transformed their innate halos into a god domain, they would immediately become a peak-level invincible emperor. A peak-level invincible emperor with a god domain would be able to easily disperse the universe law and isolate the universe source power. It wouldn't allow the enemy to use the universe law and the universe source power to fight. Of course, executing the god domain wasn't without a price. It would cause the Dusk Divine Lord's energy consumption to increase rapidly and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for a long time. Otherwise, the Dusk Divine Lord wouldn't have to wait until now to execute the Dusk Divine Domain. It seems like I really cannot underestimate the divine race. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Fighting with the Dusk Divine Lord was just like fighting with a water Dao cultivator in the water god tomb, unless he wasn't enveloped by the divine domain. This is the divine race. The Hengi primogenitor might have lived for countless years, but to be honest, he had never fought with any of the divine race. The strength of the divine race only existed in his imagination. Right now, he finally understood why the divine race was the #1 race in the vast universe. Even an extraordinary race like the Titan race was inferior to the divine race. Feel despair. The Dusk Divine Lord's power burst out and the Dusk Divine Domain descended like a curtain of night. It instantly covered dozens of light years. In this region, apart from the Dusk Law, all the other universe laws had been expelled. Apart from the Dusk source power, all the other universe source power had been isolated. Anyone who fought with the Dusk Divine Domain would have their strength reduced by 1 or 2 levels. His strength was already extremely powerful and it was impossible to increase his strength by 1 or 2 levels, but it was still possible to increase his strength by half a level. As such, it wasn't a problem to severely injure Li Fuchen. If the Dusk Divine Lord disregarded everything, he might even be able to kill Li Fuchen. Do you really think you can defeat me? After withdrawing the primary extreme sword and bursting out with calamity power, Li Fuchen attacked the Dusk Divine Lord with his bare hands. The Hand of Calamity was at the middle stage and Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wasn't inferior to his sword Dao strength. Furthermore, with the Myriad Calamity immortal body, he was able to clash with people who were stronger than him. Bang 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 bang, there was a terrifying shockwave as the Dusk Divine Lord and Li Fuchen had exchanged countless moves in a split moment. Impossible! The Dusk Divine Lord was already very shocked when Li Fuchen used another power to fight with him. But this power didn't weaken in the Dusk Divine Domain. Hand of Devil, you actually know the Hand of Devil? The Dusk Divine Lord recognized the Hand of God. But in the Divine Race, the Undying God's finishing move wasn't called the Hand of God, it was called the Hand of Devil. The intense battle continued and the Dusk Divine Lord had been suppressing Li Fuchen. But when facing Li Fuchen's Myriad Calamity immortal body, his attacks were completely ineffective. After several days, both sides had expended a lot of energy. If they were to fight to the death, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. Primary Extreme Emperor, I admit that you are qualified for me to treat you seriously. The Dusk Divine Lord swept a glance at the Horizontal River Primogenitor and said, if you want me to let the Horizontal River Primogenitor off, I can. Get him to hand over the Genesis Bronze Key, otherwise, I will not rest until he is dead. Genesis Bronze Key. Li Fuchen looked at the Horizontal River Primogenitor. Primogenitor Hung, he explained, in the Primogenitor star field, there is a mysterious and dangerous place called the Primogenitor Ground. There are top treasures everywhere, and in the depths of the Primogenitor Ground, there is an Primogenitor Grand Hall. There are many rooms inside, and each room contains a universal treasure. The Primogenitor Bronze Key is the key to open the room. However, above this, there is also the Primogenitor Silver Key and the Primogenitor Golden Key. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew about the Genesis star region. It was said that this was the first star region that evolved in the universe. The substance and energy inside were extremely dense and even the universe laws were extremely firm. Normally, all the major factions would set up their headquarters in the Genesis star region. Li Fuchen also knew about the Genesis Ground. It was the most mystical danger ground in the Genesis star region and also the most mystical danger ground in the universe. As for whether it was the most dangerous place, it was unknown. Li Fuchen only didn't know about the Genesis Key. After thinking about it, those who obtained the Genesis Key would all be worried about attracting trouble. No one would expose it. Those who knew about the Genesis Key wouldn't normally spread the information about the Genesis Key. After all, there might be a day when they would be able to obtain a Genesis Key. By then, they would naturally hope that fewer people knew about it. From what I know, the Genesis Ground will only open once every 10 million years. There is still over 2 million years before the next opening. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the Genesis Bronze Key. He had only cultivated for around 2,000 years. The next time the Genesis Ground opened, he might already be a half-god. A universe cardinal treasure might not be of much use to him. The Horizontal River Primogenitor said, there is indeed over 2 million years before the next opening of the Genesis Ground. But if 9 Genesis Keys are discovered, the Genesis Ground will also open. I remember that during the past 100 million years, there were a few times where more than 9 Genesis Keys appeared. That is possible. Li Fuchen understood. Each Genesis Key corresponded to a universe cardinal treasure. Only a few people wouldn't be tempted. Even Li Fuchen was tempted. Previously, he wasn't tempted because there was still over 2 million years before the next opening of the Genesis Ground. It was truly too long. Origin Extreme Emperor, I know you are in a difficult position, but it is truly a waste of opportunity for me to give the Genesis Bronze Key to the Darkness Divine Lord. In comparison, I would rather give the Genesis bronze key to you. I wonder what Origin Extreme Emperor thinks. The horizontal river primogenitor said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen asked, "What do you think?" The horizontal river primogenitor thought for a moment and said, "I wish to comprehend the world fruit for 100,000 years. All right, I promise you." It was impossible for Li Fuchen to give up this opportunity. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for the people around him. As for offending the Darkness Divine Lord, Li Fuchen didn't care. Chapter 10:19. Twilight Divine Lord, apologies, I cannot give you the Genesis bronze key. Li Fuchen said to the Twilight Divine Lord. Then let's fight to the death. The Twilight Divine Lord charged at Li Fuchen again. This battle lasted for an entire month and Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body was finally broken. It was mainly because the replenishment of the calamity power couldn't keep up with the consumption. However, the Twilight Divine Lord didn't have it any better either. His Twilight Divine domain was obviously weaker. Prepare to die. The Twilight Divine Lord was delighted and attacked Li Fuchen frenziedly. Li Fuchen replenished his calamity power while using the primary extreme sword art to fight with the Twilight Divine Lord. He might be suppressed more severely, but he would only consume some of his strength and it wasn't a big deal. Half a year later, Li Fuchen's calamity power was replenished. Boom! Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power and used a palm strike to clash with the Twilight Divine Lord. Damn it! The Twilight Divine Lord knew that Li Fuchen's devil's hand had recovered. If this continues, there is no end to it. My strength will be exhausted sooner or later. In order to reduce the consumption of strength, his Twilight Divine domain was actively weakening. From its prime, it was weakened to 50%. As such, the consumption wasn't just reduced by half, it was reduced by 100 times. However, he only had one type of power, while Li Fuchen had two types of power. One type of power for combat, the other type of power for replenishment. If this cycle continued, Li Fuchen wouldn't have to worry about exhausting his strength. On the contrary, even if he had 10 or 100 times more power than Li Fuchen, there would still be a day when he would be exhausted. Tide Sea Divine Lord, help me, Extreme Light Divine Lord, I have something here. The Twilight Divine Lord started to contact the invincible emperors in the temple. Horizontal River Primogenitor, something isn't right. Return to the Horizontal River City first. Li Fuchen reminded the Horizontal River Primogenitor after sensing the change in the Twilight Divine Lord's expression. All right. The Horizontal River Primogenitor nodded and left in a flash. As long as he returned to the Horizontal River City, not even 5 Twilight Divine Lords would be able to break the array. His Horizontal River City wasn't as easy to break as the Divine Leaf City. In just 1 month, 3 Divine Race Invincible Rulers rushed over and worked together with the Dusk Divine Lord to attack Li Fuchen frenziedly. Emperor Ung, let me help you. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor was the first to rush over. Different from the previous time, the sword in the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor's hand was changed to a Tier 6 peak grade Supreme Artifact Sword, the Origin Bright Sword. The sword light was flashing and the enemy's every move could be seen clearly. Once Li Fuchen arrived, he was able to relieve a lot of pressure. How can I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor, not participate in the battle against the deity's Templar? Scarlet Sword, unsheath. The second to rush over was the Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor. Although his aura was ranked in the top 100 on the Monarch ranking, the Scarlet Sword in his hand was a top-grade rank 7 Supreme Artifact Sword. With a flash of scarlet light, the entire universe seemed to be split apart. Sword and saber as one, heaven and earth annihilation. The third to rush over were Tao Lord Heavenly Saber and Tao Lord Earth Sword. The two of them combined their saber and sword and their lethality increased exponentially, filling the entire place with saber flashes and sword shadows. Dusky God Lord, I'm sorry for being late. Li Fuchen had endless helpers, but the Dusk Divine Lord wasn't slacking either. On this day, a heavyweight Divine Race Invincible Ruler rushed over. Ice Fire Divine Lord. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had a change in expression. The Ice Fire Divine Lord was ranked 4th on the Monarch ranking. His power was neither ice nor fire, or it should be said that he possessed both ice and fire power. He could freeze the enemy or burn them into ashes. He was an extremely terrifying peak-level invincible ruler. Ice Fire Divine Domain. As soon as he arrived, the Ice Fire Divine Domain was activated. As compared to the Dust Divine Lord's Dust Divine Domain, the Ice Fire Divine Domain had more offensive power. Everyone felt that their power was being consumed at least 10 times faster than before. The commotion from the battle quickly attracted an invincible ruler. The invincible ruler looked from afar and was shocked. What kind of battle was this? The weakest among the two parties was a top ranker on the Monarch ranking. There was even the 8th-ranked Dust Divine Lord and the 4th-ranked Ice Fire Divine Lord. Was the temple going to start a war with the Swordsman Guild? As time elapsed, there were more spectators. However, those who dared to spectate were at least regular emperors. Those below the emperor rank couldn't even see the situation clearly. Furthermore, if they were careless, they might be affected. Ice Fire Divine Lord, Dust Divine Lord, do you think my Swordsman Guild has no one? The black and white sword light was like a swimming fish that shuttled through the battlefield. Many of the temple's divine lords were sent flying. Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. The Ice Fire Divine Lord's face turned dark. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was the #1 invincible ruler of the Swordsman Guild and was ranked 5th on the Monarch ranking. His strength wasn't inferior to the Ice Fire Divine Lord. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as he didn't invite the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor and he had never seen the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor before. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor transmitted a message to Li Fuchen, I am the one who invited him. Right now, it wasn't a matter between Li Fuchen and the Dust Divine Lord, it was a matter between the Swordsman Guild and the temple. The Swordsman Guild would never show weakness, otherwise, the other factions would laugh at them and think that the Swordsman Guild was mediocre. Many thanks. Li Fuchen also knew that the situation was a little out of control. More and more people arrived from both sides, from a few to over a dozen. The battle was spectacular and it was something that was rarely seen in tens of millions of years. It is a good opportunity to observe the strength of both sides. When the other super factions received the news, they all came over to spectate. For example, the Saber Alliance, Dark Parliament, Battle God Pagoda, Trials I, etc. Ice Fire Divine Lord, do you need help? The Dark Soul Primogenitor transmitted a message to the Ice Fire Divine Lord from the Dark Parliament. No need. The Ice Fire Divine Lord rejected and asked the Dark Parliament to help them. Wouldn't it be telling everyone that the temple was mediocre and that they still needed help from other super factions? On the other side, the Swordsman Guild had also rejected the Saber Union. The two super factions were basically led by humans. They might be in competition, but if the other party encountered any difficulties, they would still be willing to help. The temple was indeed formidable. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still able to suppress the Swordsman Guild. In the same level, the divine race was almost invincible. Seeing the situation, everyone wasn't surprised. In terms of overall strength, be it the divine race or the temple, they were already the #1 in the universe. It was an undisputed fact. Tai Chi Sword Dao Universe. During the fierce battle, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor burst out with his kill move. The human martial Dao was very unique. First, there was the field, then it would transform into the world, and finally the universe. The universe was equivalent to the divine domain of the divine race. However, in the Swordsman Guild, only the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor had grasped the Sword Dao universe. My Sword Sea Horizon is still a Sword Dao world. It seems like there is a need for the Sword Sea Horizon to transform into a Sword Dao universe. Li Fuchen's cultivation level was sufficient, but his sword moves weren't perfected yet. It also meant that his current Sword Dao level was enough to push the power of his sword moves to a higher level. Boom boom boom. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor's Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was clashing with the Ice Fire Divine Lord's Ice Fire Divine Domain. In between the two, The void was constantly collapsing, as though countless bubbles were exploding together. This is the Sword Dao universe. Li Fuchen didn't research the Sword Dao universe for two reasons. Firstly, it was because he cultivated for a short period of time. Secondly, he had never seen a Sword Dao universe before. After carefully sensing the profundity of the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe, Li Fuchen's mind was bursting with inspiration like countless lightning bolts wreaking havoc. Ice Fire Divine Lord, let me assist you. The Darkness Divine Lord had already withdrawn his Darkness Divine domain. With the Ice Fire Divine Lord around, he didn't need to waste his power. However, when he saw that the Ice Fire Divine Lord's Ice Fire Divine domain wasn't able to suppress the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe, he quickly released his Darkness Divine domain and blasted at the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe with the Ice Fire Divine domain. Bang boom! The Tai Chi Sword Ancestors' Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was utterly defeated. In a one-on-one, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was still inferior to the Ice Fire Divine Lord. With the addition of the Darkness Divine Lord, it was impossible to contest. Before the Light Divine Lord arrives, my Swordsman Guild is already struggling. If the Light Divine Lord is here, there is no way we can fight. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor sighed and did his best to activate the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe. It was a pity that the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was getting smaller and couldn't protect the Swordsman Guild anymore. I see. Li Fuchen's perception was terrifying. Once the Tai Chi Sword Dao universe was revealed, Li Fuchen immediately saw the crux of it. At times, it is very important to learn from others. Li Fuchen's eyes burst out with radiance. Primary Extreme Sword Dao Universe. Boom! A bundle of chaotic and boundless sword radiance spread out with Li Fuchen at the center. Sword Dao Universe. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor's eyes lit up and revealed a shocked expression. He was certain that Li Fuchen didn't know the Sword Dao universe previously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to execute it. After a simple deduction, he knew that Li Fuchen had seen his Tai Chi Sword Dao universe and researched his own Sword Dao universe. What kind of terrifying perception was this? As compared to Li Fuchen, the other children of the universe from the Swordsman Guild paled in comparison and were overshadowed. With Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao universe joining the alliance, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor finally stabilized his declining momentum. He might not be able to expand his Sword Dao universe, but he wouldn't be pushed back by too much. Furthermore, he realized that as time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe was gradually being perfected. What is going on? The Dusk Divine Lord was stunned. How did Li Fuchen know the Sword Dao universe? Did he break through during the battle? Such a mystical feeling. Li Fuchen felt like he was the ruler of the Sword Dao. Wherever the primary extreme Sword Dao universe expanded, the laws of the universe would retreat. In addition, the primary extreme Sword Dao universe might be born from the Sword Sea Horizon, but it wasn't directly related to the Sword Sea Horizon. In theory, the Sword Sea Horizon was still a sword move, while the primary extreme Sword Dao universe was Li Fuchen's Sword Dao ability. It didn't make any difference if he used a sword or not. Of course, because Li Fuchen comprehended the Sword Dao universe, Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was even stronger. He could easily trap the enemy in the Sword Dao universe and use boundless sword chi to slash them to death. Chapter 1020. This battle lasted for several years. Even with Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao universe, the Swordsman Guild was still at an absolute disadvantage. It was fortunate that their lives weren't in danger. It should be known that once one was enveloped by God's domain, they wouldn't even be able to come into contact with the universe's origin power. They wouldn't be able to replenish their energy at all. If an invincible sovereign emperor could not replenish his energy, he would die very quickly. After all, no matter how much energy he had, he would eventually run out. Icefire Divine Lord, I think it's best we stop. If we continue fighting to the death, it will only result in an internecine outcome, said Sword Ancestor of Supreme Ultimate. You guys are definitely at a disadvantage. Icefire Divine Lord snorted coldly. Supreme Ultimate Sword Ancestor shook his head. Yes, we are at an absolute disadvantage. But, without several thousand years, can you kill us? There was something that the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor didn't say. When it came to a life and death moment, the Swordsman Guild wouldn't suffer for their reputation. They would definitely ask for help and even contact the demigods of the Swordsman Guild outside. When that time came, it wouldn't be a war between two superpowers but a war of the entire universe. He believed that the Ice-Fire God Lord wouldn't be able to see this point. You want to stop the war without paying a price? The Dusky Divine Lord was enraged. Price? What kind of price do I have to pay? If I snatch the item, I can only blame myself for being useless. Li Fuchen sneered. I'll remember you. I, Dusky Emperor God, swear that I won't rest until I kill you. The Dusky Divine Lord's killing intent soared to the sky. Dusky Divine Lord, let's call a truce. The Radiant Divine Lord is currently in a relic. There's no way for him to contact you. If not for the fact that they could not contact the Light God Lord, the Icefire God Lord would not have called a truce. Just as the Dusky God Lord had said, it would be too easy for the other party to call a truce without paying a price. However, even if they continued fighting, they would not be able to achieve anything. It was better for them to return and discuss their strategies. Despite his unwillingness, the Dusky Lord God decided to call a truce. TSK, this is too intense. It's been many years since I've seen such an intense battle. How can the war between the Swordsman Guild and the Shrine not be intense? The Celestial Race is indeed the Celestial Race. They are so powerful. Furthermore, the number 1 on the Emperor ranking list, Divine Light Lord, is not here. Otherwise, the Swordsman Guild would be in a terrible situation. Emperor Yuanji is also very powerful. He actually mastered the Swordway universe. This is a necessary means to deal with the peak invincible emperors of the Shin clan. Without the Great Path universe, no one can contend with the peak invincible emperors of the Shin clan. That's right. To deal with the god domain of the god race, one must grasp one's own universe of the Grand Tao. Besides a few, those ranked in the top 10 of the Imperial Monarch rankings are basically capable of doing so. Seeing that God Temple and Swordsman Guild had stopped fighting, everyone started discussing. Everyone was discussing two topics. One was the strength of the divine race and the other was Li Fuchen. This Emperor Yuanji has actually mastered the Sword Dao universe. The Dark Soul Progenitor, King of Darkness, and the others frowned. Mastering the universe of the Great Path was two different things. In the universe, whoever controlled the universe of the Great Path would have the upper hand. When fighting against such a person, only death awaited if one did not escape. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With the tyranny of the god race, they won't let him go. Ancestor Deadwood said. After the battle, including the god race, all the major factions had left. Finally, only the Swordsman Guild was left. Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, many thanks. Everyone, many thanks. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards everyone. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor laughed and said, "This isn't your matter, it is the Swordsman Guild's matter. There is no need to thank me." The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor nodded. The Scarlet Fire Sword Ancestor is right. This isn't a personal matter. When facing a hostile faction, we have to work together in order to survive. But Emperor Yuanji, you have to be careful from now on. This battle was the same as pushing Li Fuchen to the heart of the struggle. It was impossible for people to not pay attention to him. I know. Li Fuchen nodded. Previously, the world fruit wasn't enough to make everyone go crazy. Right now, with the addition of the Genesis Copper Key, some people might not be able to sit still. Of course, after knowing Li Fuchen's strength, these people probably wouldn't act rashly. They would only launch a thunderous attack when they were confident. After returning to the Horizontal River Star region, the Horizontal River Primogenitor handed the Genesis Copper Key to Li Fuchen. He knew clearly that with his ability, he wouldn't be able to keep the Genesis Copper Key. He might as well use the Genesis copper key to exchange for a chance to comprehend the world fruit. After obtaining the Genesis copper key, Li Fuchen agreed to let the horizontal river primogenitor comprehend the world fruit 10,000 years later. Next, I shall properly comprehend the time-space Tao. At Li Fuchen's level of sword Tao, all aspects had reached an extremely high level. If he wanted to break through, it would require a very long time. The primary extreme sword art was already at the late stage of star field class, and it would be at the perfection rank. Many demigods would spend billions of years or even tens of billions of years and still weren't able to reach this rank. The primary extreme sword art was rather low and was only at the initial stage of star field class. However, cultivation techniques were much harder to break through than martial arts. Furthermore, it wasn't just difficult to break through by 1 or 2 points. Li Fuchen chose to comprehend the time-space Tao for his sword Tao. Right now, the time-space Tao could accelerate the time and space he was in by 3 times. When the time-space Tao reached the mid-stage of star field class, it would be at least 5 times faster, allowing him to save a lot of time. After sinking into the world fruit, Li Fuchen started a long period of comprehension and cultivation. I finally broke through to the high-class monarch level. With Li Fuchen's time-space acceleration, the immortal emperor finally reached the high-class monarch level after spending a total of over 2,000 years. At this moment, with his special immortal Tao, even invincible monarchs would have a hard time killing him. As for the werewolf incarnation, it had already reached the regular monarch level and was currently making a breakthrough to the high-class monarch level. As for the others, including Yan Qinggu, they didn't have any improvement. It was mainly because Li Fuchen didn't accelerate them in time-space. His principle was to only accelerate them after reaching the heaven monarch realm. 100 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. Time passed by slowly, and Li Fuchen realized that as his cultivation increased, time was getting less valuable. In the past, a few years was a rather long period of time. Right now, a few hundred or 1,000 years was like a fleeting cloud and it didn't feel anything. 2,000 years. 3,000 years. This was Li Fuchen's longest seclusion. I finally broke through. Inside the world fruit, Li Fuchen let out a breath. 3,000 years in the outside world was actually 9,000 years. His time-space Tao had finally progressed from the initial stage of star field class to the mid-stage. I wonder how many times I can accelerate time and space. Li Fuchen accelerated the time and space that he was in. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, the flow of time and space was constantly accelerating and soon exceeded Li Fuchen's expectations. 7 times, 8 times, 10 times. Ultimately, the flow of time and space reached 10 times. This was a very exaggerated number. After all, Li Fuchen was a peak-level invincible monarch. If a peak-level invincible monarch accelerated time and space by 10 times, the universe cardinal treasure, prismatic stone mother, wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Although a mother prism stone could only be considered the most ordinary of universe treasures, and mother prism stones also came in different sizes. The smaller the size, the lesser the origin of time essence, and the lower the density, to a certain extent, was enough to prove how terrifying the Tao of spacetime was. Right now, 3,000 years in the outside world isn't 9,000 years of cultivation, it is 30,000 years. The efficiency has increased by more than 2 times. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchen accelerated the immortal emperor and the werewolf incarnation. After breaking through, the flow of time and space at the immortal emperor's location had decreased from 20 times to 5 times. It was now 30 times, and it was even faster than before. It was the same for the werewolf incarnation. After breaking through, the flow of time and space had decreased from 200 times to 30 times. It was now 250 times, and it was even faster than the immortal emperor. From this point, it was obvious that the werewolf incarnation had a rather deep connection with Li Fuchen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have increased to 250 times. I shall continue to comprehend. Li Fuchen sunk into the world fruit and continued to comprehend in seclusion. Chapter 1021. It's the starter key. I've struck gold. Within an enormous, ancient bronze relic, an invincible emperor formed from liquid gold looked at the ancient bronze key in his hand and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Although the starter key corresponded to a low-grade universe treasure, even the lowest-grade universe treasure was still a universe treasure. It was extremely beneficial to an emperor's cultivation. If one obtained a universe treasure that was extremely beneficial to oneself, they might be able to become a powerful invincible emperor or even a peak-stage invincible emperor. One had to know that strength was extremely important to becoming a demigod. Without absolute strength, even if one found a demigod artifact, one wouldn't be able to compete with others. The starter key. It's the starter key. I, Tao Lord Eternal Thunder, have roamed the universe for hundreds of millions of years, but this is the first time I've seen one. It seems my luck has come. In a dangerous land filled with levitating mountains, Tao Lord Eternal Thunder's eyes were like balls of lightning. He was extremely excited. This was the starter key. Every time the starting ground opened, the number of people who possessed the initial copper key would normally not exceed the fingers on one hand. Out of the tens of thousands of sovereign emperors, only less than 5 people possessed the initial copper key. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how fortunate it was to obtain the initial copper key. Rumble. The colorful river surged forward. Wherever it went, the universe laws shattered like glass. Treasured River Great Ancestor, why? Treasured River Great Ancestor, we've been brothers for so many years. How could you do this? Treasured River Great Ancestor, you'll die a horrible death. One figure after another shattered like glass. Before they died, their faces were filled with unwillingness. In front of the primordial silver key, brothers and friends are nothing. Treasured River Great Ancestor wore a jade-colored robe that glowed with treasure light. His face was cold. If it had just been the starter key, he wouldn't have done this. Unless a low-grade universe treasure happened to be compatible with him, it would be difficult for him to improve greatly. But the starter key was different. It corresponded to mid-grade universe treasures, such as the Space-Time Core, the Chaos Pearl, the Chaos Fire Lotus, and the Yin-Yang Silicon Jade. Normally, a mid-level universe treasure could be exchanged for at least 10 low-level universe treasures. For example, if you obtained the Primal Chaos Fire Lotus, it wouldn't be of much use to you. You could exchange it for 10 low-level universe treasures or another mid-level universe treasure. According to what the Treasured River Great Ancestor knew, in the past, only one initiation silver key would appear every 10 times the starting ground opened, and only one initiation golden key would appear every 100 times. Only a few times would more initiation silver keys and initiation golden keys appear. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a mid-grade universe treasure would definitely allow the Treasure River Great Ancestor to prosper for a lifetime. He would also have a high chance of becoming a demigod in the future. As for killing the so-called brothers, they weren't brothers of life and death. They were just friends who cooperated with each other. The Primordial Silver Key. The peak era of the Treasured River Great Ancestor has arrived. Disdain flickered in Treasure River Great Patriarch's eyes. In the universe, initiation keys were discovered one after another. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before all 9 initiation keys were discovered. Li Fuchen wasn't aware of all these. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, ever since Li Fuchen became a ruler, his cultivation time was getting longer. In the beginning, it would be a few years or a few dozen years. Now, it would be hundreds or thousands of years. In this plane, a few hundred or thousands of years was enough for a mortal to reproduce for dozens of generations. There were plenty of flourishing clans that only had a history of a few hundred years. To a ruler, a few hundred or thousands of years was actually just an instant, the time it took for a nap. When Li Fuchen was 9,000 years old, the werewolf incarnation had reached the high-class ruler level. Such an improvement speed had shocked the immortal emperor. There might be time acceleration, but to be serious, there were still some disadvantages. With time acceleration, it meant that the speed of thought had to be able to keep up. Every aspect had to be able to keep up, otherwise, the cultivation effects would be discounted. Of course, Time acceleration was definitely a good thing, but a time acceleration of 100 times might not be 100 times as effective. If the werewolf incarnation could break through to the high-class ruler level so early, it meant that its innate perception wasn't just superior to the immortal emperor. Normally, a ruler would need at least a few million years to progress to the next level. When Li Fuchen was 9,500 years old, there was another person who broke through. It was Yan Qingguo. Previously, Yan Qingguo was already an unrivaled sacred lord. Now that she broke through again, she was naturally a heaven lord. She might only be a regular grade 4 heaven lord, but she was already countless times better than sacred lords. Her lifespan had increased from a few million years to 100 million years. Yan Qingguo was able to progress so quickly because of her hard work, but most importantly, it was because of Li Fuchen's help. With astounding wealth and status, Li Fuchen easily obtained countless Saber Dao artifacts from all over the universe. There were plenty of top-notch Saber Dao artifacts. With the help of these artifacts, it was hard for Yan Qingguo not to progress. After all, her innate perception wasn't bad either. After becoming a heaven lord, Li Fuchen started to accelerate Yan Qingguo's time. 100 times, 1,000 times, 3,000 times. In terms of time acceleration, Li Fuchen was still inferior to the prismatic stone mother, but he was still able to accelerate Yan Qingguo by 3,000 times. This meant that cultivating for 10,000 years was equivalent to cultivating for 30 million years. When Li Fuchen was 10,000 years old, he broke through himself. This time, it was a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. After redeeming the peak-grade supreme secret technique, Li Fuchen used the remaining 1 million elder points to borrow mid-grade and high-grade supreme sword bones. With the addition of thousands of years of bitter cultivation inside the world fruit, his primary extreme sword technique finally progressed from the initial level of Star Field Realm to the mid-level of Star Field Realm. The appearance of the Emperor rankings was much more frequent than in the past few 100 million years. On this day, the Emperor rankings appeared again. What? The primary extreme Emperor improved again? Previously, he was ranked 12th, this time, he is ranked 7th, incredible, incredible. This primary extreme Emperor is simply an anomaly. The divine race is going to have a headache. Across the universe, some of the emperors were gathered together and discussing. In the temple, the dusky divine lord had a dark expression. He hadn't thought of a way to seize back the Genesis bronze key, but Li Fuchen had actually improved again. 7th and 8th might only have a difference of 1 rank, but when Li Fuchen was ranked 12th, the dusky divine lord couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen was ranked 7th, didn't it mean that the dusky divine lord might not even have the upper hand in a one-on-one? Something wasn't right. Li Fuchen had already grasped the Sword Dao universe. If it was a one-on-one, the dusky divine lord would probably be at a disadvantage. The Ice Fire Divine Lord said, "This person is probably our divine race's greatest hidden enemy. We must eliminate him." At this moment, even the Ice Fire Divine Lord felt an intense threat. The divine race was known as the descendants of gods, and all of them had exceptional innate talents. Even the most ordinary divine race clansman was a rare absolute prodigy in the universe. The divine race's prodigies could be considered as the sun of universe in the universe. As for the divine race's elite prodigies, they could even surpass the Son of Universe. If Li Fuchen was just a Son of Universe, the divine race wouldn't care. However, Li Fuchen was obviously far superior to the Son of Universe. It was said that among the Son of Universe, there were also true and false ones. There was only one true Son of Universe. Even if Li Fuchen wasn't a true Son of Universe, in terms of improvement speed, he wasn't inferior to a true Son of Universe. At least in the divine race, there weren't any prodigies that had improved as fast as Li Fuchen. Unless you, I, and the Radiance Divine Lord work together, it is impossible to eliminate him. The Dusky Divine Lord said. The Ice Fire Divine Lord shook his head and said confidently, "It seems like you have not witnessed the Radiance Divine Lord's strength for a long time. He is ranked number 1 on the Emperor Lord rankings, and his strength isn't just a little stronger than us. He is at least 100 times stronger. Furthermore, if we can invite 1 or 2 divine lords from the half-god region, It will be a piece of cake to eliminate the primary extreme emperor. Invite people from the half-god region? The dusky divine lord was shocked. As a member of the upper echelon of the divine hall, the dusky divine lord knew clearly that there weren't just 1,000 invincible emperors in the universe. There were plenty of invincible emperors that weren't on the emperor-lord rankings. It wasn't because the emperor-lord rankings had loopholes, it was because the half-god region was a very special place. It was located at the periphery of the battlefield of gods, and there were terrifying laws that could block the universe laws and the emperor-lord rankings senses. Some invincible emperors who felt that they were strong enough and had lived long enough would choose to enter the half-god region to train themselves before entering the battlefield of gods to search for demigod weapons. No one knew how many of these people were or how strong they were. They only knew that some time ago, an invincible emperor came out of the demigod domain and severely injured a powerful invincible emperor. It should be known that this was something that even peak invincible emperors would find difficult to do. Given our strength, we can actually enter the half-god region. The dusky divine lord was tempted. The ice-fire divine lord sneered, "I won't stop you if you want to die." The half-god region was not a good place. The laws there were special. If one cultivated there, the cultivation speed would be extremely fast and there would be unique insights. Such insights could not even be compensated by a universe treasure. According to most people, the half-god region was filled with demigod laws that were of a higher level than the universe laws. However, not everything in the half-god region was good. Some dangerous places were not suitable for survival at all. Even peak invincible emperors would find it difficult to survive for a long time. Only some blessed lands were suitable for cultivation. As the saying went, there were too many monks and not enough gruel. Wars often broke out in the half-god region for the sake of blessed lands. Due to the special laws in the half-god region, invincible emperors could easily die there. This caused the death rate in the half-god region to be maintained at more than half. Out of 10 people who entered, no more than 5 would survive. And these 5 people might die a violent death due to various reasons. Although the dusky divine lord was ranked 8th on the emperor ranking, he might not live past the second day if he was unlucky after entering the half-god region. Only those invincible emperors who had lived long enough would choose to enter the half-god region to take a gamble. P.S. This is the 4th day of hospitalization. Specialists say that it is suspected to be Crohn's disease. Various tests are being done to find the cause of diarrhea. I have to drink about 2 liters of water every day. Preliminary estimates are that I will be hospitalized for at least half a month. I was too weak a few days ago and have already lost weight from 110 to 82 kilograms. I have been relying on nutrient solutions for the past few days and have regained some energy. Chapter 10:22. Just ranked 7th, huh? Li Fuchen thought that if the primary extreme sword technique progressed to the next level, he would be able to enter the top 5 on the emperor ranking. It seemed like the top 10 of the emperor ranking wasn't as simple as he imagined. It was extremely difficult to increase one's rank. But it is enough. Some had powerful chi presences but were slightly weaker. Some had powerful chi presences but were stronger. Li Fuchen definitely belonged to the latter. There weren't many invincible emperors that could cultivate martial arts to the late stage of the star field realm. I am already 10,000 years old and I don't feel any different. Li Fuchen thought he would be emotional, but he wasn't able to do so right now. 10,000 years wasn't even considered an instant to his lifespan. The Grace God Star region was the headquarters of the temple. In the center of the Grace God Star region, there was a boundless layer of white clouds. The white clouds covered an estimated range of a few hundred light years. At the center of the clouds, there were extremely tall palaces. In one of the palaces, there was a long and pure jade table. There were a total of 18 seats on both sides of the table. 2 of the seats were occupied by the Ice-Fire Divine Lord and the Darkness Divine Lord. A radiance descended, and in another seat, there was a slightly translucent figure that was emitting boundless radiance. Light Divine Lord. The Ice-Fire Divine Lord and the Darkness Divine Lord looked over. I am currently in the Heavens Emergence Ruins. Why are you two looking for me? The Heavens Emergence Ruins was an extremely terrifying ruin. The danger level was even higher than the Water God Tomb. Normally, such ruins wouldn't allow communication. The Ice Fire Divine Lord explained everything about the primary Extreme Emperor in detail. Wait for me for 1,000 years. 1,000 years later, it will be the day he perishes. The Light Divine Lord had an indifferent expression. The Darkness Divine Lord said, "Do we need to contact the Half-God Region's Divine Lords?" The Light Divine Lord was very powerful, but Li Fuchen wasn't a pushover either. The Darkness Divine Lord didn't believe that Li Fuchen would kill an existence that was ranked 7th on the Emperor ranking. The Light Divine Lord went silent for a moment and said, "We can contact the Fire Virtue Divine Lord." In order to contact the Half-God Region's Divine Lords, the price to pay was extremely high. After all, it was hard to communicate in a top-notch ruin, let alone the Half-God Region. However, compared to a low-level universe treasure, this price was still worth paying. There were many types of universal treasures. In addition to those that could assist in cultivation, there were also defensive and offensive types. Their value was very high. A low-level defensive or offensive universal treasure was comparable to a top-grade rank 7 supreme secret treasure. Moreover, it was the kind that didn't require too much energy. Don't underestimate this. In some places where you can't replenish your energy, universe treasures that don't consume too much of your energy can be used as life-saving items. Think about it, your strength is almost exhausted, but with a cosmos treasure in hand, your strength hasn't decreased much. You can still display great power, while your opponent who relies on their own strength can only helplessly die of exhaustion. Or, from the beginning to the end, you didn't consume much of your own power. Instead, you used the power of the universe treasure to fight. As for a mid-level defensive or offensive universe treasure, its value would surpass any cardinal treasure and its effects would be close to a half-divine artifact. Li Fuchen's Primal Chaos Flame Lotus was actually a multi-purpose universe treasure. It could be used to assist in the cultivation of Fire Dao cultivators and also to attack enemies. If Li Fuchen was a Fire Dao cultivator, he could even absorb the Primal Chaos Flame Lotus's Fire Dao source. That way, even in places with thin universe sources, he would be able to replenish his energy rapidly and wouldn't need to worry about exhausting his energy. Finally, high-class universe treasures were extremely precious. Its value wasn't inferior to regular half-divine artifacts. Like the Universe Spirit Ball, the World Tree, the Heart of the Plane, and the Tree of Life. These were all high-class universe treasures. Li Fuchen's World Fruit was definitely a universe treasure, but it was just a fruit produced by the World Tree. As compared to the World Tree, it wasn't considered anything. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if one could obtain a high-class universe treasure, it wouldn't be difficult to become a half-god. With a high-class universe treasure, one's strength wouldn't be inferior to regular half-gods. It was very likely that one could enter the battlefield of gods to search for a half-god artifact. In fact, a half-god artifact was precious because the wielder could cleanse their body and transform their power into half-god power. When using half-god power to activate the half-god artifact, the power would naturally be overwhelming. Without this, a half-god artifact would be similar to a mid-class universe treasure and would be far inferior to a high-class universe treasure. Fire Virtue Divine Lord Ha. The Dusky Divine Lord had heard of the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's name. Before the Dusky Divine Lord became an emperor, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord was already a Divine Lord of the Divine race. After the Dusky Divine Lord became an emperor, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord headed to the Half-God region. He didn't expect for the Fire Virtue Divine Lord to still be alive after countless years, but from the looks of it, he didn't become a half-god. His strength? The Ice Fire Divine Lord asked. If the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's strength was similar to the Light Divine Lord, then he would have a higher chance of killing Li Fuchen. The Light Divine Lord was known as one of the strongest Divine Lords in the history of the Divine race. The Light Divine Lord said, he obtained a half-god artifact shard before. His strength is only stronger than me. Half-god artifacts only contained a thin amount of half-god power and it wasn't enough to cleanse the wielder's power. However, it could greatly enhance some of the wielder's qualities. Some half-god artifact shards could increase the wielder's vitality by 10 or 100 times, making the wielder an indestructible body. Some half-god artifact shards could make the wielder's body indestructible and even stronger than peak-level invincible body refinement emperors. There were also some extremely special half-god artifact shards that could enhance the spirit's soul. It seems like the primary extreme Emperor Lord is dead for sure. The Ice-Fire Divine Lord and the Dusky Divine Lord looked at each other and sneered. Apart from the primary extreme sword technique reaching the mid-stage of Star Field class, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao universe had also made great progress over the past few thousand years. Previously, his Sword Dao universe might be inferior to the Dusky Divine Lord's Dusky Divine region, but now, it was only stronger than the Dusky Divine Lord. Its power was almost on par with the Tai Chi Sword Ancestors' Tai Chi Sword Dao universe. With the Sword Dao universe and the Perfection Rank Sword Lock universe, Li Fuchen was confident he could kill a regular invincible emperor with ease. Killing a powerful invincible emperor would just require a little more time. My strength has really reached the bottleneck this time. To be honest, Li Fuchen couldn't think of any other methods to increase his strength within a short period of time. It was too difficult to break through from the late stage of Star Field class to the perfection of Star Field class. Without 1.8 million years, it was practically impossible. It wasn't related to perception anymore, it was mainly dependent on the accumulation. A perfection of Star Field class martial art was already the extremity of martial arts. If one took another step further, it would be the domain of gods. If Li Fuchen wanted to cultivate his sword art to the true extremity, he would have to experience more sword arts. Only by gathering the strengths of 100 schools of thought would he be able to take that step. As for cultivation techniques, breaking through from the mid-stage of Star Field class to the late stage of Star Field class was just as difficult as breaking through from the late stage of Star Field class to the perfection of Star Field class. It would also require a very long time. In terms of secret techniques, there might be stronger secret techniques, but they would at most increase Li Fuchen's strength indirectly. The Swordsman Guild didn't have any secret techniques that could directly increase Li Fuchen's strength. In terms of weapons, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword was already a Tier 7 peak-grade supreme weapon. Li Fuchen didn't really need cardinal artifacts. The strongest cardinal artifacts would only have power that was close to or equivalent to a peak-level invincible emperor. Perhaps only universe artifacts and half-divine artifacts can increase my strength within a short period of time. Putting aside half-divine artifacts, they were crucial to becoming a half-god. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised that universe artifacts could increase his strength. After a period of research, Li Fuchen realized that the Chaos Fire Lotus could be used as an offensive artifact. By activating the Primal Chaos Fire Dao Source Essence, it would be able to burst out with lethal power that surpassed peak-level invincible emperors. However, the Chaos Fire Lotus was a mid-class universe artifact and Li Fuchen couldn't expose it for now. Who knew what kind of trouble it would bring him? Li Fuchen didn't think that he was the only one in the universe that possessed a mid-class universe artifact. If other peak-level invincible emperors with mid-class universe artifacts appeared, even if Li Fuchen wasn't afraid, he would still have a lot of troubles. Furthermore, between universe artifacts, there were mutual restraints. If Li Fuchen encountered a universe artifact that countered the Chaos Fire Lotus, he would have to admit defeat no matter how powerful he was. I wonder if this is the Tree of Life. Li Fuchen took out a sapling that was emitting boundless vitality from his spatial ring. This sapling was obtained from a desolate world in the deep blue plains East Unicorn continent. Back then, it was even smaller than now. After so many years, Li Fuchen tried countless methods and was only able to make the sapling grow a few times. If this is the Tree of Life, its value might not be comparable to the World Tree, but it is probably comparable. The Tree of Life was publicly recognized as a high-class universe artifact. Legends said that the Tree of Life couldn't just nurture life, it could also revive life. Apart from that, its greatest effect was to allow the wielder to have boundless vitality. Of course, the prerequisite was that it was a mature Tree of Life and not a sapling. The Tree of Life likes things with vitality, like the divine leaf juice. But the divine leaf juice that I traded with the blood axe monarch is too little, unless I can obtain an entire leaf of the world tree. Li Fuchen licked his lips. An entire leaf of the world tree would at least allow the tree of life to grow a few hundred or 1,000 times. But that would be the same as falling out with the undead legion. Li Fuchen took out a communication token and transmitted a message to the Blood Axe Monarch. Blood Axe Monarch, how is the preparation of the divine leaf juice? On the other side, the Blood Axe Monarch replied, for the past few thousand years, I have rejected everyone, including some of the undead legion commanders. The amount of divine leaf juice that I have prepared for you is definitely sufficient. Alright, I will come over immediately. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen wasn't willing to fall out with the undead legion. Right now, he had already offended the temple and the Dark Parliament. If he offended the undead legion, even with the Swordsman Guild's support, the situation would still be very disadvantageous. The Blood Axe Monarch had indeed prepared a lot of divine leaf juice this time. It was several times more than before. It seemed like the Blood Axe Monarch didn't want to offend Li Fuchen and couldn't wait for the divine leaf juice to permeate by itself. He had taken the initiative to extract it. After all, an entire leaf of the world tree was bigger than a universe city. If Li Fuchen forcefully extracted it, he would be able to extract the same amount as a few million or tens of millions of years in the past. It was unknown if the world tree's leaf would be damaged. Chapter 1023. With such a huge amount of god leaf sap, if one were to really calculate its value, it would be worth at least 1 trillion top-grade spirit stones. No wonder it was said that the wealth of the god leaf city lord was more than that of the Hengi primogenitor. With an entire leaf of the world tree, the wealth of the god leaf city lord was increasing continuously until the origin of the world tree was exhausted. But it was also normal. Generally speaking, a low-class universe artifact would be worth at least a few 100 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. It was normal for it to be over 1 trillion. Only a small number of low-level universe treasures were worth a lot less. Like the Prism Stone Mother. Of course, if the Prism Stone Mother was big enough, the value would be astounding too. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take advantage of the Blood Axe Emperor, therefore, he paid 10 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. He had plenty of peak-grade spirit stones now. In the Water God tomb, he had obtained a few 100 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. 10 trillion peak-grade spirit stones was nothing to him. Deep Blue Plain, with the irrigation of the divine leaf juice, the sapling was growing at a visible speed. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters. In the past, Li Fuchen had also used the divine leaf juice to irrigate the sapling, but it was never as extravagant as today. After all, Li Fuchen's wealth back then was far inferior to his current wealth. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's thoughts weren't on the sapling. Apart from that, the sapling wouldn't even grow at the initial stage. It had to consume plenty of treasures that contained vitality to slowly grow. It probably required sufficient nutrients to stimulate the growth of vitality. When the sapling was 1,000 meters tall, the surging vitality was like a viscous liquid. It had even permeated into the depths of time and space. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen felt that his mental state had some subtle changes. I reckon that if a regular mortal breathes in, it would at least increase their lifespan by 100 years. Li Fuchen was almost certain that this sapling was the Tree of Life. Apart from the Tree of Life, what other tree would contain such terrifying vitality? Who would have thought that the East Unicorn Continent's chaotic world would actually have a high-class universe artifact? Li Fuchen lamented. There were some things that couldn't be forced and could only rely on fate. As the divine leaf juice that was worth over 10 trillion peak-grade spirit stones was used up, the Tree of Life had grown to 11,000 meters tall. Of course, although it looked very tall, it was still in the state of a sapling. One had to know that a leaf of the world tree was bigger than a universe city. A mature Tree of Life might not be comparable to the world tree, but it would at least be bigger than a leaf of the world tree. Small. Li Fuchen waved his hand and the Tree of Life's sapling started to shrink before fusing into Li Fuchen's body. I wonder how effective the Tree of Life is at restoring vitality. After dispersing the calamity power, Li Fuchen used all his strength to create a small wound on his body. In the blink of an eye, the small cut closed. He didn't consume any of his power. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. With the Tree of Life, if he was injured in the future, he wouldn't need to consume energy to heal his injuries. The Tree of Life could completely heal his injuries. In other words, if the Tree of Life contained enough vitality, he wouldn't need to consume any additional energy other than the energy consumed in battle. When people fought, most of their energy was used to recover from their injuries. After all, if they didn't recover, it would affect their strength. If I devour the entire world fruit, the Tree of Life should be able to grow to more than 100 billion meters. In terms of value, the world fruit's value was above the world tree's leaf. 100 billion meters was actually 200 million miles tall, and it wasn't as big as a universe city. I have obtained the recognition of the world fruit. On this day, Li Fuchen saw the Wolfman incarnation gradually sinking into the world fruit. This meant that the Wolfman incarnation had also obtained the recognition of the world fruit. It just possesses a little bit of my spirit soul power. Li Fuchen lamented. The core of the Wolfman incarnation was a little bit of his spirit soul power. This little bit of spirit soul power would be used to produce the spirit soul coat and the saint spirit. In essence, the Wolfman incarnation was just a part of Li Fuchen. Be it innate talent or perception, it was far inferior to Li Fuchen. The Prism Stone Mother's 10,000 times time acceleration is too fast for anyone. It is better to use it on the Wolfman incarnation. In the past, before Li Fuchen grasped the time and space Tao, he was planning to use the Prism Stone Mother on his family and friends. But even Yan Qingwu's lifespan was only over 100 million years. Even if she was 1 billion years old, with 10,000 times acceleration, it would only be 100,000 years. 100,000 years might seem long, but if Li Fuchen was trapped in some dangerous ruins, 100,000 years would pass very quickly. In Li Fuchen's opinion, 3,000 times time acceleration was enough. After all, Yan Qingwu wasn't an emperor yet. Of course, Li Fuchen's time and space Tao was different from the Prism Stone Mother. When Li Fuchen used time acceleration on others, he would need to constantly use the time and space power, otherwise, the time acceleration would stop. The Prism Stone Mother would form a time-space, and unless the time source essence of the Prism Stone Mother was exhausted, the time acceleration wouldn't stop. In view of this, Li Fuchen used the time and space power to condense a virtual time and space source in the Swordlock universe. This virtual time and space source was connected to the time and space where Yan Qingwu and the others were at, allowing them to constantly provide power. The virtual time and space source was actually the simplified and weakened version of the universe's time and space source. As time elapsed, it would gradually weaken and collapse and wouldn't be able to exist forever. But it would still be able to last for a period of time. Buzz! Under the 10,000 times time acceleration, the time source essence of the Prism Stone Mother was being rapidly consumed. Li Fuchen reckoned that in at most 1,000 years, the time source essence of the Prism Stone Mother would be exhausted. It is still too small. Li Fuchen shook his head and didn't bother about the Wolfman incarnation and the Prism Stone Mother. It is the Genesis Bronze Key. I, Ancestor Bronze Green, am finally going to be lucky. In a stream that was a few thousand light-years long, a bronze-green metallic giant roared towards the sky. Buzz! Origin Star Region, Ground of Origin. An ancient stone door suddenly opened. Endless Genesis Chi presence pervaded the entire universe. The Ground of Origin has opened. Could there be 9 Genesis keys? It must be. Otherwise, there are still over 2 million Genesis keys before the next opening of the Ground of Origin. The opening of the Ground of Origin is going to cause a storm of blood again. Are we going or not? Why not? The Ground of Origin is filled with top-class artifacts. If we are lucky, we might be able to obtain the Genesis key. That's right, let's take a gamble. At most, we will die. Since I have lived for a few 100 million years, I have nothing to lose. The opening of the Ground of Origin had stirred up many of the emperors. Especially peak-level emperors and invincible emperors. Generally speaking, only peak-level emperors and invincible emperors would have the chance to survive in the ground of origin. Those below the peak-level emperors would be weaker. Of course, there might be some fearless peak-level emperors who would enter the ground of origin. There was a saying that humans would die in pursuit of wealth and birds would die in pursuit of food. This was the logic of the universe. The ground of origin has opened. In the temple, the Ice-Fire Divine Lord and the Darkness Divine Lord frowned. They had just discussed how to deal with Li Fuchen. The Light Divine Lord, who had radiant patterns on his skin, said, "The opening of the ground of origin is beneficial to us. Firstly, the Origin Extreme Emperor will most likely enter the ground of origin. Secondly, the ground of origin's universe law is very tight and firm. It is extremely difficult to absorb the universe source power to replenish oneself, therefore, the death rate is very high." That's right. If it is in the ground of origin, I am confident I can eliminate the Origin Extreme Emperor by myself. The one who spoke was a terrifying divine lord with blazing patterns on his skin and eyes that were like two blazing stars. He was the Fire Virtue Divine Lord who had just returned from the half-god region. As his body contained a trace of half-god power, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's chi presence wasn't captured by the Emperor Lord board. Therefore, the Fire Virtue Divine Lord's name didn't appear on the Emperor Lord board. Since that is the case, let us hurry up and depart. The Darkness Divine Lord was rather looking forward to the ground of origin. Previously, he obtained plenty of top-notch treasures in the ground of origin, but he was a little unlucky and didn't obtain any universe cardinal treasures. Has the ground of origin opened? Hengi Primogenitor sighed and decided to give up on the journey. Of course, he rarely went to the ground of origin in the past. He was a person who didn't like to take too many risks. Most importantly, he would be able to comprehend the world fruit in a few thousand years. Why would he want to take a risk at the ground of origin? Anyway, with his strength, it would be hard for him to obtain a universe cardinal treasure. Origin Extreme Emperor, you are here. Sword Brilliance City, Origin Bright Sword Ancestor and the other invincible emperors were all here. Let's depart. Sword Brilliance City was a Class 1 branch of the Swordsman Guild and could directly teleport to the Swordsman Guild headquarters. The Swordsman Guild headquarters was in the Origin Star region. Alright. Origin Bright Sword Ancestor waved his hand to activate the teleportation array and the group vanished. The headquarters had the most invincible emperors and the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was here too. Origin Extreme Emperor, it has been a long time. When seeing Li Fuchen, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor smiled. Li Fuchen had broken through from 12th to 7th on the Emperor rankings and his strength wasn't inferior to the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. Furthermore, among the emperors of the Swordsman Guild, only he and Li Fuchen had comprehended the Sword Dao universe. Greetings to the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. Li Fuchen was rather respectful towards the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor. Previously, if it wasn't for the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Sword Dao universe so quickly. Immediately after, everyone started to discuss the matters of entering the ground of origin. Our Swordsman Guild has a total of 42 invincible sovereign emperors and 98 peak stage sovereign emperors entering the starting ground. I suggest we split them into 14 teams, with each team having 10 people. This is the safest and most efficient way. I agree. I agree too. As a Supreme Faction's Emperor, there had to be rules and regulations when doing things. It wasn't good to be a Lone Ranger. After all, the other super factions would definitely send in a large number of people. If they maliciously targeted the Swordsman Guild, then the Swordsman Guild would suffer severe casualties and suffer great losses. However, it was different if they entered the ground of origin in small groups. Even if they were targeted, they wouldn't be completely helpless. If they could delay for a little more time, they might be able to receive reinforcements from other groups. Of course, it was a different story for those weaker super factions. They only had a few invincible emperors and peak stage emperors. It didn't make much of a difference whether they formed a group or not. As for those Lone Rangers, they would have to act alone. However, such people would fall the fastest in the ground of origin. I wish to act alone. Just as everyone agreed, Li Fuchen shook his head. He didn't like to act in groups. The benefits would be very small and there were some methods that weren't easy to execute. Chapter 1024. One of the invincible emperors frowned and said, "Primary Extreme Emperor, we know that you are very strong, but the starting ground is different. It is very hard to replenish your strength in there. Furthermore, due to the tight and firm universe law, some of the methods are greatly reduced, like escaping secret techniques. Once you are surrounded by a group of invincible emperors, it will be very dangerous." That's right, Primary Extreme Emperor, you must not be careless. You are now a thorn in the eyes of the divine race. It is hard to guarantee that they won't deal with you. The divine race's Radiance Divine Lord is ranked number 1 on the Emperor rankings. His strength is unfathomable. If he personally makes a move, he will be a huge threat. Everyone was trying to persuade Li Fuchen. Some were truly thinking for Li Fuchen's sake, some felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant and wanted to teach him a lesson. I have made up my mind, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Li Fuchen shook his head. He knew clearly that with his current strength, it was useless to rely on numbers. Unless there were 8 or 10 peak-level invincible emperors surrounding him, they wouldn't be able to pose much of a threat to him. Seeing that Li Fuchen had made up his mind, no one else tried to persuade him. Under the Tai Chi Sword Ancestors arrangement, the Swordsman Guild's emperors were split into 14 groups. His group had 9 members, the rest of the groups had 10 members, while Li Fuchen was alone. Primary Extreme Emperor, remember, if you encounter danger, crush the communication token immediately. The Tai Chi Sword Ancestor might not understand Li Fuchen's decision, but he respected Li Fuchen. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. Among everyone, the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor was probably the only one who could help him. A total of 140 individuals headed towards the starting ground in a grandiose manner. This is the starting ground, huh? After entering the ancient stone door, Li Fuchen and the others arrived at the starting ground. The starting ground was emitting an ancient Qi presence. The ancient Qi presence was extremely heavy and a single wisp could crush stars. The universe law is too tight. The universe law penetrated through everything and was everywhere. If the universe law was too thin, it would have a huge impact. Just like when Li Fuchen executed his sword art, if it was in a place with dense sword Dao law, the sword art's power would naturally be stronger. But in a place with thin sword Dao law, the sword art's power wouldn't be enhanced and could only rely on himself. But it wouldn't do if it was too thick either. If the laws of the universe in the outside world were a fishing net, then the laws of the universe in the starting ground were thousands of fishing nets stacked together. It was not easy to activate the power of the laws, and the origin of the universe was protected by layers of the laws of the universe. Naturally, it was much more difficult to absorb it. Everyone, in the starting ground, you must be extremely careful. There are treasures everywhere, but you only have one life. Supreme Ultimate Sword Ancestor warned everyone. Supreme Ultimate Sword Ancestor, don't worry. What haven't we seen before? We won't act rashly. Apart from Li Fuchen, most of them had been to the starting ground before, hence, they were all very relaxed. In that case, let's split up now. Once the Tai Chi Sword Ancestor finished speaking, everyone was split into 15 groups. Li Fuchen formed a group by himself and each of them chose a direction and left. Ka-cha! A giant boulder was split open and Li Fuchen was surprised to find out that there was actually a P-class artifact within the giant boulder. This was a stone heart, it contained an extremely unique earth path power. Primal stone heart, peak-grade earth path treasure, good stuff. Li Fuchen waved his hand and kept the stone heart. Just like the rumors, the starting ground was indeed filled with P-class artifacts. In just 5 years, Li Fuchen had obtained 4 P-class artifacts. In total, they were worth around a few trillion P-grade spirit stones. Among the 4 P-class artifacts, the most precious one was a saber bone fossil that had already started to crystallize. Li Fuchen could see that this saber bone fossil was very special. Apart from the endless Saber Dao mysteries, it also contained the Saber Dao source essence. If it wasn't for the fact that the Saber Dao source essence was too little, it would already be considered a low-class universe cardinal artifact. With this saber bone fossil, it shouldn't be a problem for Yan Qingwu to reach the City Lord class. A peak-class artifact might be inferior to a low-class universe artifact, but everyone had their own specialties. If there was a suitable peak-class artifact, the effect would be far superior to a low-class universe artifact. Take this saber bone fossil as an example. To Yan Qingwu, it wasn't something a low-class universe artifact could compare with. Another 3 years passed. This flower? From far away, Li Fuchen noticed a black flower. This black flower gave off a very peculiar feeling. It felt as though it had its own thoughts and murmurs could be heard faintly. It must be something good. Li Fuchen rushed over and kept the black flower. Hand over the enlightenment flower. There was a roar as 5 figures flew over from a distance. Enlightenment flower, huh? Li Fuchen found out the name of the black flower. From the name, the enlightenment flower should be related to perception. It was a peak-class artifact that was related to perception. The 5 figures were very peculiar. They were wearing gold clothes, green clothes, black clothes, red clothes, and yellow clothes respectively. If a knowledgeable ruler was here, he would definitely recognize that these 5 individuals were the infamous Blood Hand group in the universe. They were called the Blood Hand group because the 5 of them had the 5 elements. They were just like the 5 fingers of a human hand that complemented each other. The word blood was added because the 5 of them had caused plenty of bloodshed. Among the 5 of them, the strongest was the Turbid Water Ancestor, and he was ranked over 100 on the Emperor rankings. Following him were the Golden Robe Dao Monarch, Fire Dragon Sovereign King, Bloodwood Emperor, and Rampage Emperor. Each of the 5 of them was already extremely powerful. Once they worked together, their strength would increase by 100 or 1,000 times. Tens of millions of years ago, a peak-level invincible ruler from the Saber Union, the 7 Extermination Saber Ancestor, had tried to deal with the Blood Hand group but ultimately failed. Li Fuchen wasn't considered knowledgeable, but he had heard of the Blood Hand group. Therefore, after a brief observation, he was able to guess their identities. Hand over the enlightenment flower or die. Among the Blood Hand group, the Fire Dragon Sovereign King had the most violent temper and his true form was a fire dragon. I can hand over the enlightenment flower, but I will have to see if you are capable enough. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. Courting death, set up the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. The Turbid Water Ancestor waved his hand and the 5 of them stood in the 5 elemental positions and surrounded Li Fuchen. Interesting, there is actually such a profound battle formation? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could immediately see that this battle formation was able to increase the strength of the person who set up the formation by 1,000 times. Apart from that, this battle formation could actually form a chaotic 5 elemental space that could trap enemies inside. But Li Fuchen's intuition told him that it was impossible to set up such a terrifying battle formation with just the 5 of them. After all, 5 of them were still 5 of them and not one person. 5 individuals with 5 hearts, it was hard to achieve unity of mind. There should be an artifact that could guide them. Li Fuchen guessed it right. With the 5 of them, it was impossible to set up the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. They were able to set it up because the Turbid Water Ancestor had a low-class universe cardinal treasure, the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing rock. The 5 elemental heaven extinguishing rock naturally contained a battle formation, the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation. As long as 5 invincible rulers with equivalent strength were gathered, the power of the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation would be unleashed. Without the 5 elemental heaven extinguishing rock, the Blood Hand group wouldn't be able to make a name for themselves. Die! The 5 of them were rather confident. This 5 elemental heaven extinguishing formation was able to trap powerful invincible rulers. Even peak-level invincible rulers would be in a miserable state after being trapped inside. If they didn't have sufficient strength, they wouldn't be able to escape either. Most importantly, the five-elemental heaven-extinguishing formation contained the universe's five-element source. Once the enemy was trapped inside, they would only be waiting for death. Boom! Golden saber lights, green spikes, towering turbid waves, ferocious fire dragons, and heavy stone spheres were all blasting at Li Fuchen. The power was rather horrific. Just in time. Li Fuchen's sword spun and a silver sword C protected him. The sword C horizon could be used for both offense and defense. When attacking, it would trap the enemy in the sword Dao universe and slash them wantonly. When defending, it would use the sword Dao universe as a shield to block the enemy's attack. Bang 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 bang, the silver sword C shook and tumbled but couldn't injure Li Fuchen at all. What? The turbid water ancestor and the others were shocked. Back when they fought with the Saber Union's 7 Extermination Saber Ancestor, the 7 Extermination Saber Ancestor didn't have such an easy time dealing with their first attack. Who exactly was this person? 5 elements rotation. The first attack was just a test. In the second attack, the golden saber lights, green spikes, towering turbid waves, ferocious fire dragons, and heavy stone spheres started to link up and fuse together. They then blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Rumble. The silver sword C exploded and Li Fuchen's body shook a little. You actually neutralized my first move. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. His current strength was already different from before. His primary extreme sword technique had progressed from the initial level of Star Field to the mid-level of Star Field. In this world, there weren't many people that could neutralize his sword C horizon. 5 elements stacking. After seeing Li Fuchen's finishing move, the 5 of them were confident and continued to burst out with their kill moves. Receive a move from me too. Sect Origin Swords. After comprehending the Sword Dao universe, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao proficiency had great progress. Apart from the Sword C horizon, the other 3 sword moves of the primary extreme sword art had also transformed. Their power was already much stronger than before. There was a sudden trace of chaos in the chaotic 5 elements. Immediately after, the Sword Dao source and Sword Dao law leaked in. In the next moment, thousands of sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and severed layers of the chaotic 5 elements. It had also severed the 5's kill moves. Damn it, this person should be the primary extreme emperor. The turbid water ancestor thought of something and had a slight change in expression. The turbid water ancestor basically recognized all the peak-level invincible emperors, but Li Fuchen didn't. No matter how stupid the turbid water ancestor was, he would be able to guess that Li Fuchen was the primary extreme emperor. So what if he is the primary extreme emperor? As long as he can't escape, he will definitely die. The golden-clothed Dao Lord said in a frenzy. That's right. If he can't replenish his strength, a peak-level invincible emperor will also die. A peak-level invincible emperor's wealth is much more valuable than the Enlightenment Flower. The rampant Imperial Lord laughed sinisterly.